has been destroyed. So when the guy was saying, "Good Lord, Jonathan, this, that," I was laughing because that was when we make the most sales of our crude oil. We are
Okay.
selling 2.2 and we are selling at the rate of 100 and so, but we could not see
All
what
right.
we did.
So
All
you
right.
mean
So
Thank you,
that
Mr. Said. Sorry
so
very
Lamido?
much. Sorry. Please. I
please,
don't need any interruption. Please. Thank you. Sorry, no vex very much. So thank you, Mr. Said. So there was no way Tinubu could have helped Nigerians buffer the effect of the subsidy, especially as it relates to transportation, because the
unless
infrastructure was not
we
there already,
Around.
right? It would have been
public
difficult to do that. Please, guys, Victor, please mute your mic. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So, Mr. Said, no problem. Let's move on. So he couldn't do that for transportation. Don't forget this transportation, because transportation has now increased in price. And don't forget, like you said, he couldn't have like made it easier for people. This also led to the increase of food prices. Obviously, already being affected by security issues already. There's already scarcity. Now, transporting it has now increased, which then increased the price of food. Mr. Said, was there any widespread support that this government did to prevent this food price to skyrocket that Nigerians can celebrate him for? Mr. Said, gone.
yes, there's intervention. I think during that time, 2023, they were sharing rice now. Rice everywhere. They were sharing it to people. Then apart from sharing rice, the intervention that the government took in 2024, that's what we are benefiting now. I said in December, rice went up to 120, 110. Now we are having it 60,000, 70,000, 55, depending on the type you are buying. So that means there is intervention, there's a conscious effort to bring down the cost of food, and we can see it. The food price started going up after COVID. It was COVID, and this was worldwide, coupled with the Ukraine-Israel war, Ukraine-Russia war, which caused the commotion all over the world with the COVID.
Okay.
It's
All
not
right. All right. Thank you. I'm
like
glad you are, like you said, they shared rice. Rice seems to be the only thing Nigerians eat. White rice, for that matter. That's all. They don't buy tomatoes. They don't make stew. They don't buy protein. They don't do any of these things. Once they eat rice, their problems are solved. Thank you very much, Mr. Said. Now, I think I don't even want to go further. Please round up in 2 minutes so that we can move on. Thank you.
okay. Thank you very much. So the issue I'm trying to explain is the Nigeria problems are structural, systemic, and it has to be solved structurally and systemically, not the political. A political will, it will change the government, but will still have the same result if we don't fix the fundamentals. This government have started fixing the fundamentals, which we give kudo to them. They should continue in the infrastructure development, like AKK gas pipeline to power the Kano, Kaduna, so that the textile industry can come back. The Lagos Calabar coastal road that will bring the tourism and real estate along the coast. So these are the things that will boost the economy, and the Badagry Sokoto that will make the distance between the north and the south to be shorter.
Yeah.
These are the
Yeah.
things that will actually help the economy to grow, and then this will transform to industrialization.
Would that be finished? Would that be finished by 2027?
So you cannot finish it in
Okay.
2027,
So
even if
we
this
won't see the
government
benefit of
budget,
that until much
the
later,
next
right?
government that comes will continue. Government is continuing. It's not
Yeah, but
compulsory.
by
But
2027 we wouldn't have seen the benefit of this particular
as a
thing you are
Nigerian
saying.
president, then
Okay.
those people that want to be there now, we look at them. Before you put anybody forward, look at their antecedents. What have
All
they
right.
done right? when they
All
have
right.
opportunity. So
All right.
all this
Thank you, Mr. Said. I mean, if you get the chance, you can boldly support Tinubu. I mean, why should I be? Why should I be shameful?
I am
Right?
supporting him because he has
Please,
bring
it's okay.
boldness.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is the
What?
best among the people.
Thank you. You are
Best.
done. If you can boldly support this man, we all of us know, right? Please spare us with antecedents of previous people. Spare us. Tinubu is the worst of the lot. So why should I stress myself? And also, my dear sir, Tinubu has to make Nigerians feel governance from now till 2027. He has to start doing things that will show in people's lives. Because all these things you are saying, it has not translated. In fact, even the World Bank said it. They said it. I mean, did you not read that report? Was it World Bank or IMF? That whilst they give kudos to Tinubu's reforms, he is still yet to transcend into the people's life. People are still yet to start feeling it. And guys, this is one of the reasons why I strongly want this guy out. Because the supporters will keep mentioning things that sharply contrast your reality. Like everything you can feel. These guys never provided anything. They removed a policy, and some people, even in the opposition, believe that yes. But what was it? What was it exactly that they did to cushion the effect? What was it? To force CNG down everybody's throats. CNG that has to force CNG, you
I'm
must do
not
CNG,
saying
do
I know
CNG,
people
do
that are
CNG, do
yes,
CNG.
Deji.
You
I
know,
know people that
so
are the Uber driver that
good
are
for them, good for them, good for them. We are talking about a good that will benefit the most people. We thank God in your life that you know one or two people. We are talking about something that the eyes we see, the ear we hear it, and the message will transcend everywhere in this country. That
it's so
surely
sad.
this man did
I
this
get
thing.
that.
Please, is Tinubu using CNG cars? Is his
Please,
car
hold on, hold
CNG
on.
cars?
Let's not. I don't want to boil down on that. It's
I get
not relevant to my major focus, right? Whether he uses it or not is his concern. The point here is that none of the fallback of these policies, was addressed by this government, and they failed Nigerians, and Nigerians want to be alive first. You know, you cannot stay alive. How do you see 10 years from now if I can't survive today? Anyway, Gege, please go on.
When I go talk
Thank
now,
Gege, wait. I don't understand. Matt, you spoke earlier, or have you heard Gege's voice
uh,
since?
since
Have you
that
heard
time now,
vehement? Please hold on. What do you mean since that time? Have you heard
don't
vehement?
think now.
We've
You
not
just
heard.
bought
It
them
doesn't
up.
matter. Please hold on. It does not matter. You have spoken before. Allow new people to speak. Right? Allow new people to speak. Let us hear other people. Mm. You know everything. Let's hear from others too. Thank you. So if you have spoken before in this space, please know that the new people will take priority over you. Thank you. All right. Gege, please go on.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I hope you can hear me clearly. Yes. The
Yes, please go on.
question, I think we need to focus on what we call intellectual integrity. Intellectual integrity is looking at issues and trying to be as objective as possible. And that's the approach I've tried to use with this coalition. And the truth of the matter is, we have to tell ourselves the truth. In 2015, a group of people got together to bring the APC into power. Anybody who watched Buhari for more than 5 minutes on TV knew that this man did not have the capacity to govern. The people who brought him in included Atiku, the Tinubus, the Amechis, the Erufais, the Malamis. They are scattered between both parties, almost on equal equal numbers on both sides. So they knew what they were doing. And I've often said that anybody who supported Buhari in 2015 was either very, very unintelligent or very, very wicked. And in my opinion, those two qualities disqualify you from any kind of leadership. That's the honest truth. Anybody that can be that unintelligent to not know that Buhari was incompetent should not be anywhere near power. Or anybody who was that wicked that you were willing to sacrifice the lives of ordinary Nigerians to help Buhari get into power is also somebody who should not be anywhere near power. But anyway, Buhari did 8 years. Many of the characters in the coalition, as well as many of the characters in Tinubu's government, were active supporters of Buhari. I was even on Instagram earlier this morning looking at the NSAS photos and saw how innocent young Nigerians were murdered on the streets of Lekki. Malami was the Attorney General then. Bola Tinubu was the chief cheerleader in Lagos. Rotimi Amechi was the transport minister. El Rufai was governor of Kaduna and even supported the Lekki massacre and attacked all the NSAS people. So they're now equally split on both sides. So truth be told, none is better than the other. If you ask me to choose between Bola Tinubu and Amechi or Bola Tinubu and El Rufai, I would abstain because as far as I'm concerned, both of them are of equal bad character. The only shining light there is Peter Obi, because there are videos online where Peter Obi warned in 2015 that, look, this Buhari you're supporting is going to lead you into this. As intelligent as they claim he seems, was also supporting Buhari. And Atiku's excuse was, oh, we signed a promise during the primaries that we were supposed to support whoever won. And the weird thing is, that's what the coalition is doing now. They've made all of them sign a promise that no matter who wins, you should support them. I can tell you for free, Amechi is just as disastrous as Tinubu. You see Amechi's character. When he was governor, he shut down the judiciary. There was no judiciary during Amechi's term. You saw the amount of loans he went to Dara, wasted our money. The same Tinubu we are criticizing for building a super highway, coastal highway. That's what Amechi did when he built that rail line to Maradi. So unless Peter Obi is the candidate, then to be honest, we are wasting our time because I don't want to, sorry to disagree with you, Deji, but there's nothing. Tinubu is, there's none of them. Amechi, Rufai, they cannot be better than Tinubu. They are all cut from the same cloth. But the final point is, even if you support Peter Obi, there are still problems. Because my preference was for him to build his movement organically. Because the majority of Nigerians who want good governance are behind Obi. If he had built this thing sustainably and organically, then when the people eventually take power, we're not beholden to any of these criminal godfathers. But the route Obi has taken is, okay, let me build an alliance with these people, these Malamis, these El Rufai's uncle. And they're not going to support you for free. Yes, you might get the presidency, but what are you going to offer them in exchange? And that is going to be the problem, because if Obi does not meet their demands, we will see another round of drama once he gets into office. El Rufai, Malami, Amechi, their character has not changed. People's characters don't change when they are adults. The greedy, they were devious 2 years ago under Buhari. So for me, the question I'll ask Obi is, what have you promised them in exchange for their support? And if you don't meet those demands, these people are going to plunge this nation into crisis. You know, El Rufai. Almost everybody who were criticizing today, El Rufai initially supported them. El Rufai supported Obasanjo. They later wrote a book criticizing him. He supported Jonathan. He supported Yar'Adua. He supported Buhari twice. So that is his game. So these people are devious. These people are dangerous. So Peter Obi needs to know what he's doing. But I hold my nose and support him. But I fully expect that there will be crisis ahead once those people come to cash their checks, because they're not supporting him for free. I yield the mic.
Thank you. You see, naturally, Kege, this was my position, say, maybe like last year, December. I promise you. This was my position last year, December. But you get as Tinubu could take this administration will frustrate you. You know, you start thinking about certain things. So let's drill down on PO, because again, this is the reason why a lot of people are even reluctant to support this particular coalition, right? They feel that this man should have built this movement. He should have made it such a big wave. you know. But then again, you had Labour Party. INEC is not registering new party, right? Let's say okay, maybe it goes to another separate um, party, or it manages to resolve the issues in Labour, which seems to be difficult, by the way. But let's just assume that is able to resolve the Labour crisis, and Nigerians again, once again, you know, troop into Labour and get um, sort of back PO. So the question is, are we more confident? Are you more confident that in this next election, PO will do whatever it takes to secure his mandate? Thank you.
Well, as I've said on your space previously, if Peter Obi is not ready to lead a massive uprising to demand his mandate, then he might as well just sit at home and not waste everybody's time. Because I said the same thing in 2023. In fact, people were cursing me on a space on Clubhouse. I told them then, they were saying, oh, this election, there can be no rigging. You have IREV, you have BVAS. And I said to them, I said, you people don't know who you're dealing with. The APC has come to steal, to kill, and to destroy. So why would they follow the rules? They're literally going to use every hook and crook to win. They called me all kinds of names that the usual insult that you live abroad. What do you know? I said, no problem. We came back here when they turned off the IRF system and everybody started crying. So the same thing is going to happen now. The APC are not going to give you power for free just because you won. Even if you have an overwhelming majority, they are not going to hand over to you. So you need to be ready to demand your mandate. I don't support violence of any sort, but there's a kind of number of Nigerians that you mobilize to come out, that even the police will be afraid to shoot anybody here because they can clearly see that Nigerians are ready to die for their mandate. So that is what Peter Obi needs to be leading of the elite in Lagos at the height of NSAS. As soon as the military opened fire on those young, innocent people on the streets, if all the elite of Lagos, the pastors, the civil society people, if they all came out at that point in righteous anger, that would have been the point where Buhari's government would have collapsed. But instead, everybody just sat in their houses and watched. Same thing happened in 2023. If Peter Obi had stood up and said, look, no, I won this election, Nigerians were so frustrated. There was a disappointment across the whole country. They would have come out to support him, but he sat back. So my advice to him is, if you're going to do the same thing again, don't waste our time. Don't tell us you're going to the courts, because you know full well that the courts are in Bola Tinubu's pocket, and the APC are not going to play fair. So if you're expecting to win, if you like pass another electoral reform act, you're wasting your time. They are not going to follow the rules. So if Peter Obi is not ready, then he should sit at home. I yield the mic.
Thank you. So this is my dilemma. Like I said, this is why I am forced. I am covering my nose. Whatever it takes. And maybe he also believes that. Maybe he also stands with me on this. Maybe that is why he's also going into this coalition. Okay? So this is what I think. I think he believes that he needs all these people to come together for him to get something. Yes, like you said, there might be some demands. I get that. But I genuinely believe that an Obi presidency under this coalition will be far better than a Tinubu second term. I strongly believe that. Right? Thank you very much, Keke. Let's move on. Attitude, please go on. You guys can hear me, right?
Deji,
Okay, go on.
sorry,
Attitude.
I had to reach for my phone and for my mic. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I was just doing some domestic work. Sorry about my breath. Um, the conversation, right? Someone said something about last speaker, Mr. Gege, uh, um, trying to let us see how this can be done from a very, very perfect moral point of view, and I mean moral, considering all things being equal, considering that we have a democracy, considering that the institutions would work, considering again in his last part of the submission, that Nigerians will come out. That Nigerians will come out. Okay, let's look at the different demographics of the population we have. We have the Gen Zs, right? We have the millennials. Deja, I believe you are a millennial. If you are a Gen Z, I don't come your space again. Anyways, you have to look at the strata of your society or your population, and you need to check exactly where Nigerians are right now. The mindset, psychology, and all. Nigerians are battered. Nigerians are tired. Nigerians are weak. Nigerians have been, our education has been very poor. Political consciousness has been very poor. Patriotism or dedication to country. I think I've not seen anybody say God bless Nigeria the way I hear the other comrades over there say God bless America. Ethnicity, religion, tribalism, they all play. So Nigeria is a very complex mess right now. The people have a problem, unity and purpose. See what happened in Kenya, right? But here, you still have the North and South divide. We see how people are tied to their ethnicity, tied to their religion, and tied to their whatever partisanship or sentiment they want to tie to. You see how some that will say, now my brother, like he did there. If you like me, not perform. He's our brother. Defend your region. Let me look on, is our turn. So it makes everything complex. Now you have an imperfect scenario that you cannot apply a perfect formula to. It will not work. I'm sorry, I had a call. I had to decline that. So right now, in hitting the subjects on the head, I don't think any Nigerian here on this space can boldly tell us that he is not corrupt. When I mean corruption, I don't mean stealing, like you steal money or embezzled you've embezzled money while in public office. Maybe most of us have not gone into public office. But I don't think anyone can cast a stone like it was like the Bible literally said, he that has no sin should cast a stone. I don't think so. So in that regard, considering our political terrain, considering our democracy, the state of our institutions, the state of our people, I think they say there are some exigencies, there are some scenarios that, like you're between the devil and the deep blue sea, right? A pastor of mine was heading to the airport, right? Was almost late for his flight. He did on a convoy, with his SUVs and all. And there was traffic. My pastor, highly esteemed pastor, zonal pastor, abandoned his SUV and entered back. He said to his PA, pull this load on the back. I don't want to miss this flight. He entered back. He entered one bike, they put in luggage on another bike. That's how he found his way to the international airport to board his flight. Where we are right now is Nigeria. The situation we have right now, we cannot paint an El Dorado. We are not an egalitarian society. There's no utopia. We just have to start from somewhere and we have to use what we have. Like someone said, Feel Good said in some few spaces back. It's like a football team, right? You may be supporting PSG or supporting Chelsea tonight, but it doesn't mean we are friends, right? But we have a common goal, right? The common goal is to win the game. You can be from Toronto, you can be from Canada, you can be from Africa. I don't care. But there's what we call them, they belong to the supporter or fan club. Different backgrounds. Some are even homosexuals, some are gay, some are straight, whatever you are. So that's what this coalition is about, a population of mixed multitudes. But there is a common goal. The common goal is that the way APC has driven us these 12 years is extremely backward. Please take us to PDP's 2015. Take us back to even Shagari's time that someone said Nigeria has never been better. Yes, Nigeria has never been better. Fine. But please, can I buy a bag of rice for 7.5? You're telling me, bag of rice is 54,000. So please, Benny, it is 100,000 in Benin. Those states. I don't know where you say your bag of rice. Other than stone rice, whether they use this thing, I don't know where you see your bag of rice of 54,000, right? So what we are saying is, with these players, a mixed multitude, we have someone in there, Peter Obi, who is my negotiator on that table. He's my leg there. Someone we know has this personality, not even politics. We're not talking about politics here. His personality is people-centric. If you say he's playing to the gallery, I think you should go back and check some of the things he's done before. We have personalities here that are people-centric. We also have personalities here that are on a revenge mission. We have personalities here that they're not even as worse, taking the OBG and Articles regime or time or era, presidency, or whatever it took place. So I think we've gotten to this bottom pit we are right now. So we want to save this child first, like the wisdom of Solomon. We want to get this child, reset this country, and then build institutions, make the people have confidence in their institutions, and then democracy, of course, is government of the people. If you vote in someone now, the beauty of democracy is not to make a wrong choice. The beauty of the democracy is to continue to make choices that you, at the end of the day, you will arrive at that logical and practicable approach. Donald Trump was voted out last time, right? He's back in now, right? So that's what democracy is. So there's not the democracy of, oh, in 2015, so people made some broad trade. Yes, Buhari came in by majority of votes of the people because they believed. There was no harm in believing. A lot of us believed. In concluding, a lot of us believed in 2015 that
Attitude.
Jonathan, please, can you mute your
Sorry,
mic? I'm
sorry.
concluding.
When you're sorry,
Right,
attitude. When you're done, Francis should go on, please.
right, all right, thank you. It's just like divorce. It's just like when you start a relationship, right? You may see the red flags, you may not see good enough, but you cannot deny that a majority of Nigerians saw Buhari in 2015 as an option. And you cannot take that away from people to want to aspire to get better in every aspect of their lives. You get a BSc, you want to go for an MSc. You give birth to a girl, you want to give birth to a male child. You get married, it doesn't stop that you want to have kids. You have kids, you want to send them to school. Democracy is allowed for you to make choices. That's the beauty of democracy. If you get it wrong, you should be able to get it right or make another choice. Subsequently, in 2015, the majority of Nigerians believe that Buhari or the APC brought something that looked as if was better than what Jonathan had. And a majority, you cannot deny that. A majority of Nigerians actually voted for that ticket. And democracy, we should be able to make changes. If the coalition fails by 2031, we will get them out of there and we will rebuild again. So we cannot allow people to continue because we are scared that the is that already. Tinubu has nothing to show. Mr. I don't know what his name was, talking about gains gotten from the reform so far. The IMF or the World Bank said we are not seeing the gains on the streets. Yes, it seems as if their policies, we are not seeing it reflect in the lives of Nigerians. And what is the acceptance rate of Tinubu or whatever his perception rate was? 83% of persons across all demographics are saying the man is not doing well. So what is democracy? Democracy is your people giving you a feedback on your performance. And APC has failed. Even Buhari, I was waiting for the Buhari to round up. I was waiting. When you ran, I say, thank God this man is gone. But I never saw that Tinubu would be worse than Buhari. So in the game tonight, PSG, Chelsea, I don't know you, I don't care about you, but we may support the same team, right? I just want my team to win. We want Tinubu out of Aso Rock. I yield. Thank you.
Francis, go on. Francis, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Good morning, everybody. Deji, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. So, what I wanted to say is this: Tinubu has to go, irrespective of the people in the coalition. Tinubu has to go. I am sure that I am for sure that if Tinubu goes, the next 8 years, at least, I am sure that we'll move on the right path to a certain level. Reason being that I trust Peter Obi, I trust his judgment, I trust that Even though he's in the midst of these lions, he went there for a reason, and is not just for his own personal interest, because his message, even after being in this coalition, has not changed. His message is still the same. So I think that if he is coming out as the if he's coming out, hello, hello,
We can hear
hello,
you. We can hear you. Go on.
okay.
Continue.
If
I
he's
can hear
coming out,
you.
yeah, if he's coming out as the president or as the vice president, I am very, very sure he's going to negotiate the interest of the people. There is somehow, somewhere, where he's going to negotiate what can be done for the people. If he is to be the vice president, because nobody knows whatever the outcome of the primaries will be. But Atiku, if he wins, will definitely take him as the vice. I'm very sure that he's going to negotiate the interest of the people somehow, somewhere. Then, if after the 4 years of Atiku, he's going next, at least that is 8 years of of government working in the interest of the people. Even if Atiku does not work in the interest of the people, we have somebody there as the vice president who is going to, at least, if something happens and there's an attack in a state, if the president is too big, the vice president can take permission from the president and visit the site and make promises which will take effect immediately. So these are the things we want to see. We want to see, okay, if you notice, since that issue in Benue State and Tinubu went there, we've seen that, yes, events are still happening, but it has reduced drastically because of that singular move. If the presidents, or at least the vice president, can be making this kind of move in various states and making orders, issuing orders of things to be done and the security personnel, because I think since Tinubu resumed office, the the only time I've seen security personnel move in mass was the time he declared state of emergency in Rivers State. All the states where there is insurgency, I have not seen security move with the kind of weapon I saw the soldiers trooping into Rivers State with that day. So for those of you saying, instead of let this coalition win, let Tinubu continue, I still do not understand the ideology, because in Tinubu's first 1 year, 600 and I'm not talking about 60,000. According to Nigeria Bureau of Statistics (NBS), 614,900 people died from kidnapping and insurgency across the country. Now, what does this show you? The media has been suppressed to not let us know some of these things, but the Nigeria Bureau of Statistics will continue to gather statistics. They are an independent company of their own, unless they are bought out. If they are not bought out yet, at least that first year, probably the the president has felt like, okay, he has bought in all the social outlets, the TV outlet and the social media outlets. So therefore, nobody is going to pay attention. So he didn't bother to buy out that one too. So they were busy gathering the stats. If you go and make your research from around May of 2023 to May of 2024, 600 and something. Nigeria is not, even Southern Sudan have not recorded that, even they are at war. Even this recent, even this recent war between Iran and Iraq, I am not sure that amount of death has been recorded in that event. 600 and something thousand people. And somebody is still saying the government should continue. You are taxing life out of the people. You are killing the people. You are
Can anybody hear
killing them.
Francis?
Hello, can anybody hear me?
I even thought I was the only one.
Hello, can you hear
Okay.
Fake network don't
Yeah,
kick me
yeah,
out.
we can hear Francis. We can hear Francis.
We can hear you now. We can hear you.
For I
me?
think
Okay.
vehement. Sorry, Francis. So vehement and Matt could not hear you. So I've dropped you guys. You can request again, please. Sorry, Francis, go on.
So now, 600 and something thousand people died in just 1 year. NBS have not released this year's data. That's from 2024 to 2025. We are still waiting for that. But this is a government that is taxing life out of the people. Now, I want to tell you, all of us here, that there's no person that is more Nigerian than another. That's one. Two is that the moment all of us are lifted from this soil and we are taken to another place, we can decide to name that place another name, and the place will begin to be that name. This place will cease to be Nigeria. What is church? What is mosque without the people there? What is Nigeria without us? So any government that is making policies that does not affect the life of the people positively is not good governance. No matter how much you want to interpret those policies, it's not good governance. Someone is saying that Tinubu should continue. I don't know if somebody can understand what is $18 billion. I don't think Dangote's net worth is up to $18 billion. $18 billion was used to fix just 3 refineries that, as of today, has been reported not to be working. So everybody that taunted Buhari for Nigerian air is now, all of them are quiet. Even some of our professors and Nobel laureates, or whatever they are called, is quiet over this refinery matter. $18 billion sank and disappeared. Refineries are not working. Now they are trying to adopt the Mr. Sell It All they called Atiku for saying that he will sell those refineries. They tagged him Mr. Sell It All. So these are not. I don't understand why somebody in his right senses will say let Tinubu continue instead of let this coalition work because you are standing with Showore. I still don't understand the ideology at all. I will bottle into Showole a little, then fall out to the topic. Let me just say a little thing. Now, let me assume that we are 20 people in a room. All of us are in a meeting and we are demanding that Nigeria should give us 24 hours electricity. Now, I'm giving an instance here. So now there are 2 people. One is demanding for 20 hours electricity. Another person is demanding for 16 hours electricity. So I want to use Showore is demanding for 20 hours. Another person is demanding for 16 hours electricity, which is Peter Obi. Now, the others are demanding for 3 hours electricity. You can see the discrepancies between the 2 of them and the rest. Now, the person demanding for 16 hours have not one day attacked you for any reason, have not one day said anything about you. But since 2022 to 2023, he has been campaigning and running for office. You have been on your page, attack even before you post about those people talking about 3 hours electricity. Before you talk about this government that is draining the people, you've posted P2B 5 times or 10 times before you post Tinubu government once. It was until P2B had to respond by calling him big. That was when he now kind of mashed his pedal a lot and then withdraw. He's no longer this P2B every day. There was a time every day P2B. He's not in office. He's not holding any political office now. But you are always on your page. He barely talks about Atiku. He barely talks about Tinubu. Before he posts Tinubu, yes, he criticizes Tinubu's governance. So, but before he posts twice, he has posted P2B 8 times. Before he posts Atiku, he has posted P2B almost 6 times. So it's not making sense why somebody is attacking the closest person that is saying the same message he's saying and leaving the rest who are killing Nigerians. So please, I want to solicit with everybody. Let's not begin to say because P2B have joined those cartels, so therefore his message has not seen. He said that he wants to go there and change things from there. They are the only people that have the structure to bring him into governance to be able to change things. And he will learn from those that failed amongst them and learn from those who did well amongst them and know what to do. Thank you very much. I'll use the mic.
All right, thank you. I'm going to let Vehement go next because it seems his network is just messing up. Vehement, go on.
Yeah, thank you, DG. It's really unfortunate that in 2025, Lagos, someone can still get a broadband, internet in some parts of Lagos. in 2025. So it's still part of what we are talking about so far. Um, no, but I think I came up here majorly
So
because of
Benjamin,
those.
somebody was speaking. I was asking somebody on the space earlier that are Nigerians living better since Tinubu came? He said yes. Are Nigerians
Yeah, I was
getting
there.
more better power supply? He said yes. Mr. Said too feels that Nigerians have it better. Oh, what do you think?
You know, I can speak to that in so many areas, either be it from my personal life or from my work life. I'll start with my personal life. Between 2020 and between 2020 and now, at least some many people come and say, "Oh, Nigerians are lazy, Nigerians are this, Nigerians." But between 2020 and now, I've changed job like twice here in Lagos, and why I'm changing jobs is so that I can be able to beat inflation, and earn better. So between 2020 and now, I've changed jobs twice, and currently, it's as if I was even better off in that around that 2020, because now that what you even budget, and now I'm even working hybrid. I don't even go to the office all the time. I work hybrid and sometimes I work from home. But at the same time, you can't even tell a difference. Like, okay, you're earning more, but then you can't really see the evidence or the impact of what you are earning. You know, transportation increased like 200% from where I am. Where I am to where I work, it's not even that far. But when you are spending almost 2,000 naira on transport every day, what are we saying? So transportation has increased. In my place of work, the service we offer in my place of work is, I will call it, is it like a luxury? It's not really like a luxury service, but I just want to put it down for lack of better word, because we offer services to other companies, right? So between 2023 and now, we've lost like 3 4 clients, and all of them, their reasons were cost of doing business has increased, and therefore they can't really afford our services anymore. And we, my company has to increase salaries, right? They have to increase salaries because they also want to retain their staff and all that. So of course they have to increase their services, their cost of their services. But these other companies pulled out that, because of doing business now. My place of work now, we prior to now we are paying around 33,000 naira, 30,000 naira. That's around 2022, 2023 for lights. Between 15 and 30,000 naira, depending on how often it goes. Like now we are paying over 150k every month to recharge our electricity. 150k. If you do that in a year, if you do the amount in a year, you know what you're talking about. So from 15 to 30,000 naira to 150,000 naira every month for power. And I can go on and on, in different areas that affect the everyday person. So Tinubu must go at the end of the day. There's no gainsaying about it. Tinubu must go. Because if you even many people have come up here to say, oh, the people that we are aligning with, let's come together, let us have class consciousness. These are things that you can do in a democratic government, right? In a democratic government, you can come together, you can, educate the populace about governance, you can encourage people, you guys can form associations, and boldly talk about removing, you can do that in the, but this is, maybe, I think maybe we might need to hold a separate space on what this Tinubu government actually is. I saw my brother Gege try to compare, an Amechi with a Tinubu or L5 with a Tinubu. But I can boldly tell you that they are not the same thing. You might say, oh, in terms of corruption, maybe, they might have their hands in this. But then, the Tinubu government has a distinct difference from all these other people. And that is state capture, you know. There's at least even in Buhari's government, there was never a time, even though the nepotism was clear and all that, but there was never a time you accuse the Buhari's government that, oh, you are going closer to a one-party state. There was never that time, such a time such accusations came up. Even with the glaring nepotism that we saw, with glaring incompetence and corruption, but there was never a time it was alleged or Buhari's government was accused of becoming a one-party state. You still had the opposition that were speaking out and all that, But in Tinubu's government, the accusation has come up not once, not twice. That they are getting to a one-party state. So what are we saying? So I think we don't need to, we need to understand the importance of or the impact of this Tinubu government at this point in time in our democratic history. It is eroding everything, every institution that we want to form as a check and balance to the executive. Everything is being eroded, everything is being captured. Name, please, can anybody name just one governor, in the 36th state of the federation that since 1999, right, that were in that class of 1999, that still controls or have say in their states that they govern till today? So we need to understand the import of this particular person we are talking about. Fine, coming together as a people, knowledge, having the knowledge, revolution and pulling and changing government, all those things are good, all those things are fine. But then you are dealing with a much larger beast here. This thing swallows, it swallows. It's not even maybe chop I chop you chop, or yeah, you do them. That's not even it. It swallows. So before you can even go about your democratic activity or democratic movement, you have to remove this person first. You have to remove this person. There's a strong man there before you can take the spoils or do what. You have to remove the strong man away, because I can assure you that there is no other person in that coalition that has the appetite. That's how I'll put it. That has the appetite for power, for control, you know, for capture as this Tinubu administration. And Amici, there's no how an Amici can want to capture this. It's not possible. There's no how even an air file. They don't have it. They don't have that capacity. So it is better. This, I think, we kind of like are underestimating the point at where we are. Because if the Tinubu government goes for 2027 and continues, Tinubu will go for third term, except health issues. But Tinubu will go for third term, and there will be nothing nobody can do about it. The legislature, the House of the Senate or legislature will sign it, and nothing anybody will do about it.
Okay,
People will
so
come out and
so
protest.
very minute. I want to
So
I want to do say think about it this way. Say 2031 comes, and obviously we don't know if it's ever going to do that, but let's just assume that Tinubu decides that he wants to amend the constitution to allow him to do third term. And somebody like El Rufai and Amici, they are the ones saying, no, it's not possible. Are we going to say, oh, these people are the same, right?
at
Because
the same
this voice they
time,
are adding to it, we should not listen to them. Let Tinubu continue do his thing.
I'm telling you, will anybody shut them up and say they should not speak at that particular point in time? But I guess maybe when it comes to that, when it comes to that point whereby is you versus death, maybe that's when everybody's eyes will open. But we don't need to wait until it gets to that part. I will even go further to say that even maybe, for example, or a show, for example, show is calling, oh, let people come together, let us, chase away this government. The people that are going to follow you, but many of them also have their different reasons why. There are some people that were enjoying under Buhari, as normal workers and people, and then Tinubu came in, and then they are no longer getting all those benefits. And then they now want to say, I want to vote Tinubu out. Will you tell them, no, I don't want your vote, because under Buhari you were enjoying. So now you want to vote Tinubu out. I don't want your vote. Don't vote. Don't take vote for me. The vote I want is the vote of the Nigerians that are good. You're not going to say that. You're not going to say that. You're going to accept everybody. You're even going to use those that even have those voters that even have an agenda against. I even have a personal grudge against Tinubu because maybe they were Buharists in the past. You're going to use them for your this thing. You're going to accept all their votes. They're going to be counted. So at the same time, that is also, as I said, and this is why conversations like this are always good to have them continuously, because people's minds will begin to open and understand the situation we are actually in. I also in the past was very skeptical about this whole coalition issue, but I've said it that if even the Nigeria that I want to see, right, it will be more achievable that is not under this administration. Because administration will not going to allow it. Even if you come together and say you want to form, even the coalition that they are forming is already facing serious backlash. If you as an ordinary Nigerian now wants to come together and say let's form an association that will chase away what is happening to PDP or LP is going to be a small matter, So I think the understanding should be that Tinubu must go. If you look at every other person now, I can bet it that there's no other person that has this appetite for state capture as he does, and that is what we should be looking at, at this point in time. So I'll stop for now. Yes.
Okay, let me ask question. Deji, can I ask question? Can I ask vehement question? What is Obi coming to do different apart from removing subsidy and floating naira? What is he coming to do different? Hello, are you hearing me? Is anybody hearing me?
I'm an coalition we just dey discuss among Nigeria youth dem how to take defeat this evil wey dey rule us. I
Sorry,
say you
your
say you go
background
follow.
is noisy, please. Your background is very noisy. Whoever is
Why am I
speaking,
go
sorry,
talk?
please.
Huh? Cops? No, long time mortuary. Yes.
Please, am I audible? Am I audible, please? Vehime, please, can you hear me?
Yes, I can
Okay,
hear you.
beautiful. I think Deji has gone into probably a very tight corner. I can't speak right now. So it seems as if there's no moderation on the space right now. So we'll just kind of keep the space alive before he comes back. I strongly believe he went in somewhere he didn't expect to, right now he can't speak. So please, I don't know who haven't spoken before. Please, if you know you haven't spoken before, please just raise
Yes, you are
Deji,
Yeah,
go
correct.
ahead.
yeah, yeah.
Thank you very
Who
much.
is next to speak? Yeah.
All of them, gone just quiet. Anyway, sorry about that, guys. I had to. I stepped exactly what attitude said, but I was still like dropping that guy that was making noise. Anyway, thank you very much, Vehement. I think Mr. Said tried to ask you a question that what was PO coming to come and do? I'm not here to convince him.
I don't have time for
I'm
this
not
kind of
here.
questions.
I'm not here to be debating what somebody want. Like the one way they there now. What the hell is he doing? So please, I'm not here to be debating all of that. Okay? If you think, if you think your guy is so good, right? If you believe this man that is so terrible is the best Nigeria deserves, why should I be convincing you that PO is the better this thing? You will definitely not believe it because your standards are low already. Your standards are low. So please, it's not even, don't worry. When Obi becomes the candidate, we will now start talking. Obi is not even the candidate yet. So why are we talking about what is Obi? Why is it Obi is talking about? What about Atiku? What about the other guys? Anyway, anyway, what Vehement said earlier is so important because think about it. I know again the skepticism, the reluctance to you know align with this coalition completely. Like Gege said, he would rather just abstain. Which again, you can't. I mean, what
Wait
best
for
can you?
Deji. Thank you.
Yeah, you guys can hear me, right?
Mr. Damola, are you there?
Oh, I
Mr.
think
Damola, are you
attitude can
there?
hear me.
Okay,
Yes, I'm here. I'm
Thierry,
here.
are
Deji
you ready?
speaking now. I'm here. Damola
Looks
is
like
here. I'm here.
attitude can hear me.
I don't think Attitude can hear you. Deji is speaking. Attitude, you can hear him. He's speaking. Deji, go on.
Yeah, let me drop him so that you can come back. All right, attitude. If you can hear me, I think you were not hearing me earlier. Please come back up. Thank you. So I was saying that what more can I do? Yeah, someone who feels abandoned, who feels Nigeria is so unfair to me that I'm again once again presented with these two evil. Why must I always, as a Nigerian, have to choose between the devil and the deep blue sea? Why? Every time. I promise you, I was in this sort of mindset even in 2019 when it was Atiku and Buhari. I was like, what's the point? I'm not going to participate. There's no point. But Buhari then finished that his second term, destroyed me even further. When it comes to, as my own financial state, my own economic state, my own social life, I became poorer. And I wasn't earning small, guys. I wasn't actually earning small by all standards. But I had to cut down on a lot of things. But my greatest mistake was allowing that failure to continue by abstaining. Because my abstinence from that particular election led to Buhari winning a second term, even though some might argue that he rigged as well. Well, maybe if I had joined in the votes against him, even if it's merely just a protest vote, maybe he wouldn't have had that leverage or that, leeway to be able to do what he did, right? But he did it nonetheless. And what then happened? There followed 4 more years of continuous hardship. Guess what he then did? He brought a more terrible person than him. Another disaster. That's what he did. That is what my abstinence from that 2019 election brought on me. The fact that I abstained because I saw these two guys that I thought were birds of the same feather, and I chose through my abstinence to add votes because it is adding votes. If it is not adding votes to the opposition, the incumbent is definitely getting votes for me because you will not be counted against him. His followers will continue to be his followers. Nothing is going to convince them to support the other person. So the vote I'm supposed to add to the opposition, I have allowed it die. And there came my life. My life became even worse. But when Tinubu then came, the first day, Dabola, the first day I sort of, understood that this Tinubu government was heading to disaster was after he had declared these subsidies gone. Guy, I went to buy fuel. You know that, Damola, you know all those filling stations where we say they are not NNPC, they are not, they are all those independent marketers, right? Just the
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
regular filling station, right? Not the big guys. I went to buy fuel there. The fuel had just turned to 500 naira, right? And they still sold it short for me. I wanted to cry. God, I was so pained. Like me, we be say, I dey always buy 11K, 11K, 11.5. We full my tank, right? I bought because I didn't know if it was going to be stable or not. I bought 500 naira per liter and filled my tank on this particular day. I almost shed tears. Now hair, this guy said, give me that hair. Hair. You know, they sold nothing. Full tank, under 2 days, had gotten to half. Half. Ah, that thing pay me. That was the day I decided that this Tinubu, not the way he go do for his life, why I go like. I mean, I didn't support him in the first place, but you know, that policy really hit me hard. I swear, I'm not gonna lie. I know some people said it was what was needed, but that was my questions to Mr. Said. Did he do anything? Did he really, really, that all Nigerians can vouch for him to say that Tinubu actually, at least, even though he didn't go round, he tried his best to solve or give some sort of palliative to Nigerians when it comes to transportation? He did not. Rather, he sponsored propaganda, he sponsored people to push CNG down our throat. As if to say CNG, everybody will just at the same time buy into that CNG nonsense. You know, I was really pained. And you could see, and this was me, that it's not as if I couldn't buy it, but after that day, my lifestyle changed, guys. My lifestyle changed. I was living on the mainland. I was working on the island. I I stopped buying fuel from independent marketers. I was only buying fuel for NNPC, and the only NNPC I could buy fuel from was the one in Awolowo Way. For those who know Lagos, in Ikoyi, I would queue. It does not matter how long I get to the front queue. I would queue, so waste productive hours queuing so that I can buy a 500 naira fuel that would at least be a 500 naira fuel, right? And this was what I did for the next few months whilst I was in that country. Because I also don't want to waste money, I would have to leave my house 5 a.m., sometimes even earlier, to go to the office and go and be sleeping in the office before resumption. When do I resume? I resume 9, guys. I'm not doing 8 or 7. I was resuming 9 a.m. But so that I don't get stuck in traffic that will then evaporate all my 500 naira per liter fuel, I make sure I get to the office very early. Do you know what? I also was leaving the office last. Why? Because I don't want to spend hours on Third Milan Bridge evaporating my 500 naira per liter fuel. This is the reality of a lot of people, guys. You know, people's lifestyle changed. People's lifestyle was altered simply because this guy failed at his job. You know, so I get the reluctance, honestly. But whilst you don't trust them, the truth is that we already know what is there now. We already know how terrible he is. And we can safely project how terrible he will become. But however you want to spin it, the truth of the matter is these other guys have not been president. So therefore, there may be a very slim chance, a slim chance. I don't want to take anything away from those who feel so terrible, so bad about these actors, right? I just think, if there's a slim chance that these guys may be better, right? I am ready to accept that. Now, in the likelihood that they become bad, I am going to be more energized. Why? Because with my energy right now, I was able to remove Tinubu. Who else in this Nigerian political landscape will not be removed with the people against him? I don't see that person. But Gege has his hands raised. I'm sure he probably has a counterpoint. Please go on, Gege.
Thank you, Deji. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, the truth of the matter is that we're not young anymore. So we can't be playing these games of taking chances. So if they don't perform, we'll vote them out. We saw what happened with Buhari. We warned them that, look, these people are not Democrats. You cannot vote them out. They said it's a lie. We had to endure over 8 years of Buhari, now 2 years of Tinubu. So this is not about hoping or taking character. Rotimi Amechi was literally on TV 2 weeks ago, had zero apologies for anything he did under Buhari, was still defending the Buhari government. So this idea that these people are coming into power to do something new is totally wishful thinking, which in my view is naivete. The only person, as I said, who I think will be different is Peter Obi. There's no way anybody's going to convince me to vote for a Rotimi characters. If they are the candidate, I'll sit in my house. I mean, I was watching a video. I haven't forgotten. There was a video of Raul Faregbeshola in America when somebody was trying to video him and the way he was behaving, very arrogant. That person is now the secretary of this party. Rauf was Internal Affairs Minister under Buhari when we had record insecurity. So we know these people. These are not unknowns. We know their characters. They can never change. I mean, you saw what El Rufai did. El Rufai cannot change. These are all demons. The only shining light there is if Peter Obi gets their ticket, they're not going to give him for free. He's going to have to pay a price. And the question is, what is the price Peter Obi is going to pay to get their support? And that's what we need to know the answer to. But anybody who thinks a Rotimi Amechi or a Rufai is a better option than Tinubu, then the person is clearly not studying history. These people are equally demonic and devious. Peter Obi is the only shining light. But what I want to know is, what has he given in exchange for their support?
Interesting. Interesting. I mean, at the end of the day, we'll never know. It's not a question that would get an answer until he becomes president, right? Um, but yeah, I totally agree with you. I am naive. In my naivety, I am choosing to stay on the side of Nigeria, to stay on the side that will not let affliction rise again. That is how naive I want to be with this particular matter, on this particular mandate. You know,
Very much, Deji.
hold on, please. Sorry, I'm sorry. So, I want. Okay, hold on. Let's Mamito go on. Mamito go on.
No, I'm so in support of all you're saying, but my worry is this: the division amongst the youth. That's just my worry. Like you always said, you're so right in everything you've said so far. Concerning the voting out, the strengths, and you. I see a visionary there. But the problem is, I feel like everyone out there has the same strength in them, but the division is massive. The division amongst the youth is worrisome at this point. I don't know. Are they ignorant or I'm just so confused. We have never been so divided like this. My God. That's all I have to say.
So
If you
Mamito,
yeah.
go ahead. If
Hmm.
Deji is not there, I will just respond to you. I hear your concerns. Like I hear it deep from your heart, right? And I think that's why we have these spaces, right? So 2027 is still like some time away. We'll continue this conversation, continue to present strong opinions and convincing opinions why the division should go down, why we should now start seeing a common goal that we should pursue, you know.
Okay.
So don't be perturbed, don't be disturbed, don't be downcast. We'll be here on this street. We'll make sure we galvanize Nigerians to see that here there's what they call the most important scale of preference. And when we
Okay.
can
How do we
pick it,
take?
go ahead.
Sorry. Okay. And now we are always having this space. Is there a way we can take out this apply this internet, or sorry to use the word, this space or internet life to reality? Is there something we can do at the grassroots? Because it's not just online. When I say the division, there's massive division out there. It's reflecting on everyday life. Like you're faced with it. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Like day to day life, the division out there is massive. It's
I mean,
worrisome.
Nigerians have faced a lot of
We have never been divided like
you
this.
understand? So the PTSD right now, Nigerians, I think Nigerians should be one of the most traumatized citizens or
Okay.
inhabitants in any. I think we have
Okay.
indexes,
Okay.
right?
Okay. You're
We
so
are
right.
the poverty
Presently.
capital. Poverty capital. I think we are our poverty rating right now is so high. Our what's it? What the people living under poverty? There's an index they use, right? Nigerians right now are where they are because of the statistics. Now, statistics will chop. Yes. Like you said, it's reflecting on our everyday life. It is the if it is the out of school children, we are there. If it's the maternal mortality, we are there. If it is poor infrastructure, we are there. If it's people living under I don't know. There's a word they use. People living under poverty, like people the most impoverished nation. We have a higher population of our citizens living under poverty, like under the poverty beds, right? The middle class has
Mm.
been eroded, infrastructure's down, education down. So you will not expect a people that are not getting, the basic necessities to even make informed
To think
decisions.
properly.
You
Okay.
understand? And this is why they sell their votes, like it happened in my state in Edo State. I was shocked, you know. So this is why you see people behaving the way they behave. That's why you see they talk the way they talk because they are so battered. And these people can't do a revolution, no. They cannot, oh. They can't do a revolution. Make I bet chop first. That's just the slogan now. They just want to
Mm.
feed. They
Yeah,
just want
you're
to
right.
feed. So this is where we are. This is where we've got it to. That we must make a very, very difficult and inconvenient decision. And for people still petting a Dorado, I think you are in other climes where things work. There's a bit of sanity and sanctity in your environment, and you can probably see some things clearly. When I came back into the country in 2017, I saw depression. I'm speaking for myself. I saw depression on the faces of almost every Nigerian I saw interacted with. Uh, I saw this repulsive forces. I was like, these people are depressed. You see the way they behave, the way they talk, the way they
Exactly.
relate, if it's the average bus driver, the conductor, if it's the road rage, if it's when you go to institutions or parastatals, you want to process your file, the unprofessionalism, the feedback from the country, the outlook of the country right now is depressing. So the citizens undergoing that kind of environment, you don't expect them to think straight. So our job is to make sure, like they say, the family is the basic unit of the society, right? Our job, you and I, Mamito, is to go back to our classmates, go back to our siblings, our friends, our workmates, and try to influence their decision. Yes, we are saying this on the internet. I know before 2027, it's not only gonna be on X. We're gonna have other social media
Exactly.
platforms
That's
coming
what I
up.
want.
TikTok,
Because
Facebook, Instagram. We're gonna push, like we did in 2023.
yes,
We're
yes.
gonna
Because
push
we
and
just
make sure.
assume like is the
So
president of
Mamito,
social
can you hear me?
media. Yeah, I can hear you.
I was going to ask you a question. So earlier, I'm not sure when you joined this space. Earlier, we were speaking to one of our friends, and I asked him some questions, and he said some things, and I'm just trying to confirm with you. So I asked him, if since the start of this administration, Nigerians' cost of living has improved. Nigerians can now, live well, live better. And he said, by and large, majority of Nigerians are living better under this administration. What
Hmm.
do you think? Do you agree with that?
No, I don't. I don't. This one is a, how did they say it? Suffering and smiling.
Guess what, Mamito? I also asked him that under this administration, are Nigerians enjoying more electricity, than they did in the last, 10, 15 years since before Tinubu came. And he said again, yes, Nigerians are enjoying more electricity than they ever had the opportunity to in their entire existence. Do you agree with this stand? Is Mamito speaking? I can't hear her. Attitude.
No, she's not. She's not, Deji. She's not.
Okay, I
She's
thought
not
it was my
speaking.
network.
Deji, just 30
Anyways,
seconds, please. In
yeah.
as much as the government we want to tag us, oh, they want to tag us now. Okay, willing whalers. Let's go back to Buhari's regime. They called us willing whalers, right? In as much as they tell us, oh, we are not giving credit to this government for some of the things they've done. But I'm saying you guys are not at the pass mark right now. It's abysmally low. Whatever reforms and policies you think you've done, oh yes, the Nigeria NIS immigration service, you can get your passport done in 2 weeks. Oh, there's some low-hanging fruit. You can say, okay, maybe the aviation minister, Festus Keyamo, is doing a beautiful job there to some extent, but the approval rating overall is abysmally low compared to the resources, the loans, the inflows. It's low, and that's a failure on this government. I yield.
Absolutely. Nigerians are crying. But let C. Henry speak. C. Henry, please go on. Is C. Henry speaking? I don't know what's going on. C. Henry, are you there? No. Okay. So I'm going to say this, right? I feel like, you know, it is very, very, it's a difficult terrain, it's a difficult thing to admit, or it's a difficult thing to accept, that this once again is what we are faced with. You know, I understand, and I really feel for Nigerians that we couldn't manage to stand by our, like, with our convictions to be able to get this guy out. It's really sad. But as far as we are concerned, we are not going to, you know, just let rather than do something to now reward this failure of a president. A president that will go, he will say he's going to an obscure country somewhere in South America or wherever in the Caribbeans, right? To have talks, right? He did not just do that. He went there for trade talks. He said he was going to do, guys, I promise you, as I'm walking like this, one cat they follow me. I think Tinubu has sent his village people to come and meet me. I don't know why these cats they follow me. Attitude, please take over. Let me chase this cat away.
Please let me say something. Oh, let me talk. I don't know if anybody can hear me.
Shebi, I was calling you, answer me.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. I was in a discussion with other person. Because myself now, what I keep on saying is to advise my brothers and sisters in different movement. The reason why we should support this ADC as a party, because the reason is that if you are not supporting Tinubu, I mean, you are not happy with the way the guy is running the economy and the security and the other aspect of the economy and everything, you have no choice than to support this party. Then, then aspect of my people that has like the movement. Let me say, for instance, I'm giving an instance like obedient movement. Do you also occur to you that Tinubu If, for instance, like if you look at Obi, see, Obi is my candidate, though, let me start with that. But if you look at it now, Obi Atiku, like we were using 2023 presidential candidate as an instance, right? Do you know that Tinubu is now completely taking over obedience stronghold in 2023, like South and North Central? Did it occur to you that the guy is penetrating like South, like for instance, like if you talk of South, talk of, for instance, my own state, Delta State. Tell me any top politician that is not working with Tinubu as they stand today. All those guys are going to have a great influence. Talk about Edo State, talk about Rivers State, talk about Akwa Ibom State. All these states are opposition to him in 2023. And this guy is taking over this guy's stronghold. They come back to North Central. This guy is taking over this guy's stronghold. But yet you are still saying this or nothing, my brother. Please, let's use our senses. But you now come back to North. You see the core North. You see what is happening in KB, in Sokoto. They destroying Tinubu's stronghold. Then you now still come back and be telling me this person or nothing. Instead of to get time and build up this party. Let me tell us my plan. Even my plan is to even look for get money, get a party ticket, and contest for any position under this ADC. You people are not talking about that. You are 25 and above. You are saying Obi or nothing, Atiku or nothing. Instead, you to look at how how you can take this advantage and even contest for an election, any elective position, be in chairman, be in local House of Assembly, be in House of Rep, or any position at all. Right? That is what you will be thinking of, not just one particular person, this person or nothing. Please, I keep on pleading any opportunity I have to for us that let us drop that idea of this person or nothing first. This party now is just 2 weeks old, less than two weeks old party. Let's just drop this person or nothing. Please put it in your mind that Tinubu is destroying Obi's stronghold. That is even my greatest pain. He's destroying Obi stronghold. He's taking over. He's taking over Obi's stronghold. You guys don't know. But whereas, because you know that in the core north, like north east and north central and north west, those guys is totally against him. And you are here coming here and telling me this person or nothing. Let me end by saying that the only thing that is giving me hope and giving me hope as far as this ADC's party is concerned is because of the kind of news and what is I'm seeing that is happening in the northern part of the country. Not even what is happening in the south. Nothing is happening in our own southern Nigeria, except what you are doing, what you are discussing on the different airspace. Nothing is happening as far as physical is concerned, except in the northern part of this country. That is the only thing that is giving me hope that, oh, maybe we can even challenge this guy, maybe we can even try. At least as it stands, I'm giving it 50-50. That there is hope. Unlike before, you are saying this person or nothing. When PDP is dead, Labour Party is dead, where is the person is going back to contest? Please, let's be reasonable and help this party grow. Thank you. I'm going back to my meeting.
So guys, I just saw a post now from Rauf Aregbesola, right? And Rauf Aregbesola just posted about an alumni and alma mater reunion, you know, of acograms in Arigidi, Akoko Grammar School, you know, alumni set of 1975. You know, this is an interesting update. Why? Because this man is pointing something subtle, something to tell you guys that this our oga wey dey here. If he sure for him, let him do a meeting with his alma mater, his secondary school mates. They know they, like Festo Keyamo said, he did homeschooling. Homeschooling. Anyway, Mr. Kolade is here. Mr. Kolade, please go on.
Uh, I greet you so very, very, very much. Good morning to you, and good morning to everyone. Mm. This morning, I've been listening for a while, and it's just funny because I think so many of us are the problem we have. Because at times it seems like we see, in quote, this coalition talk. We see it as a means of chasing clouds. We see it as a means of, generating unnecessary online talk. Because I've been listening to this space
people will come up, this coalition must work. This coalition will do them, must this, must that, and this talk of Obi or nothing. I see we are learning, some is losing whatever. Can we drop all this talk? Can we
Mr.
drop
Kolade, I think
what?
you should hold on because this conversation is not about Obi, unless you
I
want to
know it's
make
not
it
about
about
Obi,
him.
but you did not
And I
make
don't
the
think
last
it is
person that
fair to
spoke
use
just
the
now, and
last
have I mentioned
speakers.
Obi here now?
I'm
Have I
sorry.
mentioned Obi here?
I don't think it is fair to use the
Deji,
last speaker's conversation to brush all the other conversation we've been having since morning. What we've been talking about, in fact, there was a time we were speaking to Showore supporters
I heard you
that
loud
it
and
looks like
clear.
Showore
I heard all
supporters
that.
would not have anybody to remove Tinubu except Showore. So I again, I said it on that last space. I'm not convincing anybody to do Obi or nothing or not to do Obi or nothing. And I don't think it's fair to now paint it as though we are chasing clouds. Honestly. Thank you. Go on.
Okay, so my brother Deji, okay, I will say the truth and I will say things the way they are. I heard you loud and clear all your submission. And I came up here not even because of the last speaker. The last speaker only added petrol to the fire. If people come on your space and all they are talking about is Obi or nothing, why don't you just tell them you're not interested in that? If you truly want to put an end to all this, whatever. My point is this. If we want everybody, nobody have ever said, I don't think you see anybody that come up here to say that they want the coalition to fail or they don't want the coalition to work. If people are having issues about okay, how the coalition will work, is a different ballgame. I listen to Gege's submission. He's been making his points without dragging us into unnecessary whatever. I listened to your own submission too, Deji. You get it. So my own, I listened to the APC man, and in fact, it was the reason why I really came up like, okay, he's defending his party, talking about how rice is 20 and 60,000 now, how he went up, came down, and without telling us some basic things, without telling us that Tinubu paid subsidy in 14 months of his regime, without telling us that they've opened the border, the same border that they've closed them for, they've opened the floodgate of the border to import rice like crazy, which is also clearly killing the local production. Without telling us all that, all I'm saying is the way we talk, we are the problem of this coalition. The way we put some things, the way we say some things, we are the problem of this coalition. If you have a way you want the coalition to work, why don't you work on your way
What
and leave
exactly
others?
is it? What exactly is it people are saying that is the problem of this coalition?
What people are saying that is the problem is when people have sentiment about their candidate or about who they want, or saying that oh, whoever the candidate the coalition brings is that's their own talking points. Whoever coalition bring is who they will support. That's their own talking points. But if you are saying that, do not crucify others saying their own talking point. That's where I have issues. If you stand on whoever
So
coalition bring, let me tell you what you
what
don't know,
has
Deji.
anybody said
Let
to
me tell you what
crucify
now, Deji.
those
Your
who
own
are
stand
saying that?
is whatever coalition bring you. That's your own stand. If coalition brings Shetima tomorrow, you will support him. That's which is fine. You have your entitlement to that. If coalition brings tomorrow, as in the worst of the worst, Buhari back tomorrow, or who can I bring anybody back tomorrow that is worse. You don't care because you just want Tinubu out. It's all well and good, but nobody should come and say in his good sense that oh, anybody saying this or nothing. Why don't you leave them? Even if it's article or nothing, leave them. Let them say their own talk. Since you two have already said your own is clear. So you won't be saying your own and be talking down on others. That's what I don't want. You
Okay.
thank you.
All right. I'm glad that you have said that. And by the way, Mr. Kolade, I did not stop anybody from saying their own. Right? The same way you have the freedom to say, and you have said, is the same way I also have the freedom. Just like, we are doing the same thing, but
Which is
you
good. So we are all
count my
playing the
own.
game. So let
You
everybody
count my
begin to
own. Yes, that's the thing.
turn up the
You
heat. Let
count
us
you
eat up the
count
policy.
you count my own as speaking down on them. That's the difference. And do you know the interesting thing? I in fact I tried as much as possible to to avoid speaking, based on individual candidates. Yeah, in fact, I could care less those people who are currently saying Obi or nothing anymore. Like I said, I've moved on. My focus now is to Nigerians who would rather Tinubu continue than the coalition removing him. That is my focus. Let's not forget, even if Obi becomes the candidate of this particular coalition, there are some people that may not like him. There are some people that may not like the fact that he emerged. Because I don't think you understand that there are different tendencies in this coalition, right? Do you know the funniest thing? Even when Obi, this Obi that you keep saying is Obi or nothing, if he becomes president, guess what? There will still be some people that will still tell him the sort of vice president he must have. Say, for instance, it is Obi or nothing, they've satisfied you with Obi. They now want to give you somebody like an Rufai as vice president. Some of you will still say, no, we don't want that. Find another person. When exactly will with this your wants? When will it end? So it has nothing to do with those who are saying Obi or not. Like I said, that my last space was going to be the last time I speak against that argument. My focus is to every other Nigerian, because don't forget, there are some people that are saying Atiku or nothing. There are some people that are saying Erufai or nothing. There are also some people that are even saying it is Showore or nothing. If it is not Showore, then it is in Nigeria will not move forward. You understand? These are the people I'm talking to. These are the people I'm saying that why do we then want to reward this Tinubu, this failure, this obvious failure? Why? Mr. Kolade, I'm so sorry. I think you mischaracterized a lot of my submission and even some of the speakers that have spoken here, their submission. The focus is not on Obi supporters. I beg to differ. And Gege has been here. We've been having back and forth. He has not agreed with me. I haven't agreed with him. But he's not now then saying that we are blackmailing people, we are shutting people down. I'm trying to speak to reason, to try to get people to reason why it is best for us to send this man out now, sooner rather than later. Really, honestly. And that's why I didn't like the fact that you sort of try to paint me as though I'm shutting people down from speaking, which is not the case. Mr. Kolade, are you trying to set me up for drugs? Is that the case?
I can't set you.
Deji, can I just
I
get a
can't.
minute?
I can't set you up for drag. Like you are my brother, DG. I can never set you up for drag. God sees my heart, and I understand you perfectly well, DG. All you keep saying is you just want the coalition to work. You stand with Nigerians, but I'm only just pointing you. I'm just trying to point you to see what you are not saying. That even in doing that, you get it. We all have sides, so it's better we all keep quiet about our side and just promote in quotes whoever candidate wants to promote your candidate or criticize the government. Would have been the neutral ground we can all meet so that we all keep quiet about in quote our sides. You get it? If you say whoever coalition brings is where you stand, that's the side, and that side too is dangerous for some people. Who says that side can get Tinubu out of government? That's my own argument that if that is the side, if the coalition go and bring the worst of the worst who cannot defeat Tinubu, what do we want to do from there? That's where the angle I'm coming from, DG. I can never, and I will never set you up for drag.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying. I sincerely thought that was the pathway you were moving, but since you have clarified, I accept it. Thank you. But honestly speaking, I don't think Tinubu has a chance. You know, as long as, and I need to stress it, as long as the coalition leaders are united, because that is the first thing that will scatter this entire thing. you know. But as long as the coalition leaders are united, I don't think Tinubu has a chance. Not in the slightest bit. But anyway, hold on attitude. Gege wants to say something.
I was just going to quickly comment on your Aregbeshola post and just to highlight the fact that this is why I say these people are equally as devious as the APC. Aregbeshola was Bola Tinubu's right-hand man for decades. So all these stories about drugs, Tinubu not having primary school, Tinubu not going to secondary school, Aregbeshola knew them. It's not today he found out. The source of their disagreement is Tinubu wanted his cousin to take the position. That's why they're fighting. So that's my point. It's the real reason why I'm further annoyed about Obi doing this deal, because these are duplicitous characters. So you saw same thing Erufai has done. Erufai too is now talking about Tinubu's drug issues. When you were campaigning for him around the north, you didn't know that he had drug issues. But anyway, as I said, Obi is my only choice. If it's not Obi at the top, then to be honest, I'm not interested, because these are all duplicitous. Like,
Yeah, thank you, Gege. I mean, again, fair point. Fair point. I guess I'm just, looking beyond all of that. Honestly, I'm just looking beyond. I've chosen to sidestep it and focus on the mission ahead, which is getting Tinubu out. That is my mission. All right, attitude, go on.
Did
Thank you. Thank
sorry,
you,
attitude. Did you have you
DG.
seen the picture?
You're far too
Have you
kind.
seen the picture of attitude? Sorry, I beg no vex. Of Aburi and Wiki today. Have you
I
seen
saw
it?
your post. Very
Okay. So this is just for people that are always coming here to tell us, oh, you don't want coalition, so that you understand the danger of what we are facing. You can go ahead, attitude.
but Ima, it could just be a
Thank you.
friendly visit.
I agree. Don't worry. Attitude,
The
go
the
ahead.
DG, the thing here is I don't want to lose my, there's a topic here, why Tinubu must go, why the coalition is the best actually. I don't think this space is a seminar where we are making presentations. We are not making presentations, it's actually a conversation or a discussion. That means I would respond to whatever you say by pushing forward my own opinions, right? And I don't think that has been stopped from happening here, right? So we all have the liberty to own an opinion, and also to convince someone else or to reply or respond to someone else with our own opinion or own conviction. Why I think my points, it's like a conversation, a discussion, a round table. So it's not a 10 paper presentation where you will present and nobody will comment on you. Just say, oh, this is my position, and nobody will say anything about it. I don't think that will happen on the space. Probably that will be a seminar where a professor or a guest speaker is giving a lecture and reading. At the end of the day, he will finish and everybody will clap their hands and he will go and sit. I don't think that's what's happening here. Talking about personalities, I don't think Nigerians, especially Joe Biden, I don't think we know we are playing politics. Like, this is politics. We are just being academically correct. This is politics. Politics. It's not. I don't know. People are confusing politics with something else. In politics, there is no morality. Elon Musk supported Trump. But he came back a few weeks ago to tell us some things about Trump. He knew those things before he staked his neck for Trump. Why? Politics is a game of interest. Why are we confusing? Our opinion movement, are they politically I don't know what word to use. Like, a lot of Nigerians, are we not politically educated? But we don't have political consciousness. We don't have this political brain. I'm disgusted. What is this?
No,
Politics is
no,
not
no, no,
morality. What
no,
is
no.
this?
Attitude. You need
Damn.
to understand that we are all at different stages of evolution, right? We are all at different phases. Maybe you have evolved, you've transcended that threshold that you can now see everything, from the pragmatic point of view that, oh, okay, this is it, this is left, this is right. I'm going to go to left because it serves my purpose now. But there are also some people who believe so strongly in their principles, right? Who believe so strongly in their conviction. And that is why, rather than, shame people for still holding this view, that is why I'm try to speak to, I'll continue speak to how dangerous allowing Tinubu a second time could be. That is my focus, is to sort of prop up this evil leader that we currently have and bring it forward. Maybe we still don't understand how terrible he is, that allowing him a second go at it may be the maybe the most disastrous thing we would do in recent years, honestly. So that is where I want to look at it from. It is not to judge your political stance, to call you naive or ignorant. It is to sort of bring forward these arguments that A Tinubu second term would mean the end of political opposition in Nigeria. A Tinubu second term will mean people will come to spaces like this, tell you contrasting things that does not suit your realities, and tell you that is it. And you will not be able to take them out because they have already destroyed the only avenue for you to do that. You understand? If to allow Nigerians know, and try to see that this man is so calculative. Some people call him the master strategist. He's only good in politics, not in governance. This guy would play he will betray anybody to get what he wants. This is the sort of person who has no morals, who is not thinking logically the way you are thinking, who is not going to try to play the nice guy like the way you want to play it, who does not mind stepping on your faces or spitting on your faces to get what he wants. This is the guy we are trying to demystify so that Nigerians can understand that rewarding this guy a second term may be the end of what is left of our democracy. That is my mission. And hopefully, as the day goes by, as the months climb each other before the next election, Nigerians will come to accept that yes, even though we don't entirely agree with the characters in this coalition. In fact, funny enough, Mr. Kolade, some people are already questioning the sincerity in Obi's move, just simply by joining these people. You understand? So it is also very important to let that message go round, to let everybody know that this is what is expedient at this current time. Like something that will take even PO of all people to realize that, okay, I need to start having conversations with these guys. I need to work with these people that have obviously failed at some point, learn from their mistakes and do better. You need to understand. I think we need to really understand the expediency in getting this guy out of power. And like people have said, maybe I'm being naive. Maybe I'm being naive to even think that any of these guys, would come and do better. Maybe. But
No, Deji,
I
you are
am
not
also
naive.
going
You are not
I
naive.
am also going to be I'm also going to reassure myself in saying that at the very least, I'm able to remove this incompetent guy. I'm able to remove this guy who see himself as a god, who see himself as the only person that understands Nigerian politics. I am going to be satisfied in the knowledge that because of my protest, because of my agitation, because of my vote against him, he is now doing 6 months in St. Lucia, vacating his life away, which will not concern me. He can go to France for as long as he wants. As far as he's not the president, let him enjoy his life. All right, I'll stop there.
Deji, can I quickly say something,
Yeah.
please? You see, I saw your tweets this morning. I think you were the one that made that post. Reason why you want Tinubu out. I want to be sure you're the one that made that post where you enumerated certain reasons why some people want good. You see, one of the reasons, and I'm saying this thing honestly speaking, you're never going to see the entire good people they are looking for in this politics because it is Nigerians. It is who we are. We are the people. Except you join that space. You're not going to bring politicians from heaven. Except you join that space. Except you get involved. If you don't get involved and always come here and say, oh, this person I hate him, this person I don't want him, you are just you're just making yourself excited on the space. At the end of the day, it changes nothing. And I'm saying this because I've seen that most times, most people that have this, not everybody, because there are some from Nigeria too, that have this dogmatic belief about what they believe that no, you must be like this. Many of them, most times, don't even stay in Nigeria. Most times, they don't even understand what a lot of people are passing through. I've said this thing on different spaces, and I've said it on your space in DG. If for anything that we're able to remove Tinubu and bring in another government, I'll be happy. Why? So that we are passing a message to politicians that you must do the job. If not, the same way we came against Tinubu will come against you. It has nothing to do with anybody's favorite or anybody's about morality. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Nigeria is at the crossroad. And if for anything, the biggest fear for me in this our democratic dispensation is the fact that this government is focusing so much on politics, less on governance, and doing everything possible to destroy political parties. That is more or less the ideal thing that we see about democracy. So if we are here and we say we're a democratic nation, whereas you are destroying political parties, you are oppressing politicians using all sorts of powers that you have as a president to coerce people into your party. And we are seeing these things happen. And we are still here saying, oh, this person is a thief, this person is this. See, we are never going to look, you are never, even in the midst of priests, there's still people that are not sent. Even amongst priests, you will still see people that are not sent. Not to talk about politicians. So for me, it's instead of every time we stay here, we condemn, condemn, condemn. I've been saying this: get involved, get involved, get involved. If we have too many good people involved, it will be practically impossible for the few bad people to take up the whole system. But we're always in our comfort zone, always complaining. Get involved. It's not easy, but let's get involved. If we go in mass, it's not easy. That thing that you feel, that way you feel Nigeria is going to be good, it's not going to happen one day. It's not going to happen one day. If we fail, if we try and we fail, we'll keep trying. I'm not going to say because we failed, oh, everybody. No, I'm not going to say that. I like what Peter Obi said when they asked him the same question. He said, see, you want to take the experience of the ones that have even failed. And then you know the reasons why they failed so that you will not be able to fail when you get to that same line or get to that same path. So this whole conversation, we're at a crossroad here. I'm just saying this, if we want to continue to speak big English, that's fine. We're at a crossroad. Tinubu doesn't care. He doesn't care. I actually had to tell Deji today whether he has seen the picture of Abure meeting Wiki. He should tell you what it means. These guys are going after any. If they just see that, oh, this person they will go after, they just want to strangulate every opportunity that people would be able to vent, their anger or vent their frustration politically. And we are seeing all these things happen.
I feel like something huge is happening because it's very possible, and I may be wrong, that this is not the first time Abure will be meeting Wiki, but this is the first time they decided to publish that picture. That should say something.
Please can I speak? Wait,
Is Imadon? Is Imadon?
okay.
Okay, I think I'm sorry about that. Oh, I think I think me interrupting shifted Ima's network. Anyway, Adam gone. I'm coming back to you guys,
Okay,
Mr.
thank
Kolade
you very
and Deji.
much. Thank you very much. So me, I'm going to move ahead to discuss the developments in the coalition. Understand, Katsina State was unveiled today with a mammoth crowd. The coalition is forging ahead. That one is confirmed. One thing is sure: the coalition has given APC more headache than anything that some of you are coming to say here on Spaces. So I'm not going to take just people talking seriously. And we had local government elections in Lagos State yesterday. You understand? I didn't see any, whether it will be or nothing, Atiku or nothing, going to stop or people coming out in mass to vote for their favorite parties. You understand? In the Lagos State election, and I think APC has cleared everything. So why people come here on space and waste our time? You understand? Things are already happening. A local government, I don't know whether people think that local government elections are not important. That is the grassroots. That is where it's closer to the people. So you cannot even decide that, and then you are talking about presidency. I beg. So the coalition is moving ahead, right? The good thing is, so it's even only Sowore supporters that can talk about not voting a coalition, because their candidate has maintained his stance that he's not part of what he calls the old order. You understand? Even though he supported Buhari in 2015, you understand? So for him, you understand? I know that he's not going to be president in 2027 because you understand he has not been able to expand, his political reach. But any of their, as for the other candidates, they are all in the coalition. That one is sure. So one thing is for me to move ahead, because all the candidates that you are talking this or not are in the coalition already. You understand? And I even want them to do and wrap it up. Whatever the Anambra elections, let them do and wrap it up. I think by the time they finish this second phase of the coalition, which is the engagement, the grassroots and states, unveiling, I think I want to start seeing the campaigns. It's high time they start coming officially into the ADC. That is what is more important to me now. And we have seen what Arebe Sola has been doing in Southwest. You understand? It's very clear that APC is not is having issues in the north. Like even when they tried to do their meetings in the northeast, we saw the issue. It's very clear, like nobody needs to tell you. Yeah, I'm not even seeing this like so-called excitement and optimism from the northern governors, because it's very clear that their people do not want him. And I love to see more improvements from the south. You understand, in that aspect. So it's not even by coming here to tell me this person. I think what I was more interested in is the new development, the coalition. I heard that Omar Agege might be decamping to the ADC soon. I don't know how true it is. To me, that's a welcome development. Anybody that voted APC in the last election and the person is coming, he does not want to vote them again, whether it is Arebe Sola, whether it is Omar Agege, that minus vote that APC is getting, that -1 is a plus to me. That is what is more important to me. Every Nigerian has the right to change their stance. That somebody supported Tinubu in 2027, supported Buhari. So what should now happen? The person should not change his stance again. Is that not a fundamental human right of somebody to be able to freedom of association, that the person should be able to support a new movement and say, see, I don't want this thing again. This is what I'm going to do. You understand? So we're trying to expand more, getting more votes that will be able to be difficult for the person in power to read. So I don't even understand. So I should not collect Arebe Sola's 1 vote. If Arebe Sola supported a candidate before, this time around he wants to vote ADC candidate, I should minus his vote. Are you going to add another vote to that minus of Arebe Sola that you minus? I don't understand when people say all these things, because for me, I need everybody, including the devil and whatever you think they are. I need them on board to come to the coalition, because it's all about numbers. It's all about election. You understand? I need Omo Agege's votes and the votes of his household. I need it to be added to the coalition votes. You understand? If possible, if Shetima wants to resign and join the coalition, I need the votes of him and his household. I need the votes of, if Remi Tinubu wants to divorce Tinubu and join the coalition, I need the votes of her and her household to be added to the vote. INEC does not check the name of who and who is voting. They will only count the numbers. You understand? By the time you print, if people come and print APC, they will only count it and they'll give you an announced results. I need the numbers of people to be adding to the coalition. That's what I need. You understand? Because if any politician is decamping and he's bringing his family members to the coalition, you understand? For every governor that is moving the other way, we are getting a counter people, and people do not want to be happy. I'm sorry. If Akwa Ibom State Governor that has become to APC, and I'm very sure his sons and daughters might vote APC in the next election, and then another big politician from Akwa Ibom pack his own family and now add to my numbers, and you're telling me that I should not be happy or celebrate it. I don't even get it. In a game of numbers, you understand? Then it's very funny for me. So for me, I want to, all these Anambra election and whatever is stopping them from decamping, I want them to, I can't wait for it to be wrapped up. You understand? Let them wrap it up. And it's time to start officially decamping to this party. I think that I'm waiting for the next phase now to be able to challenge the APC.
Yeah.
You understand? That is what I'm waiting for. So as the development goes, yeah.
Thank you, Adamu, for the updates. Yeah, I saw some of the pictures, from was it Castina? You said, yeah, and it's very impressive. And again, I hope down south, we are doing our best to also mobilize into this party. I promise you, if you have any ambition to run for presidency, this particular period, 2027, did I say presidency? If you have ambition to run for any any elective seat, right? House of Reps, Senate, House of Assembly, governorship, just name it. 2027 is the best time you can try that, because the wave that is coming, it will be far, far bigger than the wave that brought an Okada man into the National Assembly. I promise you. And I need to also understand, like Ima was saying, the more the good people that are in this system, the more you can overwhelm the bad people. I strongly believe so. So please, whilst you are saying all these things and doing all these things, I really hope it doesn't end there. I hope that you are also trying your best to do the right thing and ensuring that you don't end up being the people like Falana, Shehu Sani, Gani Faremi that cried seriously, telling us that they regretted the fact that they allowed those terrible politicians to start 1999. They all fought for democracy, but they abandoned that. They abandoned it after democracy came. And when they now started retracing their steps in 2003, it was already too late. The bad guys had already taken over the system. There was no way they could find their footing. And just like that, a potential that could have changed this country never happened. I'm not ready to start gambling. I want results. And the best way to do it is, first of all, removing this demigod. Anyway. Okay,
That's the
Mamito is back.
yeah,
I'm
exactly.
just
That's the word for this man. Because I don't know how to classify him. Like, I don't understand. He just got into power. See all the mess that you've made. I can't even classify it. I feel like I was in a sober mode, and I came across the space. Why Tinubu must go reflected how I was feeling today. I decided to join. Anything to remove this man is so welcomed by me. I'm so fine with it. And please, I want to speak to Mr. Kola there. I felt initially I would have spoken to him, but there was no time for me to speak. Um, I I don't know if you actually know the space that you are in. The topic for this space is why Tinubu must go. And you were given an audience to speak. You came at DG and said, in the word you were using, we are trying to live past this division. You're using a word like my brother, and all that. We are all brothers and sisters here, Mr. Man. Please, please. Number two,
Mamito,
you
Mamito,
spoke
don't worry, don't worry.
sorry.
Mr. Kola, Mr.
You need to.
No,
I know
no,
he
no, 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 no.
ready.
Mr.
No,
Kolade is actually
but let me correct it.
Mamito,
You know,
Mamito,
if you are
Mamito,
a
wait,
busy
wait,
person
wait,
here to
wait
campaign for
now, wait, wait.
anybody, any
Mr.
political
Kolade,
party,
no, no, no,
but
no.
we
Mr.
just want to have
Mamito, wait,
one
hold on.
goal,
You see now,
and
Mr.
this is
Kolade,
why
people they para,
demigod
people,
must leave us
Nigerians,
alone.
Nigerians are angry, but I need to also tell
Ah,
you, Mamito.
it's the fact that he came.
Mr.
It
No,
was
no,
a greedy
Mr. No,
coalition.
no,
Why
no,
the
no,
coalition
no,
was this? She
Mamito,
shouldn't be
no,
that, and all
no,
that. You
no,
know,
no, don't
tangible
do that.
things.
Mr. Kolade is a friendly. Hmm?
Yeah, I know it's
Don't
a fact,
don't
but I
shoot
need to.
friendly fire.
No,
Mr. Kolade
you
is
need
a
to start by
friendly.
correcting these
So
things.
please,
No.
it's fine. Again,
There shouldn't be division. We should have one
we've
goal. I'm just so satisfied with the whole, the audience and how everyone has been speaking here in this space. I'm just so happy. I'm so glad. Thank God we have one common goal right now. You know, that's I'm not coming at him. I'm just like I feel like I should correct that particular thought he have in his heart because he'll be coming back soon. Maybe to come at you, Deji. You know, you're my brother, and this is why. No, there shouldn't be any manipulation game here, please. This man should leave us alone at this point. He brought Buhari for us. And see the disaster that came at.
I'm not sure if Mamito is speaking. Can you guys hear? Mr. Kolade, can
But
you
she
hear?
stopped speaking. She stopped
I
speaking.
can't hear her.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, let me allow Gege and Mr. Kolade speak. Let me start with Mr. Kolade since she sort of addressed you directly. So once you are done, Gege will come and then we'll take Suleiman. All right, Mr. Kolade, go on.
All right, thank you so much. I was just laughing. Well, I guess she doesn't know me, so she felt I was, I came after DG, the host who's trying to save Nigeria,
You sounded like
who
a
is no
corn
longer
eater.
my
Mr.
brother.
Kolade, you sounded like a corn eater.
It is well. All right, thank you so much. So, the my brother just dropped, what's it called? Adamu, brilliant submission, brilliant submission. mm, Gave us updates. And I am very sure that the South, you begin to see action movie from the South too. At least Oshun, I can speak for Oshun. I know about Oshun. I hold meeting about on Oshun. You get it? So that is where I can speak as long as our party is concerned, as long as this coalition is concerned. Everything, what I said earlier was just for us to focus on the real deal, which is about getting this man out of government. And in doing that, we should drop every other thing. There are ways we can make our submission that would not generate or trigger the next person. That is wisdom. That is wisdom. Again, I also support this thing that my other brothers who say politics is a game of numbers. Anybody bringing their votes, I would accept. I would have said, bring your vote. Fine, all well and good. One Nigeria. Since you can't restrict who will join a party and who would not join a party. You get it. If you've repented, bring your vote. Fine. I repented at the point. 2015, I I brought Buhari in. It was after I saw you messed up. Since then, I pulled out. And that is why you see me, everything within me. APC must go. They must go. Not just, APC must go. You get it? So that is me. So what I'm just trying to say and what I want everybody to understand is let us focus on the main deal. And the main deal is Tinubu must go. Tinubu must go. Let's forget about pathway or no pathway for now. Tinubu must go. Once we all have that, and I have not seen anybody who have said otherwise, though. I've not seen, to be honest, except the Badorians. I've not seen anybody who have said otherwise that Tinubu should not go. Everybody have said Tinubu must go. So we have that agreement. Everybody have said people should work together. So we have that agreement of coalition. And people getting involved. One thing we also need to understand, people are getting involved whether they are abroad or they are home. Me that I'm abroad currently, I don't think even some people that are at home, they are doing half of what I'm doing. I don't think so. Personally, that is what I think, and that's what I believe. I don't think they are doing half of what me I am doing because it takes your finance, it takes you talking to them, and once as in DG, you need to see things. As in, I will be at work, these people will be video call is what they do because your local your village people, they just want to see, the person you are sending want to say, oh, his uncle from the abroad is supporting them, they have to build this party, all of them. You get it. You talk to them where they are drinking beer, and you begin to like they talk, baba, am I worry, say, am I low, am I demo? You get it. So I don't know all this talk about people getting involved. People are getting involved. But one thing we need to understand, all Nigerians are not politicians. All Nigerians do not intend to be politicians. So we must also understand that so that we can balance that fact that you know what, not everybody will go and join the party. But whether they join the party or not, what is the end goal? If ADC wins today, won't social benefit? Won't Imam benefit? Adamu, my brother, won't he benefit? Won't he touch everybody? So for me, it's more about, you know what, maybe we should leave what is causing that division for now. We should not even talk about it. We should not even entertain it if that is what is causing this division about different narrative about that we all know where it is going. And let us just begin to pound this government. Let's begin to pound this government. It is the way you in quotes, if it's blackmail you want to use, it is the way you paint or you portray this government that the people who are said to they can don't let us ever make that mistake of seeing all this defection and think it is Ula Balu. Tinubu still have governors in the north that will do his bidding. If it's to rig, they are still there to rig. You get it? He still has, you get it, PDP still has structures in the north, whether we like it or not. So not all of them will collapse. So we cannot just say everything, oh, because of this defection and everything, that everything is no, 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 no. And not just the north, the south too, same thing. So what I am saying, and I will end by saying this, my call is for all of us to like pound this government that is frustrating and terrorizing everybody. Once we do that, and we'll be able to unite ourselves because at that point, everybody will be talking with one whatever we believe. Oh, Madam is my brother. Oh, socially, because we are having the same narrative, we are saying the same thing, we are fighting together. So when the time now comes for it will be easy. But right now, because we are all just coming together, social and me before, I will never be on social space before now. I will never talk to him before now because I know he's a PTP boy guy. I will never talk to a man. You get it? So because I know they are PDP and I'm not PDP and I will never be PDP. I've hated PDP for years. You get it? So that's what I'm saying. Now we now need to now consciously remove that in code PDP, LP, APC. This we need to remove that and then begin to see ourselves as okay. This is Kolade, this is social, this is Big Mac, this is this. So once I'm just telling you the way I feel things can be built if we are truly honest and sincere with ourselves, DG. So once we begin to do that,
Yeah.
and the way I think we can do that is by the talking point of hammering this government. Once we do that for a little while, we will get used to ourselves. It will be easy for me to say, social, why don't you support us on this now? Why don't you let us do it this way? Then that is internal rather than coming here now. With social, I will use one ear to listen to him. My second ear is still blocked. Because I don't have 100% this thing, but I still believe he's fighting for his own cause. You too believe I'm also fighting for my own cause. So I think that is the missing point, and that is what
Yeah.
is the truth. You're laughing. I just believe that's what we need to like find a
Yeah.
solution to.
So
Thank you.
so so I also don't want us to minimize this conversation to Twitter. Because guess what? I'm sure social on the last space you saw me play some videos about the street vox pop, people reacting to to those to the coalition more or less. And part of the videos I played were people encouraged, people happy, people to galvanize, because on that space we're mobilizing and driving mobilization. But guess what? And I have to be honest with you, social. There were some people. in those videos that were concerned. You understand? And part of their concern was, oh, this the same people, it's the same sort of people, there's no more, I will just sit at home, I will just do this. Some felt very, very angry that this is what they have to choose again. And this is part of some of Gege's submission, which is essentially saying, these are, more or less the same set of people. So why should we bother? And that is essentially why I decided to open this space. It is why we should bother. Why it is important for us to understand that whilst this is the cards we are being dealt with, allowing this man to continue spells more danger to our democracy than otherwise. That is just the message of this
Oh,
space.
absolutely. And you know what it is? It's a very simple argument, right? So, people are claiming, oh, but isn't it the same people? But many of these people that you're claiming have been there before. When they were there, people's reality in Nigeria was different. And the fact, what you call it, if I must add, it was better than this. That is why we can even compare it and say, oh my goodness, where are we going? Because we've got a reference point. So if we can go back to if we can go back there, then we can start recharting, the path towards the new course. But for now, the biggest danger is having somebody like Tinubu in there, because it's very clear the only person Tinubu cares about is Tinubu. As long as Tinubu's welfare is good, everybody else can go to hell. I mean, imagine one of the first projects he embarked on is a 15 trillion uh, white elephant project, the coastal road, right? And 2 years down the line, they went to commission 30 kilometers of unusable road, according to the official statement. You can't use that road, right? So if somebody like this is there, and we can clearly see the effects of what he is doing to Nigeria, I believe that, what you call it, it's imperative that you get him out. And with the coalition, it's a great opportunity to get a hybrid approach to leadership, because there's an opportunity here. And thankfully, thanks to Peter Obi, there's an opportunity here for young people to get involved, right? So he is changing the narrative, which is absolutely brilliant, right? He's encouraging young people. He's giving them that inspiration, that motivation, to participate. We've seen people like Dr. Mo getting into, what you call it? He's gotten a ticket for what you call it, an elective position. And we are hoping and praying that he gets it. Because I believe those are the kind of people that need to start getting in there. And like Bolaji said, the ADC and the coalition are supposed to be a bridge between the old generation of politicians and the new generation, right? So the whole idea, it goes beyond Tinubu, right? It goes also into the future of Nigerian politics and democracy as a whole. So it's a great opportunity. I mean, at the end of the day, you don't always get what you want. But if you got lemons, you might as well make lemonade. And also, just like Peter Obi also added, um, you can't throw away experience, good or bad, right? So you don't throw away the baby with the bathwater.
Deji, are you still there?
Yeah, Gege, go on.
I think we've lost social capital. Okay. No, I was just going to be brief and respond to a variety of speakers. The first thing is I'm a bit surprised that we don't appear to learn from history, because many of the arguments we're having now were the same arguments that were made in 2015 when people try to say to them, okay, you want Jonathan out, that's fine. But let's ask questions about the capabilities and the antecedents of the person you want to use to replace Jonathan. And people refuse to engage with that argument. Weirdly enough, at that point, I was also still living abroad. And people who were supporting Buhari and APC said, those of us abroad, we don't know anything, that we're not in Nigeria, that's why we're talking. We still know that because we're abroad, we don't know what is going on in Nigeria. Weirdly enough, in a normal environment, you should actually be asking the people who are professionals abroad, getting the advice on how to do things. The reason why countries work or developed countries work is because there's a framework for making decisions. You can't keep making the same foolish decisions. You can see how Nigeria has regressed. Somebody abroad is telling you that, look, this is how and engaging. You're accusing them of being abroad, that they don't know what they're talking about. One of the speakers said, there's no morality in politics. I mean, what kind of argument is that? The foundation of politics is morality. Somebody is saying to you, vote for me. If you vote for me, I promise to do A, B, and C. That is a promise from a candidate to a voter. If there's no morality, you're basically telling us that what this man is promising has no meaning and therefore we should not believe him. So how am I to even believe the APC? The ADC. How do I even vote for the ADC? The ADC is telling me that there's no morality in politics. That means they can get up tomorrow and tear up their manifesto after they win, and there's no consequence. Of course, there's morality in politics, because every promise you make, every agreement you make, it's a moral decision, it's a moral commitment that you will fulfill that promise. So, as I said before, I support Peter Obi, and as we all agree, it's my right to people around. We know their history, they're bad people. And all I'm asking is, okay, even if you're going to do a deal with these people, you need to understand what are the terms of the deal you're making and how are you going to survive. You remember Obi was governor in Anambra State, surrounded by PDP locusts, and they tried to impeach him twice. And the reason why he was successful then was because the judiciary was still relatively independent. This current judiciary is not that judiciary anymore. So if he goes into bed with these people, throw him out as soon as he doesn't do their bidding. When we go abroad, those of us who live abroad, who do business, who work in law, finance, these are the questions you ask. When you're doing a merger or a deal with another business, you have advisors who ask you these questions that, look, what are we entering into? How can we protect ourselves? What are the guarantees? What happens if they double cross us? That's what people abroad do. You don't just sit down and say, okay, let's form a coalition. It doesn't matter who is coming in the tent, that's fine. Anybody who is asking questions lives abroad. That's why the person is asking questions. We can see the way Nigeria is. Nigeria is a mess because we don't do things properly. So if you want to form a coalition, that's fine. But ask the questions. Understand what you're entering and prepare yourself for the consequences. Don't dismiss questions, because that is how countries develop. They ask questions so they know what they're walking into. I yield the mic.
Thank you. Suleiman, please go on. Can you guys hear me? Suleiman. Is Suleiman there?
Deji, your mic is Sababu.
Okay, hello everyone. Can you hear me, Deji?
We can hear you, sir.
Hello. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Interesting discussion. And I want to say once again that this is good for our democracy. I like it every day. I join when I can. And I'm always happy that we are doing this. We must talk. Citizen engagement is very important, and unfortunately is really, really lacking in our context. People don't talk about democracy, they don't talk about issues, or they don't do so consistently. So I want to commend your consistent on virtually every day that you are doing this. I want to talk about 2 or 3 things, beginning with the Tinubu must go issue. I think I'm also aligned with that, and not necessarily for the sake of coalition, but if the coalition is the solution to that, and I don't see any other one, then so be it. But frankly speaking, we are being drawn back to the days of Obasanjo kind of democracy again. You know, I just finished writing my opinion piece for tomorrow, and some of the observations I made is how you find that virtually every critical, we are told that Africans should strive to build strong institutions, but rather than strong men. But we have a strong man in post who doesn't want other strong institutions, who doesn't, want strong institutions. He doesn't want a strong National Assembly. He doesn't want strong opposition parties. He doesn't want a strong judiciary. He doesn't even want strong media and strong civil society. So how are you going to build a democracy if you don't have strong institutions that will serve as counterpoint to the executive power? So this is crucial. And I think if we are able, I was sad when Buhari won the 2019 election. I supported Buhari very strongly in 2015, but by 2016, I attended a conference in London with where Fashola was speaking. And after he spoke, I realized that nothing strong was going to come out of this government. And from that point onwards, I began to withdraw my support to Buhari. By 2019, I actively wanted them to lose the election. Not necessarily because I thought Atiku would be better, but because I thought that if we keep removing governments for non-performance, then those in the political system and the political parties and the candidates will learn a lesson from that. And they will realize that the power is ours. And we too, the people, the voters, will also realize that we have the power to bring about change. And they will then, at least in the medium to longer term, begin to put processes in place to ensure that they come with policies that actually reflect the will of the people, what Nigerians want. So that's the same reason why I think it's important for this government to go in the next election, because so that we know that, yes, the power really is ours, and that we will stand up and defend our democracy and ensure that people, when they're in government, they make policies and so on and so forth. If anyone, be it Atiku, be it Peter Obi, or whoever wins the election 4 years' time and they don't perform, let's remove them again until they learn the lesson. So I think that's one important thing that we all need to realize. Secondly, the idea of Obi or nothing, or Obi or nobody, and so on. I understand where that argument is coming from. And those of us who supported Buhari in 2015, we had similar attitudes in 2015 when the APC people were doing their merger in 2015. But I suppose a better argument would be if we are having a coalition that will we think should do better, because that's the whole point, than the current APC government, then part of doing better is their own internal democratic processes, So if we are going to have a new coalition, that coalition should also be able to demonstrate a better capacity to manage internal party affairs. We know probably, for example, direct primaries, for all the positions available, so that Nigerians like you and myself can actually vote in that election. Everyone on this platform can vote for who becomes the presidential nominee for the coalition party, rather than to just dole it out and hand it to this person or that person on account of their perceived capabilities or whatever. Anything somebody wants to say about Obi now, I can assure you, those of us in the Buhari camp, we said 10 times more than that in 2015. And not just in 2015, since 2002, when I was still a student in the university, we used to say this, and so on. So it's not really about giving out positions, or be at the head of the ticket automatic, or Atiku at the head of the ticket automatic, or Rufai or whoever automatic. Let that be determined by open, transparent, and democratic process itself. Let there be campaigns for it. Let Nigerians know. Let animate the system. Give everyone and the idea that you are different from APC. You are not a closed party. You're an open party. Compete internally first. If you look at US elections, the primaries are much longer than the secondary campaign itself. They start primaries several months before the election and continues, and it ends maybe about June or July of the election year, which is in November, so maybe only 4 or so months before the actual general election. But the issues that come up during the primaries, and the demonstration of ability during the primaries prepare the candidates to be able to deal with the the secondary main election itself, but also get Nigerians, the voters, to know who is really the person, and then gets the voters involved in actually voting, even at the primary. So I would wish that we have a system like that. And at this point that we're discussing a coalition, we should be thinking of something like that, rather than saying this person or that person and so on. And then third, I really, really want to remind those of us in the Obi camp, about something very significant. And I do not mean offense, but some things must be said. The reality is that as far as political strategies, proper election strategy is concerned, believe me, the only context in which I see Obi relevant and obedience, relevant in the 2027 election, if this coalition gets to work, is for Obi to be part of the coalition. I don't see Obi relevant in any other context whatsoever. If you have Obi or nothing, that's fine. That's like as good as throwing away a vote. The reason is very simple, because elections are about numbers, and numbers, unfortunately, have some hardcore facts about them. One of these is that the people who are likely to vote for Obi, who voted for him in 2023, and he performed, as far as I'm concerned, beyond anyone's imagination, beyond anyone's expectations, and he may well better that performance in the near future, but the people who voted for him are most unlikely to vote for any other candidate, except in the context of the election. So if, in the context of the coalition, so if they are not part of the coalition, then Obi's votes are more or less going to remain the same. More or less. You can give or take a few 100,000 or a few million at most, but more or less it's going to remain the same. So the contest is going to come down to the 8.7 million votes that Tinubu won, the 6.9 million votes that Atiku won, and the 1.5 million votes that Kwankwaso won. And then a handful of other votes that all the other candidates, Shaure and Co, won. So the context, the only context in which I see Obi relevant beyond 2027 in Nigerian elections is as a part of this coalition. I needed to say this, because this is what I'm thinking. And a lot of people who understand what Nigerian politics is about know this already. But it appears that those of us on the other side of the movement, on the obedient side, are not even aware of this. It's not like people have the luxury of dictating the situation entirely on their own as they might feel. Because if you have that luxury, then you don't have democracy again, in my view. Because the whole point of democracy is different perspectives coming into clash and then resolving it through elections. So this is the situation. If Obi and the obedience are not a part of this movement, it's fine. We'll just have probably another 2011 again, or the coalition still mounts a significant uh, uh, challenge, and probably even a bloody nose against Tinubu, especially since he won with only 1.8 million votes in 2023. So this is where the real issue is at the moment. And I think what this means is that we're either going to be a part of history or we're not. My view or my advice would be that you cannot be you cannot dictate the tune at a table when you don't have a seat there. The obedient movement is one of Nigeria's best political movements ever. And I really wish there were even more, other parts of the country learn from that because they have an effective voice. They have the kind of power, both culturally and intellectually, that other parties don't have. But what you do with that, how you strategize that, with the power, other forms of power that other people come from. For example, in northern Nigeria, there is that activeness to go out and vote, even if there is less, passiveness to challenge government once they are in place. So how you in the obedient movement and other people around Peter Obi understand these issues and understand that you are in a natural federation. Nigeria is a natural federation, almost created by God, where nobody can dictate the tune entirely on their own in this country, which is what I think Tinubu is also going to find out very soon about this in this 2027 election. I think how you understand that process and extend hands of friendship, hands of of camaraderie with other people and join hands is probably better for you to find opportunities in the near future in Nigerian elections. Because let's be honest with ourselves. People talk about integrity, people talk about ability, people talk about all these things. I don't think Peter Obi, because those of us on the other side don't see him as people who are involved in this campaign, do. And it's important to listen to alternative voices, if for nothing else, so that you can understand how others see the world, and if for nothing else, so that you can make use of that understanding in reprojecting your own interests and so on and so forth. Those of us on the other side of the movement don't see that Obi is special in any kind of way as far as integrity, as far as ability to lead people and so on and so forth is concerned. He's only been governor of Anambra State, an entirely monolithic state, not governor in a place like Kaduna State, for example, or a place like Kano State, for example, or a place like Lagos State, for example, let alone the presidency of Nigeria. So I think that people are not easily moved when people talk that be or nothing, or be or nothing, or be or nothing. That's unlikely to win friends, rather than maybe to listen to what other people have to say, even if it is not
Yeah.
pleasant, about the candidate that you support. So I would say that, hello,
Yeah,
are you
please round
saying
up.
something, please?
Please round up.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. So I would say that what this requires is tact. People need to understand that this is politics and that in this business, everybody has one vote, and that what is important is how to mobilize people, and rather than not how to just stay in your own corner. There is enormous resources, intellectual and otherwise, within the OP camp that Nigeria can benefit from. But you cannot do so by throwing tantrums, by saying things like Obi or nobody, or but you just wake up one day and you find that the train has left the station and the rest of the country has moved on. I hope that doesn't happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, you see, whilst I agree with largely, a lot of the things you say, I also believe that, whether we like it or not, we need. I mean, I think this is also what you are trying to drive at, but I'm sure, a few people may take it, the wrong way, right? So um, I actually believe that everyone needs each other, right? So those in the Obi camp who believe it is either him or nothing, they need the article guys to support that vision. Those in the article camp who also believe it is article or nothing, they need the Obi guys to fulfill that mission. And those in the Showore camp who believe it is Showore or these are just bunch of, you know, time wasters, they also need other Nigerians who maybe do not particularly have class consciousness. Because the way I understand it, my brothers in the revolutionary side, they believe you must have class consciousness before you can, understand how to vote for somebody. Anyway, whatever the case is, in order to remove Tinubu, everyone needs each other. You understand? So I rather than say that the train will leave them behind, because I know even at the back of my mind that if the train leave, without the support of these guys, it may be difficult. Let's assume even right now, I believe that if all of them are united, we still have to do our best to make sure this guy is out. How much more when there's already splitted votes and splitted loyalty? You get what I mean, Suleiman? So I'm looking at a situation where everybody, which may be difficult. In fact, my prophet told me if I'm able to unite the obedient side and the article side, I may well be in line to be UN Secretary General, because I may bring about world peace.
Absolutely, absolutely, David.
I may bring about world peace. So,
I will nominate you for Nobel Peace Prize. I think you will overtake Trump.
so I really, really want everyone to understand that whilst we are looking for a country that, is ideal, is great, is led by someone who is the best, I want that too. I want that. I promise you, I want that. However, I also believe that to achieve that dream, it is first incumbent on us to remove this soul that is there. Thank you. Mr. Alexander, please go on.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Let me commend all the speakers and listeners on this platform. And looking at the focus, issues we are focusing on is quite important that we trash issues adequately. But before I proceed, I have to talk about some of the opinions or views of Gege before he left the platform, that which actually harps on there's morality in politics, there's no morality in politics. I think it's important he looks at the perspective that is viewing politics from. To some extent, there's no morality in politics. To another, there's morality. From the liberal angle of politics, for instance, you take a look at the aspect of values, international values, ethics. You see some politicians whose philosophies represent or reflect idealism, using international institutions to governize or bring about international peace. You see the conduct of those politicians reflect morality. But you will see some politicians too, or president, world leaders, who do not advocate that. You see lately what Netanyahu has been displaying. The wars in the Middle East, even in Europe, by Putin as well. There's no reflection of morality in that. And that's from the realist perspective. Back at home, we have leaders like that. Wiki has never for once accommodated morality in his political, conduct. Even the incumbent president, you will see when he said, "Power is not served a la carte." It says, grab it, run away with it. So I think it's important we clarify issues and probably not be clouded by individual or personal interest while we try to discuss issues here. That said, I also listened to one speaker here, Mamito, and why she was making it important to defend that position in respect of why the present administration must be sent packing. And our views was a bit anti-Colades. And later on, when she left and Colade was given the floor to hear his view, you see that Mr. Colade actually made it clear that it was not as if he was trying to support or defend the incumbent administration, but rather that probably things should be done, the right way. Yes. So that said, my views in respect of why Tinubu must go, I keep saying something, and I said that this coalition is the finest alternative to actually on-stage or on-seat Tinubu, whether we like it or not. But we have a lot of works to do. Should we do our homework? Well, the election is going to be won effortlessly. But there are issues, there are baggages that should be, as a matter of fact, from strategic views, must be handled carefully. You will agree with me that the incumbent from the aspect of economic management has not done pretty well. And one of angles to actually see to this or look at this is from our personal economic life. Are we better off now than we were under Buhari or probably President Goodluck Jonathan? But you will see that a few of us probably are better off, but most of us are not. Okay? From that angle, we have a lot of Nigerians that are quite not happy. A lot of Nigerians, masses go to bed with empty belly, with hunger. And these guys are ready now because 2027 election is not election, between the coalition against the ruling. It's between the masses and the ruling party. So from that angle, another is the aspect of insecurity in Nigeria. You will see now that the defense allocation has actually shot up, that's risen up, and there is no adequate utilization of this allocation as to making Nigeria safer or safe. Let me use the word safe. So we will also see that even the level of appointment given now is perceived by some elites, all right, as being given out based on nepotism. And we have, this aspect of weak reform implementation, because any form of reform that we have right now, okay, is favoring the elite, especially those who are work within, the seat of power or corridor of faith of power. So we have a lot of Nigerians that, especially even the youth are, wholesomely dissatisfied with this current administration. So that's why I said the 2027 president general election is against the masses, between the masses and the APC. But there's something that actually hits me, or, pricks, me, or stream into me. Sometimes,
Deji, are you there? Deji, Wahala.
Proselytize them or woo them
Mr. Alex, we lost you.
to be
We
part of
lost you
this
for like 2
coalition.
minutes.
Oh,
Can you hear me now?
can you hear me now, sir?
I can hear you, sir.
I
I can hear
think
you now, sir.
Alexander
I
is
can
done,
hear you,
right?
sir.
I
Yeah, I
don't
can hear
hear
you, sir.
you. I don't
Deji,
hear you.
we lost him earlier, and you're not online.
Can you hear me, sir? Yeah, and I what? Can you hear me now, sir?
Okay, Alexander,
I
round
can
up,
hear
We
you
are
very
round
well,
hearing
up.
sir. I
you.
can hear you very well, sir.
Okay, fine. Like I said, the civil societies, we have not even, identified or understood their position. We have to do something to bring them on board because a lot of the masses, they are civil servants, and should this, trade union, bodies, even labor union, should they be, proselytized to be part of this coalition? That would be a very fantastic, factor. So we have to do something. And at the same time, I keep saying something about what we do. This coalition, the team leaders of this coalition, okay, should do more in trying to unify, fragmented oppositions. And at the same time, they should do what they can, okay, to ensure that this coalition has this national, appeal and zoning power. Every disgruntled element in this coalition must be given an offer they cannot refuse in order to win this 2027 election. This coalition should do whatever they can to ensure that every activity, every deliberation must be rancor free. Otherwise, in my place they say that a leper does not know how to spin milk, but he can spill it. And I don't want that should be the case or lot of this coalition. And at the same time, this I keep looking at. We have not actually seen the program document of this coalition. This coalition will not go that
All right,
far without the
all
inclusion of
right.
the diaspora.
Mr. Alex, I
Right?
mean,
So
they
the
literally
aspect of
started 2 weeks ago. I don't understand. They literally just started. What's the,
it doesn't
please?
matter.
Okay,
It
that's
doesn't
fine.
really matter
That's
whether
fine.
they started 2 weeks ago. That should be the engine.
Please
That should be the engine that should
round
drive
up in
this.
30 seconds.
We cannot. Okay. In conclusion, we cannot use a dude check. The document matters a lot. Nigerians are more educated, more sophisticated in terms of political awareness compared to before. Hunger has, awoken a lot of us. I'm okay, but I can't speak that for the masses on the street. So that is my own submission. The aspect of pulling of competence and ideas is key if we must win this election come 2027. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See, I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying we literally just started. They're even still trying to gather each other. You understand? Definitely. This thing, if you were on on spaces yesterday, when the National Publicity Secretary was speaking, he talked about it. He talked about how their vision is to build a party that goes beyond. Please mute your mouth. Thank you. So it's how they are trying to build a party that transcends any sort of political juggernaut. A party that it doesn't matter who the president is, the party will be able to rein him in. A party that it does not matter how worst you are, how terrible you are, because of the ideology of the party, you don't have any choice but to execute the programs of the party. So don't worry, we'll get there. And don't get me wrong, I'm also one of those people who are also looking at this party and be like, you people have better get your acts together, right? You people better do not disappoint Nigeria. Because my brother, the only reason I'm in this coalition is because I'm desperate. And the worst thing you can do to a desperate Nigeria is to kill his last hope. It's not necessarily my last though, because I mean, obviously, somebody else will come up at some time. We'll keep trying until this country is better. But I feel like a very, very good way to start the growth of Nigeria is removing the greatest stumbling block that this country has ever seen. You know, this greatest stumbling block will usher in a new Nigeria. That Nigeria, because who else? If you look at all the landscape of Nigerian politics, the moment you retire this man, this one god, this one demigod that seems to have captured the brains of millions of Nigerians, you know, the moment you remove him, I believe strongly that every other strong politician that see themselves as mini gods will take a lesson from that. I promise you. And this, for one, is one reason I feel like this Tinubu has to leave. I know you're gonna talk about policies. Oh, well and good. I'm talking about the message this particular removal of this man will pass. That is my own focus. A lot of people want to talk about policies. Oh, well and good. There are so many policies on ground. We will debate from morning to night. But you see, getting him out, that is my North Star. That is what I'm looking at. Anyway, let's move on. Thank you, Alexander. We are going to have um sec unit. Sec unit, are you there? No. Okay, sec unit is not there. Is he there? Okay, no. All right.
I'm
Um,
here.
wait, you just came up. All right. Mr. Coyote, please go on.
Hello, good afternoon,
Good
everyone.
afternoon, sir. Yeah,
Can
we
you all
can hear
hear
you.
me? All right. So, honestly, everyone have spoken well, and I think we all want a better Nigeria for ourselves and also for our children. But in wanting a better Nigeria, there are some things personally I think we should not we should consider in this coalition. Yeah, we need we need to play the politics right. Do we need anybody that can remove, just as every other speaker I've been saying, we really need to get this man out because Nigeria has not progressed in any facets of measure. Look at human capital development, look at economic statistics, look at poverty level, look at out of school children, look at security. Everything is going down. And unfortunately, we focus so much more in 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 politics, into our politics, that the government of the day has forgotten about governance. And in tackling it, we need to tackle it politically. During the last election, many people didn't expect Peter Obi to garner so much vote the way he did. And politically, going back looking at it right now, everybody will agree that if only Peter Obi and Atiku could come together, then they could have outsmarted this man. But again, the man too is such a well, they've given him some name and they've been referencing it with him. What am I trying to say? We need the political movement and the political heavyweight of everyone involved in the coalition to work. Whether we like it or not, everyone in the political coalition has got their own strengths. Unfortunately, all of them cannot be a president. But most importantly, we should use this coalition, this next election, not just to wrestle power from APC, but also to unite the country further. In my own support of the coalition, I would honestly, with the last breath in my system, I am praying and hoping it goes Peter Obi way. Let me explain why. You see, looking at the history of Nigeria, we haven't had any Southeasterner to be the president of this country. Well, maybe in recent times, and the political power has been rotating between largely Southwest and the North. So I categorize the North as one block, and then the Southeast as another block. So of course, every other person too will say, some part of the North has not had it, and the South has had it. But when we critically look at our national development, when we look at how we treat ourselves as a nation, when we look at where we should be as a people, I think that given Peter Obi the ticket, for the coalition for the next general election will not go just only to wrestle power from this incumbent government, but also it will go a long way in showing ourselves that we are a one country after all. You see, when you have a part of your household where you have a member of your household that doesn't feel among in the house, but yet he lives in the house, but we push the person down every time, he's not going to be happy. Let's just think about it like that. But clearly, every group, every tribe in this country has got its own uniqueness. And in developing as a nation, we cannot be exempting the Southeast out of everything we do as a nation. Right. Now, I am sympathetic towards the cause of Southeast being the president, not because of anything, but most importantly, the best candidate we've seen in our recent democratic years. Maybe in the recent history of Nigeria is from the Southeast. Everywhere this man goes, he commands respect. With the wealthy, with the poor, with the very downtrodden, with the richest, with the powerful in the world, they reference this man. And we can only leverage on that. I am really hoping that the coalition, when they eventually decide on how to go about forming the party, of course, Nigerians are watching keenly. And believe you me, Nigerians are the easiest people on earth. We easily forgive people. If Peter Obi gets it, and all these northerners, Atiku, Kwankwaso, El Rufai, all of them support Peter Obi in becoming the president, their sins literally will be forgiven. Not because they are good people, but simply because they have shown that, yes, we need to also support another part of this country to let's see what they can do. We've been here for so long, we seem to have exhausted all the options. Let other people to give it a try. So this is my own support. This is my own wish. And I really hope that eventually, just as you said a couple of minutes ago, the coalition is just about a couple of weeks old. We are still watching and hoping and seeing how it goes. But by and large, we need all the political strength and power to oust this government. If all these political juggernauts are not coming together, it will still be a replication of the last general
Yeah.
election. Everybody will still go their ways, and last, the incumbents
Yeah.
will still win. But if we can bring all the political might together, it sword just to oust this politics and focus on governance and development, then I think the coalition is the best way to go. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I
Thank
yield.
you, Kayode. So, see, I totally agree with every single thing you have said, you know. But there's something you have left out. And this is part of why this space was opened, right? It is that scenario. And this is not about PO now. I need you to understand, or other people to understand. I'm sure even like when Suleiman was speaking, like he said, he doesn't necessarily necessarily believe it as it relates to PO. And I'm sure there are other people, other Nigerians within this coalition that are also in that tendency. Right? So the question, Kayode, is that if it then happens that this guy does not end up taking that ticket, right? Is it still going to be, permissible, on from your own point of view, to support the coalition so that Tinubu does not come back again? Or if any, like we as supporters don't get what we want in this coalition, Tinubu may as well just continue. Where do you stand on this?
Hmm. Did you asked a pertinent question. First of all, yeah, we all need to come together to oust this devil. And if that is not coming, just as I said, it will be a replica of what happens. No individual person can do it alone. And that's why I said earlier on that all these political leaders coming to form coalition should look out for, they should not put necessarily, they should have part of their agenda should not be only to oust this man. Because if they look at it from that angle alone, then many of them would want to flaunt their muscles that after all, I have the political reach, I have the clout, and I have the publicity to oust this man alone. And it will be a replica of what happened in the last general election. But if we look at it that this is not just to wrestle power from the APC government alone, it is also to use this opportunity to show inclusivity and to show that we are
Hey, man, ask
genuinely
you a
a
simple
nation.
question. A simple question.
Social now. Oh, social. Relax. Oh, see now, social now they always make them they look at me with double eye. Wait now, let the guy answer. I'm waiting for him to land. I'm waiting. Don't worry. If he does not answer, I will tell him he has not answered. Don't worry. I'm waiting for him to land. Please, please, please. I need you not to scare off people away from this space. Please. Thank you, Sosha. All right. Sorry about that, Kayode. Sorry. Please go on. Is Kayode there? Oh, look what you've done, Sosha. Is Kayode there?
I can't open your
Yes,
mic.
Okay.
I'm
All right.
here.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Kayode.
I'm
Please go
here.
on.
It's okay. It's fine. We've seen so many of them. It won't change the price of bread anyway. So anyway, what I'm saying is, yeah, if we look at it beyond just wrestle power, yeah, there is so much potential we can get from one another. And the only way for me, the way I see it, yeah, the coalition is still pretty young. If you look at what Peter Obi said the last time he granted interview with channels, Sean asked him this question. And he said, we have not even gotten there yet. So let's wait and see. Wherever PO goes, we go. It's that simple. Wherever PO goes, we go. But look at it as a national emergency and a national coalition to oust APC from power. Look at what PO has done without any political structure. Now imagine him having all this support with him. He will do so much more politically, and he will definitely get this man out of power. Now, getting him out of power is plan A, is just one of the agendas. So getting the power now, what is going to happen? That's why the
Okay.
constitution, that's why the arrangement of the coalition needs to be made public so that people will know
All
where to
right.
go.
All right. So I believe you are someone who have an independence of thought, right? You are someone who can, in your own capacity, right? Think of something and believe it and maybe even follow through with it. So I guess I understand, like you said, you wait for PO to decide. But for you, or unless you are telling me that you are not, it does not conflict your principles. Because this is the sense I've been getting from a few people that have spoken on the space. It does not conflict your principles to support the coalition. However, you would love it to be PO as candidates. And there's really nothing bad in saying that. You don't mind, if PO were to decide to, still support the coalition in spite of the fact that he was not able to get the tickets. Will you, as a follower of the man, also put your weight behind that coalition so that this disaster does not come back the second time? Coyote.
Pio is our leader. Wherever he goes, we go. That's just the simple question. That's just the simple answer to it.
All right. Thank
Pio
you.
is our leader.
All right.
We believe in him. Wherever he go, I go. End
Okay.
of.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let's move on. Um, you can go now, Eche. Eche, please go.
Deji, my guy, what's up?
I do. That's all.
I greet you. Okay, thank you very much. I've been listening to people speaking now. The first thing I have to say is this: I like, I want this coalition to make sense to hold. I want it. And the second thing I have to say is this: we have likely only two people that may likely be able to defeat Tinubu, and those two people are PO and Atiku. That's number two. I have word for Atiku people and I still have word for obedient people. But before then, I have to say something about what Suleiman said. Suleiman, you have spoken very well, but you are coming a kind of you didn't come out very, very, very well the way I wanted. Though I understand. I think you supported Bulgari for 8 years. If you want to forge ahead, in as much as we don't want to be bringing some old stuff up, but we have to be honest with ourselves. We have to, tell ourselves the truth. You understand me? We have to deal with justice before we can now move on. I'm saying this because of what Suleiman said. Though he spoke very well, but there are some certain things he said I need to counter. I'm not countering those things out of any other thing or whatever, but out of justice so that we can move forward, we can forge ahead. And for them to also to understand that we are into this together. And when we are into this together, we have to be open to ourselves. We have to tell ourselves the truth. You understand me? Because we cannot keep on telling ourselves half truth. It cannot lead us nowhere. You understand? So, Suleiman, I remember you supported Buhari, like what you said here, for good 8 years. And we have this that we have Nathan time and certain time. So now it happens that we are still on certain turn. But what you are saying here is that if we can come together in that coalition, then we go into the primaries, anybody that wins. And I know, in as much as you don't admit it. You're away saying it because maybe you think maybe Atiku will clinch the ticket. But I want to ask you something. What if we go into the primaries and Peter Obi, PO, wins the ticket and go ahead to win the presidential election? Then during 2031, PO say, okay, you have to go again. What will be the reaction from you people up north? Because there's something we always say, that if you want to be truthful to ourselves, let us remove lies or deceit. Let's set the deceit aside so that we can be, we can be able to keep on making sense for ourselves. So this thing you are pushing now is okay by me, but I need to ask this critical question because I know I'm not a kid. I know the permutation from every angle, all regions in Nigeria. I know how they behave. I know the mentality of all the regions in Nigeria. You are now pushing for primaries so that you can be able to contest. And then I ask, if peradventure Peter Obi wins and go ahead and win the presidential election, and in 2031, which we know the unwritten agreement that is the turn of the North, and people say no, you have to go for second term. How will you people react? Even you, Suleiman, that is saying like this, how will you react in 2030?
That's
It's
all
as
right.
simple as it. I'm coming. You are going to answer me. I'm coming. Because me, I don't like telling myself lies. I don't like deceiving myself. I don't like trying to, manipulate my way. I don't do that. I always stand on the truth. No matter how you like me or hate me, I don't bloody care. I will tell you the truth. Like I said, me personally, I love Atiku. If you even check it, you don't even love Atiku more than me. To be honest with you. But what we are eager, what every cent Nigeria want now, is to remove this guy, Tinubu, from that seat. And there's something you said, that in as much as we know a PO as a man of integrity from the south, in northern side, you guys don't know him like that. I understand you. But before you judge all these things, try to understand the situation of the country. To be honest with you, even this narrative we have been pushing, we don't, on the norms, we don't supposed to be pushing it. We're supposed to face the truth and start pushing for that truth. To be honest with you, we know what is at stake. And you said you made a comment that if PO loses or didn't get to that distance in 2027, it's all over for him politically. Why do you face only PO? Why do you have to say that? What about Atiku? What about those big wins in the northern side? You think if peradventure Tinubu wins 2027, you think he will leave them to still be relevant? Have you thought of that? It's like you don't know Tinubu. And the way things are going, if you guys in this coalition do this mistake and bring someone that people don't like, and Tinubu go ahead and wins, let me tell you the truth. Either Tinubu continues for talk them, or Tinubu will bring someone from North Central, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. If we look at what is happening in Nigeria now, this regional sentiment, people are very, very aware and conscious of that regional sentiment now. If it happens to be like before, people wouldn't have even give a hint about anything, whether northern or southern. They don't, for start, they don't even care much about that. But of recent, they focus on that so much. And maybe because of you, I don't know, I wouldn't know, but they know about this regional sentiment now. Look at what is happening. Tinubu is pocketing southern side. To be honest with you, this thing is very easy. 2027 is going to be the most easiest election. To be honest with you. But how are we going to set aside our tribal sentiment, the religious sentiment, and financial sentiment aside? If we can be able to do these three, at most 80%, believe me, 2027 is as easy as ABCD. You understand me? Look at what is happening. Tinubu is putting those certain people in his pocket. It's a very small mathematics that you need to solve, very easy. Then what do you have to do? Because Everything you guys said from this, my brothers from the other side, the things you guys used to say is about numbers, numbers. And you think that only Northeast or West will win the election? No. Election now is beyond those things we used to know before. You understand me? Even this North Central now, they are not going in the same direction with you guys again. Look at what they did 2 months ago against Atiku and El-Rufai. That was supposed to show you that they are moving in opposite direction with you guys. And Northeast and Northwest cannot win an election for anybody. We have been begging you guys, let's stick on this regional stuff that when it comes to 2031, people from the southern side will campaign for anybody you people choose. It's as simple as that. And apart from that one, what we are looking at, who will be able to win Tinubu? I didn't call any other persons apart from PU and Article, and I have my reason because other ones, to be honest with you, respect to them, but to be honest with you, none of them will get 10% against Tinubu. I wouldn't lie to myself. You understand me? But why I call PO and Article is because they are a kind of heavyweight that can be able to challenge Tinubu, challenge, not to win. Not that they are not going to win him, but I will tell you why. Someone like Atiku, the way things are right now in Nigeria, someone like Atiku wouldn't be able to galvanize any vote from Southeastern, Northwest, Southwest, South, even North Central. You're supposed to be thinking towards this direction. What people are saying is very simple. We know people, we know the person that gives people hope, that inspires people, and he have the number. And what they are pleading is for these northern bigwigs to back him up for protection of votes. And these APC people, they know it. If you can meet one or two of them, they will tell you the truth. They know this. They know their threat. They know the person that is threat to them. They know this. You cannot be coming every time and keep on, maneuvering the truth, trying to, talk something that is not even making sense because we don't want to say the truth. As it stands in Nigeria now, I'm not saying because I'm from Southeast, no. After PO, believe me, anybody coming up from Southeast, you are on your own. Nobody will stand you. I'm saying it because I want real change. I see what is happening. I see who can do it. And when PO say 4 years, he will step down. Believe me, I don't like politicians, but believe me, he will do that. So when you keep on pushing for Atiku, you guys know that what Atiku can be able to win, maybe Northeast and the Northwest, maybe. And that certain statement, APC, that are just waiting for these coalition people to do that mistake. You see that certain statement, they will, APT, they are kind of demonic. They will campaign on that regional statement. To just stand there, nobody will even have excuse again to give. And certain people, to sweat their emotions self will be very easy. I'm telling you the truth. You
Okay,
guys,
so
wait, let
so
me round up. Let me round up.
I
Let me
rang
round
the
up.
bell earlier. Just okay, round off.
Okay, let me round up. Okay, I've done with article people. I want to face obedient. Just a minute. Let me round up. Obedient people, you guys are highly emotional. Like when it comes to issue of politics, we set emotion aside. You guys dislike El-Rufai. Personally, you guys don't dislike El-Rufai more than me. But the truth have to be told. If you guys want to get to that seat, me, what I've been projecting right from there, even when people used to castigate me, talk down on my own projection, I don't bloody care. But I will keep on saying it. The best ticket to unseat Tinubu is PO El-Rufai, PO Kwankwaso. These are the two tickets, PO El-Rufai or PO Kwankwaso. These are the two tickets that can be able to unseat Tinubu. Apart from these two tickets, foul. I rest my case. Thank you.
All right. So for you now, let's now assume, right, hypothetically speaking, that these two tickets you have, proposed today does not work out. Would you rather Tinubu continue, or you would abstain like Gege? He said he's going to abstain and just sit at home. Whatever happens, let it happen. obviously we know that that's one less vote for the coalition. So, is that your position, that once it is once these two tickets you have explained to us, that you have proposed to us today, does not work out that way, that is it, Tinubu should continue?
Deji, sorry, let me tell you the truth. I wouldn't hide anything. Let me be honest with you. You see this question you ask now, people, especially people from the certain side, they see Atiku they see Atiku as the same thing with Tinubu. To be honest with you, and they see that sentiment. They see it the way Northerners see when it comes to issue of certain turn. The way Northerners always come up to stay contest against Southerners. They see it as a kind of betrayal. You understand me? So to be honest with you, if they fail to give this ticket, I'm just saying what I feel or what I've been saying. If they fail to give this ticket, not even Amaechi, because for now, who that inspires hope is PO. If they fail to give this ticket to PO, believe me, Tinubu is going to win. Anybody they bring, hands down. Even if they run in different ticket, Tinubu is going to win the hands down. Like I said, I'm for this coalition, but the truth of the matter is this: if you want to win Tinubu, your sure bet, your best ticket is PO and El-Rufai or PO and Kwankwaso. I know why I say so. That's the truth. Thank you very much.
Deji, please, 30 seconds, please. Can I ask him a question?
Okay.
Okay. Eshe, I came here because of you. You entertained me with your political idealism. You said if Atiku is the candidate, nobody from the Southeast. I'm wondering when you resume the position of Ohanaeze Ndigbo spokesman or Igbo spokesman. You said if Atiku is the candidate, nobody in the Southeast will vote for him. What makes you think if Obi is the candidate, people from the Northwest or Northeast will vote for him? Since you think people from the Southeast, that is me. You are saying me, I will not vote for Atiku because you have already spoken for me. What makes you think if Obi is the candidate, people from the Northwest, people from other regions will vote for him?
Should
What
I
makes
answer
you think
you?
so?
Should I answer you? Number one, I never said that nobody, no matter anything, even if what do they call it? Even if the most dangerous person, he still have some fans rather. If Atiku contests, Atiku may likely get maybe 5% or 10%. How will you call that one? That's one aside. Then PO, why I'm projecting PO? Listen, let me tell you why I'm projecting PO. PO, the way things are now, Tinubu have pocketed certain side. Then you need someone that can be able to get those votes out from Tinubu's pocket. And the only person that can be able to do that is PO. That's number one. And I tell you the reason why Atiku will not get much vote. I didn't precisely say Southeast. I said certain side. Now you zero it to Southeast. I don't know your motive. I said certain side, and I know why I say certain side, because that regional sentiment is very
I think
high
that
now.
one is okay.
That regional sentiment is very high now. I'm being honest with you. If it happens to be before, people wouldn't mind. But now, Southwest, Southeast, even North Central, they are aware of this regional sentiment. That's another reason of mine. That it's not going to be business as usual. And again, why I say so is because it's still the turn of the South. I'm not trying to say that if PO that not shouldn't vote. No, I'm still telling you that it's still the turn of the South, and we have to respect that. Because I never see when it's turn of the North and you see certain people coming out to contest, or you see some people doing PR for certain candidates. I've never seen that happen. It's only during the certain turn, and we see some certain people projecting another Northerner after another Northerner have finished his tenure. I never see such happen. We have to be honest with ourselves.
Chidimo joke to you 2019.
We have to be honest with ourselves.
Make we
Let's
help
stop
they call
lying to
names.
ourselves. You cannot help us.
Jay, stop this thing you are doing now. You are being emotional.
What
You are
you
saying
want
the
to like
opposition are
talk? I
emotional. You
don't
are
have
being
to stop you. I
emotional
have to be honest
because
with you.
you are just being emotional
Deji,
because what you are
It's not
saying now is not
emotional,
true.
it's
can I
truth.
add
Go.
It's
some
not
things,
true by
please?
mistake. Anyway, that's your opinion. You see, when you come out and say, oh,
Moderator,
2019, oh,
can
there
I
was no time where
clarify
Nigeria not the
something?
contest election. 2003 to now, nobody will never contest election either from the north or from the south. They contest election since 2003. The only time where people contest election that from the south was 1999. From that time till now, nobody contest election in Nigeria will not come from a particular, will come from different places. So not come here and say, oh, a lot of people contest election 2019. Tinubu, Buhari and Atiku run election 2019. A lot of people from the southwest, southeast, south
No,
run election.
no, you are lying
This
to
never,
yourself. We are talking about two biggest party or three
you see your
biggest party.
problem.
No,
You said,
no, you
you see
cannot
when
say
you
that because
listen
you
now,
know that those who are
listen.
contesting from
You have
minor
been
party, they
talking
can
since.
they are not going to win.
You have been talking since. You said something here. You said nobody have been contested when he reached them of the north from the south. And I said, Chief Mogali from here. Is it from the south? 2007, when Yaradua was running. How did Kalu not run 2007? When they
Under
zone
which
out to
party?
this, when
Under which party? Under which
listen
party?
now. PPN
Under
are
which
playing to
party?
you. PPN are play to you. PPN are play to you. You see, you come out, you don't even have your own history for your hand. You go not carry about the car. You don't even know what they talk. He does not even know. You don't even know. Say you go taking time before you go even make any statement with the public. You have to take time to think about it first. Before you go come out to the public and make statement. But you just say, "Wow,
Oh my
a young
God.
person like you, and you're too young for this thing. You have to read your book. Read. You don't need cost anything to read. Read. It
Read
doesn't
my
cost anything.
book.
I never say
I'm
who
too
book
young
key.
No,
because I
I
You are
take
think
too
the
that's
young.
book.
over the
Read.
board.
Your
That's
brain
all
cell not go
right.
die if you read.
Okay,
I
what are
think
you
that's
what
over
are
the
you trying to
board.
say?
Make your sentiment argument.
You guys
Kayode
don't
came
like
here.
truth
Kayode make
at
an
all.
argument. Listen to me. Kayode came here make an argument. You see, as much as it is sentimental, but you can understand his argument very faithfully. Suleiman came here make an argument, even though I have issue with
Yes,
it.
carry this
But he made
forward.
argument very in his own view. But you come here, you tell tantrum everywhere, you make a objective, absolute statement when there are plenty exception to it. When there are plenty exception to what you are saying. How do you do these things? You must let them, and I'm not saying that you may be wrong. You can make an argument without making signing absolute. You cannot make an absolute statement where you do not know very well that there are a lot of things that can counter that argument in one punch. In one punch. So please, even when you're making an argument in the public, try to zero it to the lesson to what you argue, so that you will limit it to that purview, so that you don't go beyond your extent. So that at the end of the day, it becomes Okuman's affair, and they will puncture your views. Please, you can make an argument without sounding very like, oh, this. No, you are saying obedient and emotional, but you are emotional here. You are emotional here. You are emotional here. Who told you that if there's zone thing to anywhere, that people not go vote? See, let me give you the honest truth. Removing Tinubu is a patriotic call for me. It's not about south or southeast or southwest. If anything going to remove Tinubu, if not dog, I go support that dog to remove Tinubu. I've never seen somebody there arrogant like Tinubu in my life, in my whole life as a human being. What are you talking
Absolutely.
about? So because I say Tinubu na Satana, I will not vote for him because I say na Satana idea with the support. You they play with your life. Somebody when I don't even know his father, I don't know his father, I don't know his mother, I don't know his age, I don't know his school, I don't know his parents, I don't know anything about him. And you come out and tell me that because he's a Satana, I should support him. Who told you he's Satana first of all? Who told you he's from the southwest first of all? Who told you that Tinubu is from the southwest? You don't everything go talk for Twitter. Now they make this thing look as if they can't complain for Twitter so much. Please, any argument you can make is okay to say you want southeast person. Is your opinion? Let me give you. I will respect you very well for it.
Absolutely. It's absolutely okay.
You
Absolutely
can
okay
say
to
you are
say.
supporting somebody or southeast. Me, I will support you very well on it. But please, don't make argument. Oh, this or this. No, you are too verbose for it. You are too verbose for it. Please.
Odulayo, I
Yes,
want
sir.
to ask you. You are the one speaking. Should I ask you a
Moderator,
question?
I won't speak now.
can
Now my
I
turn to speak.
also
No,
can I
Suleiman, hold on. Let me
reply?
speak. Let me punch.
Hold
Okay,
on,
so
hold on,
Thank
so
hold
you.
on,
then
hold
yeah.
on, hold on,
That's
hold
all
on,
right.
hold on, hold on. I don't want this to be a back and forth. The conversation has been completely eroded with all these you people's agenda. I could care less. I could care less. My mission is to get Tinubu out. See all these, oh, it is, I don't like the way it's done. I don't fault you, my brothers. I don't fault you. Because like I said, and when Suleiman finished, I had to question him. Because whilst I understand, the argument is trying to propose, which is everyone work together, no need for anybody to feel too superior, you know. I also try to caution him to understand that what he was saying could rile up some people. And he did. You can see Eche coming hard on him. So I didn't stop a chair because it would be unfair to stop him. Let him go and say what he wants to say. But it doesn't still take away from my mission here, guys. My mission is to tell everybody. My mission is to make everybody understand the imperatives of having this president out of power. It is very important. I understand the interests. You all have interests. You are all political animals. I get it. But in your politics, I don't want you to lose sight of the goal, the mission. Like Coyote was saying, oh, it shouldn't be just about removing presidents. It should be about this. Where I'm sorry, you cannot achieve the other things without first removing the president. So whether you like it or not, my vision, my mission is aligned with yours. This president has to leave, honestly. All right. I don't want to boil down that too much. I need people who understands this, the importance of getting this guy out first, right? I need you to come and motivate us here. But anyway, I hope the next person does that. The next person is King Zanga, actually. So King Zanga, please go on.
Yes,
Yeah, so
I won't
the
go church. Let me speak before you. I won't go church very soon. I just want to state something straight as possible. Try to speak very well. And just 1 minute, I'll just do so.
okay.
Very clearly, Shosha talk about doing something like let's build a party first. And let me emphasize that very well. You see, ADC is supposed to be your party right now. If you're a young Nigerian, that's the honest truth. When I spoke with one of the Nigerian elites, and he said to me, "This ADC you are saying, you're supposed to occupy it immediately, become your party, own it, drag with people that are drag with Atiku, drag with Obi, drag with every of them, and let
Absolutely.
them hear
Absolutely.
your voice." Let me lie to you. I'm already creating a system, what I would call like a pressure group. Raise out the pressure group in the system so that I can have my view, and my view will be expressly stated there. This is what we want. That is only when you can make your voice heard. Arguing will be Article 229, 226. It just for me, I feel it is not personal non grata for anybody to argue those things. You have not built the house. You want to hear how to divide the house when you never build. First of all, that's the first thing. See, let me give you the honest truth. If you argue Atiku and Atiku Abubakar or any person, Tinubu finished 2031, he will go back to the north and bring somebody way interested. Spend 9 years. That one spent 8 years. By the time you come back to the southeast or south, what you think about, you will bring somebody that actually, Tinubu can be in debt and still be controlling Nigeria. That's who he is. He will still be controlling who will be from Nigeria, who will be president of Nigeria 2039. And the best from you may be for Southeast, but you not be somebody where you like. But if it's somebody that will likely hate your people and you bring him out to go because you want to achieve his aim, you are passing a road. The road is so far, but you want to go through the more distant place because you want to argue emotional thing. If you leave Tinubu to win 2027, congratulations to all of us. Well, we go through a lot and all that, but I don't think that's the best way for us. So let's build ADC. Go register for ADC in your ward. Be a member of the ADC. Let's move from that particular perspective. Then when we get the level of primaries and all that, we'll go through it together. And you'll be too open and honest to the extent that everybody will know that when you lose the primaries, you will not say you are losing because you are going home. You lose and build with everybody. Win-win. That's the intention. Please, let's stop making an argument that is not necessary here. Thank you.
I think Odoayo is done. King Zanga, please go on.
Thank you. Good morning, DG. Good afternoon, everybody on the space. Good to be together once again. Well, I would say for the guys who continue to push, who continue to volunteer, who continue to mobilize, who continue to organize across the north, south, east, and west, all over the country, Nigeria. You're doing a righteous. You are on a righteous course. Continue to do that. Continue to mobilize yourselves. Continue to organize. Continue to spread the word. We must send this guy away on permanent retirement come 2027, and the journey starts now. Okay, talk to your friends, mobilize your people. This is not the time for hesitation. Like I said, no matter how eloquent you are, no matter how brilliant you are not the first in history. One of the greatest empire that the world has ever known, the Roman Empire, who ruled for centuries consecutively. We had a brilliant guy call Cicero. Very, very, very eloquent. Loved across the council, across the Senate. But he was a hesitant man. And that's how he lost his head. Because you know why? You know why? Power does not exist in isolation. It lives in the perception of the people. It lives in the perception of the people. And the moment the people are unsure about you, the moment the people are unsure about you, the moment they know, they sense that you are hesitant, they will not argue with you, right? They will start looking for your replacement. It's just human psychology. And for those who understand behavioral design, we don't really need everybody in Nigeria to take Tinubu out. We just need the right percentage and the right people who are committed, who are trained, who are disciplined to do the job. So if you self sabotage in this mission, well, good luck with that. But the rest of Nigerians will move forward and get the job done. The state of the economy is nothing to write home about. I don't need to remind you of the statistics. Anyway, there could be another space for that. But I just want to encourage those who are tweeting the flyers of Tinubu on permanent retirement. It's on the job. It's on the comment section. Go retweet it, share it. For those of you who have it in your DMs, in fact, it was in Deji Space that this idea came out from. That it tell me right, and we started looking at it. So anything you can do, you have to do it. Play your own part. You don't have to wait for the next man. This is a collective responsibility. The stakes are just too high. The office of the Nigerian president is the only office in the land whose constituency is the entire country. He is the only one. He's the only one, not the state governor. So we have 6 geopolitical zones across the country. In the south, we have the west, we have the east, and we have the south. In the north, up north, we have the northeast, we have the northwest, and we have the middle belt, the north central. All right. So I don't want people to start speaking in absolutes with a sense of a titled mentality, because this Wazobia construct that was not even the making of the Nigerian people across the east, north, south, east, and west is now driving some of this political decision, and that's what has entrenched underdevelopment, nepotism, and the sense of fraud that has been perpetuated with that office of the Nigerian president. Because the moment he gets there, some people want to hijack him because that's where because he comes from a particular stock. We have to deconstruct and decolonize that construct. We have to tear that wall down. What if it's me that emerges as the candidate? You tell me that you not vote for me, right? Or you say, oh, because it is my turn. It is because of this entitled mentality that we have Tinubu there today. He came out and he said, Emilio Khan, it is my turn. Because there was an exchange. There was a common understanding among them at that area. You know the area they meet now. You know the joint they meet now. And they came together, and I agree. And there were exchanges now. But today he's there. Even the instrument of state power were used to push him there. I mean, you know, see how they rig the election in the middle of the night where everybody is asleep. So if we have somebody who can torpedo a move like that is from the north, I will work with that individual. If we have somebody who have that influence, who have that state control from the south or from the east, from the west, I will work with that person to get the job done. Like I said, the president of Nigeria we supporting him, or personally, that's my philosophy, that's my principle, and that's my mission, and that's my motivation. The reason why I'm supporting anybody to become the president of Nigeria, I'm not doing that because of ego, and I'm not doing that because I want to coerce anybody. I'm very clear on what the stakes are and what the reward will be. Because if we continue to perpetuate these, divides, I can bet you some people will come into this coalition without animosity, without deep-seated resentment, and they will just cause chaos. We don't need that. We need unity of purpose. Because to get the job done is going to be by collective decision making, and with the hope that if it goes our way, we will celebrate, and if it doesn't, then there will also be collective consequence. But either way, there will be collective consequence. Because at the end of the day, we can all speak on spaces, speak on other social media platforms, or talk to people in the streets. But what we do is what counts. That's what will give us the leverage that we need to take this guy out, to send him on permanent retirement. And you know what that means to the political process in Nigeria? It means that every single node that he has planted all over the country, there will be a tsunami. I want you guys to ignore all this public defiance that you're seeing from so many people who are aligning their interests and focus on what the mission objectives are, which is we need this guy removed. Then, however, you want to, rearrange that space, eh? Then distribute that power and get Nigeria working again. It's entirely up to us. But the team is what we are constituting now. And you need a sound political participation to do that. Like I do say, if you think anybody is going to hand you anything because you think you need it, because you think you want it, because you think they should give it to you, it's your right. Life does not work that way. What happened in 2023 was a very long time. For as far as I'm concerned, so it's 2 years now, and a lot can happen under 2 years. I'm not hugging in the event of what happened in 2023. My eyes is in the future. My eyes is on what we can do collectively to right the wrongs of the past, to correct the mistakes of the now, so that we can guarantee a place for ourselves in the governance process of this country. And we will not do that by foolish sentiments. We will not do that by ego. I will not do that by loud ignorance. We will do that, we will achieve that by participation. We will do that by personal sacrifices. Look at what happened in Osun State recently. Was it just barely 24 hours ago? I am encouraged. That's what I want. I want to see this movement. Somebody is already saying, I want Akwa Ibom State for ADC. Somebody is already saying, I want Delta State for ADC. I'm saying, I want Edo State for ADC. Somebody should be saying the same thing. I want Anambra State I want Imo State for ADC. Because that's the collective mission objective that we are looking at. Everybody cannot be the president of Nigeria. But we can have fair and equal representation and participation. And that's what this coalition will achieve. But we are not just going to achieve that by a wish. We are going to work for it. We are going to invest in it. We're going to spend our time. We're going to spend our resources. We're going to spend our money. That is what we're supposed to be talking about now. Because the other guys, they're already in the pole position now. They're already in the pole position. We need a clear strategy, we need the discipline, and we need the commitment to win. Otherwise, if a house that is divided against itself cannot stand, we don't want division now. We want unity. And that unity must be strategic. Everything we do, we must have it in front of us that look, this is what we want to achieve. Nobody is going into this ADC because you like the ADC. No, you are going in there because you know what you want to achieve, because you know what you want to accomplish. I'm not going to vote on sentiment. I'm not going to support anybody on sentiment. I'm going to support somebody because I want him to get a job done. That's it. Because at the end of the day, once he's done with that job, he will go home. Nobody, the office of the president is not an entitled office. The Senate is not an entitled office. The governorship position are not entitled offices. And you can see the rot in the Nigerian state that the man who started all this rubbish, you can even see that even local government are not even participating in the economic planning of the country. They have now been totally cancelled. The state assemblies who are supposed to be making laws in support of the place of the local government, the third tier of government, are not even doing what they are supposed to do because somebody has hijacked that with the support of the guy at the center. You forget all these, oh, we want the local government to have their autonomy and all of it, but they control the police. The Supreme Court will pronounce something. It will not enforce the law. Because we elect somebody based on sentiment, not to do a job. The office of the Nigerian president is not an office of a traditional ruler. He's not an emir. He's not a king. He's a president. He presides over the affair of the country and executes the laws. That's what we want him to do. There are duties that he owes to the state and the responsibility to the Nigerian people. That's what we want him to do. It's not because it comes from my place or it comes from I don't even care if he worship in my church or it comes to my shrine. It doesn't really matter. That's not part of his job description. That's his personal whatever. Please, I am saying this and I'm saying it again. Whatever you know, whatever you think you can do to make this coalition speak from the position of strength, operate from the position of strategy, we want you on board. We need you on board. But if you think you can do it alone, well, good. Let's put your strategy to test and let's see what that can yield. But we know and we already understand that if we fail to act now, if we hesitate any moment, just like that gentleman in ancient Rome, when he hesitated, nobody cares about his eloquence. Nobody cares about how influential he was. Nobody cares about the applause. Nobody cares about all the tongues of those flatterers. He lost his head. But Caesar, on the other hand, he didn't hesitate one moment because he understands the language of power. He crossed the Rubicon and he regained control over the Senate. So this is not the time for hesitation. This is the time for action. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, guys, I'm currently eating pepper. I don't want stress. Thank you. Okay. No, Abiodun gone. Sorry. Yeah, Abiodun gone.
Okay, thank you, Deji. Deji, my only issue with the coalition is that it might be a repetition of history. And I use the word might, so that means it's not set in stone. Just my opinion, because the coalition to me, it looks like the coming together of about the same people that brought in this APC government. But I don't have an issue with that, really. Because when you look at the coalition itself, the optic looks good. In that, they want to remove this government that has brought Nigeria to this pass. So, if that's the aim, then it's okay. But my only concern here is that the coalition only proves that common Nigerians like you and me and millions of all those other Nigerians are not able to actually be an effective opposition against the government. That we essentially need the heavyweight politicians to do the work for us. No matter how you look at it, that's what this just basically means. That we need the likes of Atiku, Peter Obi, Kwankwanso, Nasser El-Rufai, and so on and so forth to help us muscle a corrupt government out of power. I have to say that's a crying shame, really. The Nigerian people have just only proven that they are helpless, that they cannot together, without the help of power, all this heavyweight government, actually sack a government from their office. We always need these people to help us, But we've forgotten that most of these people, if not all of them, have their interest. I don't think they just align for nothing. They have their power interest and their personal interest, that they are also trying to protect. So these are all the indices that I consider with regards to this
So,
coalition.
so Abiodun, what is your own interest in all of this? What is your own interest?
Okay, so well, my interest, thanks for that question. My interest is just good governance, something that I think that Nigeria has lacked for an awful long time. And I think that that good governance starts with equity and equality amongst all the entire region of that country. I think that good governance would also come by introducing experts, people that actually have the capacity to govern, not just political heavyweighters, recycling themselves, in governance. So that's what I define as good governance, because I believe that every region basically have the brains and the people that can serve. But when we don't allow this equity and
Again,
equality to
I'm
run
so sorry
around,
because to be honest,
no, that's
I
okay.
I
That's
hear a
okay.
lot of what we've been hearing before, which
Yes.
is strong, big, ambiguous, visions. So how do we then achieve this? Because we know for sure that Tinubu is not the one that will give you all these things. So how do we achieve it, Abiodun?
Okay, so Deji, look, this is a deja vu. I'm sure most of us know how this current government came to power. They came to power through an alliance like this, a coalition, and the coalition unseats the PDP government, and the coalition has brought Nigeria to this pass. So my
Sorry,
only
it was
my
a
only
merger.
concern,
Sorry, it was a merger, not a coalition.
yeah, well,
They are two different things.
alliance, merger, coalition is power brokers, political power brokers coming together to unseat a government. So whatever you want to call it, that's precisely what happened before. And that is what is sort of happening again. Like I said, the optics looks good. I don't have a problem with it really. And my own position is squarely this. If my support for Peter Obi is unwavering, meaning that if he um, aligns himself with the coalition, so would I. And if he, for instance, leaves Labour Party and becomes a member of ADC, so would I. And if he now becomes a subject to a primary process, I will go in there and fight to get him the ticket. And I expect every other Peter Obi supporters to do the same. I don't have a problem with any of these processes that must occur because these are legitimate democratic processes. So I really, as a Democrat, I don't have a problem with it at all. My only concern that I've raised here is that we seem to be in an endless circle of these same power brokers coming around after every 4 or 8 years. They in the first place facilitated something, and then they come back and say, no, that thing we facilitated before is a mess. We don't like it. And then, we have these same power brokers doing the same thing again and again. And my other concern is that Nigerians, as a people, have clearly shown that they don't have the capacity to even unseat a government. They need these power brokers to help them do that. So my
Abiodun,
issue is
Abiodun,
quite very clear. Is
can we really blame the players for playing the game? Okay, let me ask you a question now. Outside PO, right, for you now, outside Peter Obi, which other Nigerian politician can you vouch for? Can you say you want to stake your this thing? Would you go fight to the end of this earth to campaign for and that you believe is so good? Who else?
Okay, did you tell you the truth? All of us don't think the same. We all have different ways we process things, But I have always been an advocate for equality and a system. And I'm coming to the point that you asked. Please bear with me. I've always been an advocate for equality among the entire region and ethnic groups of Nigeria. So from a certain time in Nigeria history, I've always believed that um, um, it is now the turn of a specific region to serve the country.
That, I'm sorry,
And
I'm
so
sorry,
I'm,
Abiodun. That's not the
and so I'm.
question. That's not the question. The question is
Okay, I am coming. That's why I
which
said I'm coming
other.
to the question.
No,
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
He
Hold on,
has he has to go round the
There are a
roundabout.
lot of
That's
Deji.
not an
hold
I
on,
am
please.
about
Hold
to
on,
opinionated
hold on,
answer
hold
question,
your
on.
question.
I'm sorry, Abiodun. I'm sorry, guys. Please, let's not interrupt. Abiodun, I need to understand that there are a lot of people that are waiting to speak, and there are also a lot of requests. So there may not be time for lots of preambles that you already said. You've already said the same thing. So the question is a direct one: that which other politician in Nigeria can you put on the same pedestal as PO? And the reason I ask this is because if we don't have a lot of these people in power, who else? Who then plays the game? If all these, like you said, Nigerians have found themselves in this position where it is these same people that would come again and want to wrestle power. Then if not them, who else? That is why I'm trying to understand from your own point of view, Abiodun, that who who else could have done this? Who else should PO have rallied around? Politicians, obviously, because presidents cannot be the only one taking positions, right? So which other politicians would have gathered around outside these people that we keep pointing fingers to do this, my mission, which is removing Tinubu? Thank you.
Okay, I think I will just answer your question simply like this. There are many other politicians that are not well known, don't have the financial muscle, are not as public as the ones that we know, that can do a far better job than the ones that are there. If the Nigerian population rally in support behind these kind of individuals, they can get them into office. Okay, and there are many of them in the north, east, west, south, and so on and so forth. So, because my arrow is focused on a specific place of Nigeria, that is the caliber and quality of leadership that I recognize coming out from that place. After that time, my arrow will focus somewhere else. And I'll be looking for quality and capacity from that other region too. And of course, Nigeria has quality and capacity everywhere. Even in the South, Nigeria has some very brilliant people. They might not have the financial muscle as the ones we know already, but they are quite very good at governance. And if the Nigerian people will rally behind those kind of people and put them in power, we will see a difference in governance. Thank you.
But who are these hypothetical people? And I think you're not being fair to Nigerians and to the players as well. Right? Because at the end of the day, Nigeria allows you that freedom of association. If you feel they're not doing it right, then why didn't you set up your party and your political movement? Right? Nobody will stop you. Right. But at the end of the day, the argument you're making is basically saying, okay, we have a contest. Right. For example, let's use football. Right. We have a contest. And the big politicians are like the Premier League. Yeah. So you're saying basically, let's go and get a conference team to come and go against a Premier League team. Right. Because we're talking about resources, network, and wherewithal. Right. Because at the end of the day, this doesn't only happen in Nigeria. Right. We've seen America with Trump as well. Right. So there's a certain way politics work.
Social.
Right, Abiodun?
Social. I'm not just saying this because I'm a Peter Obi supporter, but what
No,
the obedient movement.
I'm not even talking about Peter Obi or the
Okay,
obedient movement.
so but the point I was trying to make is what the obedient movement did in 2023. What the obedient movement did in 2023 is clear evidence that Nigerian population can actually unseat their government if they all come
Peter Obi
together
still
with,
had to spend over 800 million of his own money.
I beg your pardon. I'm sorry I didn't hear that.
Social. Just to remind Abiodun, I will remind you that look, your truest allies, your most solid friend or friends, right? They will risk your anger to protect your reign. That's your surest and most solid ally. That's your most authentic friend. A friend who will look you in the eye and tell you, listen, you are not all that important. You are also replaceable. You have to do better. All this goons behavior, encouraging hesitation, it has to stop. Most of you don't even like PO at all. Come to the ADC, dominate it. Should we go into the primary election, become delegate, and become unbribable, become resistant to dollar, and vote him as the candidate that will fly the flag? That's a clear strategy. Not all these. I'm not this.
But King
Nobody is
Zanga,
going
Zanga,
to
but
can I
King
stand
even
you.
Zanga, did
answer?
you hear
Can
what
I
I said?
can I respond to Biodun?
King
Let me
Zanga,
respond
did
to
you hear what
Biodun.
I even say? I don't think King Zanga heard what I said because I
Eh,
think I was very clear in what I said. I said that
Metaphor. I
just a
want to
minute.
ask
I
you.
said I don't. First of all, I said the optic is great. I don't have any problem with the coalition. If Peter Obi joins ADC and he's subjected to a primaries, I will join ADC and go and fight to get him the ticket. You see, that's what I said, and I was
Metaphor,
very clear
I
about
heard
it.
you
I
So
very
I
believe
well.
your
don't
heart's
think
Nobody
in the
has
I heard
right
asked
you
you to
place,
very
come
but
well.
in
you
grace.
enjoy
Social,
being
let
a
me even
contrarian.
Please,
Social, let me even engage him
please.
quickly, right? Metaphor, I heard you very well. And you see, these things that you people do sometimes it's a bit funny. Um, oh, these same old people. So during the last election, the 2023 election, Labour Party, through the help of Obi and his support, and not just even Labour Party, even PDP brought in some young chaps, new face basically in the political scene. Where are they today? Is it the fault of the old politicians, the same politicians you're talking about that said they shouldn't be different from the same kind of old politicians that you're throwing under the bus today? The ideal kind of politicians that we were expecting, that people voted for, and we're expecting that there will be a voice. There will be a voice for the voiceless. How many of them today are speaking up? How many of them today are confronting the government? How many? So you see, we come here today and we do this thing. Oh, why is it that it's these same people? Because these are the people that have the balls to confront the government. You have governors who have instrument of immunity, means government can't prosecute them. They don't even have the balls to face a sitting government. People that naturally, you say, have you can't prosecute them for anything. But how many of them today are facing this government?
Emma, call names. Alesoti, call
No, no,
names.
no,
That
no,
even
no. I don't
benefited
even want
from
to
the
go far.
obedient
No, no.
movement.
Just wait now. Let me finish. Because it's good. You see, I've listened to Meta for a long time. He always likes to speak about this idealism and all these whole things. But we are here today. The people that is facing this government, Meta, for me and you are always on space every time. We speak big English, we speak nice English. The people who have the balls to tell Tinubu, we will face you, is the same Erufai that people don't like. These are the reality, the same amateurs that you don't like. These are the people that feel that they have. We elected governors, people that we went on the queue under sun and everything. I would say these are the people we want. We elected House of Rep members, senators. How many of the senators? Because if we say, oh, maybe LP, and I'm not trying to take a swipe at LP, so please just get my point very well. But these are the people that people expect that should be different from the APC and PDP brand of politics. They went into into the National Assembly. I have not seen two outspoken LP members. Instead, we've even seen APC members doing more of the opposition than people that you expect should speak more for the people. So you see, matter for this whole conversation, and see, I like what King Zanga said. If you want to play politics, please let us tell our people, let us play this politics. You see, this coming of space is good. We talk to ourselves. But I think we should be telling ourselves the truth. Nobody is going to leave power for you because I'm Ima, because you are Metaphor, because you are King Zanga. You're going to fight it out with them. You're going to fight it out with them. You have to show capacity that you deserve to be on the table. So every time I keep, and that's why anytime I go on spaces and I tell people, please let us start doing the work. I know why I'm saying these things. Start doing the work. All this blackmail of the same old politician. Are you going to import politicians from Zambia? The ones that we elected, new faces, Okada men, all of them, they've declined to APC.
Thank you
So
very
I
much.
don't even understand. You know,
Thank you.
sometimes
Just to add,
I just feel let's just be real with ourselves here. If you don't like this face, sure is doing something completely different from what every other person is doing. And no apologies to it. I like it.
Emma,
thank
Emma,
you.
Emma, I'm sorry,
You
but
know, so
most
me,
of the
I
things
just
you've
feel
said here now, Emma,
yeah,
most of the things you've said here now,
yes.
to be fair, yeah, it's correct, but I don't see what I have said that you brought this kind
No,
of
it's
counter
because you
to.
were taking I
I did not,
listened to
for
you very
instance,
well.
just a minute, Emma. For instance, I did
Yeah.
not say that I don't like anybody. I don't know why you're saying these
No,
things
no,
that I
no,
did
no,
not
no,
say.
no.
Peter,
You didn't
Peter,
hear me
No,
say
just
that.
you're not
metaphor.
getting the
Maybe you
point.
don't
Uh,
understand. Sorry. Maybe you don't understand what I said. I listened to you. You said yes, you like the idea of ADC, fine. But the only issue you have is the same face, same old face, and it now feels like the Nigerian people have given up because we always depend on these people. And I'm saying that you do not blame them because even the new faces that we elected and we say, go and represent us, and we expect that in 2 years, this is just 2 years, there should be a voice that their voices should be resonating everywhere you go. We don't even know them. You don't even hear them speak. The people that you hear speak, the Indumes of this world, are APC people, Dixon, PDP people. Just maybe. So, how many of them have you seen? The new face have you seen being as vocal, being there, trying to represent the voice of the people, standing in for the people? How many? So that's the point I'm making. That it's not just to say, oh, you don't, you just feel why is it the same people? They are there because they have the balls to challenge the
Even
government.
even
It's
even
simple.
our dear governor Alex Otti himself, he dey shy to
He
criticize
has been
president.
dancing a willow dance since. He has been dancing a willow dance. If
Um,
Peter Obi says one thing, he says another thing. He's always dancing a willow dance for the government. These are the new faces that you expect to speak on behalf of the people. But you see him every time always defending, he's defending the Tinubu's administration, even more than APC governors, some APC governors have even done. So these are the issues, metaphor.
but
I'm
but
just being
Governor
real.
Emma, but Governor Oti is not a new face in Nigerian politics. He was a member of APC before, wasn't he?
No, get my
Okay,
point.
no, no, no,
He has
Ima,
never
there's
been
no
a
need,
governor.
there's no point. This is exactly where me and Abiodun diverge. The point is that who then is there? You've mentioned people without mentioning any names. You said you are sure that there are some politicians out there, that are good. Maybe there are, maybe. But my rallying call today to every Nigerian listening to my voice is that until we overwhelm this system with good people like Abiodun, I'm sorry. It is the people that are there that will still have no choice than to rally around.
Deji,
And Deji, I don't have a problem with the coalition. I've said
No,
again
no,
and
no,
again,
no, don't get
I
me.
support the
Oh
coalition.
No,
God.
you are not
Yeah.
getting this. So it's
Oh,
not about
okay,
the question.
I'm going to mute. Abiodun, I'm so sorry. Maybe my counter argument to yours made it seem as though you have a problem. You already stated it clear. You stated that you are a supporter and loyal to PO. That whatever he does is what you do. The day he moves into ADC is the day you follow. Fine, right? That's fine. but it is the second premise of your presentation that we were talking about, which is you are unfortunately Nigerians are now back to choosing between the devil and the deep blue sea. And you are not wrong to think that way. It's actually the truth. But what else? What other options is open to us? What other option do we have? We've had people on this space who are very strong Shore supporters who told us that Tinubu should rather continue. Tinubu should continue as president than to have these individuals going in the forming a coalition than to have them in power. Tinubu should continue. A president that 200 people died. He went to the states and saw flood and said, Umba, I can't go to the scene. A president that would go to a summit and disappear for 48 hours. I think it was more than 48 hours, Ima. How many hours?
5 days, 5 days,
5 days.
5 days.
And suddenly reappears again. Like say he is not accountable to over 200 million people. A president that can spend so lavishly, have such a big cabinet, and contrastly be saying he's trying to implement Orosanye report. This is the president that these guys want us to continue with, simply because they don't like the faces of those who are speaking against him. And if we don't have people speaking against this guy, let's not forget, this is the height of Tinubu's power. There's never going to be any time in our history that this guy will be more powerful. Scratch that. Forgive me, that is a misstatement. When Tinubu becomes second term president, there will never be any time that this guy will be so powerful, or any president that will come close to him. This is someone, despite having opposition in the National Assembly, all of them rise to sing our mandate song. This mandate song I hate so much that I now hear it in my dreams. I'm sorry. I have to be honest with you guys. Nothing must bring this guy back. And this is my mission. And anything that looks like is going to stop that from happening, I have a very big problem with it. Honestly.
Um,
Nigerians are getting killed. Guys, last December, people were stampeded because they went to go and beg for food. Guess who the president blamed? The people that died. That's how this guy, that's how insensitive he is. He does not care about us. So why would I reward him a second term? Okay, Abiodun, see, I promise you, I also, I look at this coalition sometimes when I hear some people join, I'll be like, why? But I don't care. I soldier on as far as they remove this disaster. Let them remove him first. He has to be chased out
uh,
of Aso Rock. Thank you. All right, let's move on.
Deji, Deji,
Yeah,
good
Mohammed gone.
afternoon to
Mohammed
you.
gone. Hold on, guys. Hold
Yeah,
on,
good.
Mohammed. I'm about to get busy,
Okay.
so I'm actually at a cookout. We are grilling chicken, eating pepper, all these niceties. I'm tempted to end this space, but it will be unfair to those who have not spoken. So,
Don't try it,
Social,
oh. Don't try
Social,
it.
please help me moderate. Let me tell you people that have not spoken at all on this space. Mohammed,
I,
Son of Grace,
I've not spoken,
Abba,
please. I've not
Abba
spoken.
Mohammed, Godfather, and Son of, I think I mentioned Son of Grace. These are the people that we've not heard their voice. We don't even know
I
how he
never talk
sounds.
now.
Please, Matt,
I
rest.
never talk.
Please, Matt.
Láti
Matt
àárọ̀.
spoke.
Um,
Matt spoke
Láti
10 hours
àárọ̀.
ago. Matt spoke 10 hours ago. So we've heard your voice at some point. Let new speakers speak. After this, Matt can then go on.
Wow.
Thank you very much. So
uh,
please, I'm going to come back in the next 1 hour. Social, I beg. Thank you.
No issues, family. No issues.
um, Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I would like to start by throwing more light on what King Zanga is saying earlier regarding the youth populating the ADC. People like Mr. Abiodun, with all due respect to you, you seems to forget the fact that Peter Obi is part of the old political order that you are saying that we should chase out. So you saying that you are by Peter Obi means that you are not after chasing out this old order. And with all due respect, just like what King Zanga is saying, let's be members of ADC. Let's participate in the process. There are two ways to elect candidates for elections: direct primary and indirect primary. In brief, direct primary is when all card carrying members elect their representatives. Indirect is when delegates are chosen from card carrying members. So, as it stands now, the only chance we have is not with these all politicians. Yeah, it may be with them, it may not be with them, but we also have a chance. 60% of registered voters in Nigeria are under 18. Sorry, are youth, belong to the youthful category. It is us, me and you. You can make a difference, just like King Zanga said. It can be him, it can be anyone in this Twitter space. So we need to understand that it is no longer about Rotimi Amechi, about Atiku, about anyone. It is about us. It is our future at stake. All these people that you are seeing, no matter their life challenges, no matter how life turns out for them, at least they are set, them and their children. But me and you, we are battling to survive. Some of us are not even surviving, we're just living life. You can wake up without knowing where you will be in the afternoon, where you'll get your dinner, where you'll get your lunch. So what we need to focus on now is not only about loyalty to any politician. It should be loyalty to the youth, like to the future of Nigeria. Like what King Zanga is saying, and the person before him, they were talking about they were talking about us taking the future, taking charge of our future. Because if you continue, like Rotimi Amici once said, nobody will give you power, not even myself. You snatch power. So how are we going to snatch it? Are we going to snatch it by hiding behind the backs of these prominent politicians? Of course not. It's time for us to take charge, take lead of our own affairs. There is this conference, I think that I listened to in February, strengthening Nigerian democracy. I think it was organized by, I cannot remember precisely. So, but
Center
in
for
there,
Democracy.
what?
It was organized by the Center for Democracy.
Yes, Center for Democracy. Thank you for, yeah. So, Professor Pat Utomi was saying there that look at us and Ghana. We are babies born on the peak of the same moment. But where is Ghana today? Where is Nigeria today? Why? Because we have load these roadside pedestrians to take charge. In 2013, when APC was brought to life by all these people in the north, from where I come from, there is this massive blindfolded followership. In fact, back then, all majority of our assembly members, as well as some federal representatives, we don't know them. They just happen to just come out of their hole, and then they take charge of the party. Today they are the ones leading the party, APC now. We see, with all due respect to him, Honorable Gudaji Kazuri, we see Honorable Patai Inkanu, we see numerous other APC prominent politicians that they are nowhere to be found in the Nigerian political space prior to 2013. But post 2013, they were there. So if you continue to say we are by this politician, I am by Atiku, I am by Obi, I am by Amechi, I am by Konkoso, I am by Elfai. Look, we need to tell ourselves the truth. We need to tell ourselves that we can do it. We need to give ourselves this courage, this this push, because this is heavens telling us that this is our moment. This is our time to rise. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's absolutely brilliant stuff. Thank you, Mohammed, for that beautiful contribution. Moving forward, so we're going to go at a new queue. Let's go with Son of Grace, Godfather, Chief, and Abba.
Hi. Hi. Good afternoon. Good morning. Good evening. Whatever you're saying.
Good morning, son of
Am I
man.
audible
Thank you
enough?
for joining. Oh yes, loud
All
and
right.
clear. Loud and clear.
All right. Thank you. I just want to contribute this to this space. I want to change one narrative. Firstly, is that whatever they put front, we're going to support the person. I really don't want us to make the same mistake we made in last cycle, like in 2013 with APC coming, they brought Buhari because we are only focused of who we are voting out. We didn't focus on who we are voting in. Everybody just wants Jonathan to go. And we are just like, Jonathan must go, PDP must go. And we don't even scrutinize all these people. We don't even check them. So this time around, 100% Tinubu must go. Because I cry for us, we Nigerians. If Tinubu mistakenly being elected for second term, I cry for Nigerians. Because this man won't even listen to anybody. Like, he don't even care because he knows he's not coming back. I just pray Nigeria don't make the same mistake which we made with Buhari back then. And 100% I'm an obedient and I support Peter Obi. But this coalition of a team, there has been more politicking about it. And they actually want, the way they're going, Atiku may be the flag bearer or something, because if they go on primaries, which, yes, democracy is everywhere, people have to vote from the grassroots to the upper level. But if they are trying to do that, it's just like giving Tinubu the second term automatically. Because APC, like one of the speakers said, they will campaign on that sentiment about the South is the next one. They will campaign on that. And trust me, they will focus on that and they will change all the narrative. But the only person that I see on this table, for me, for my own thinking, the only person that I saw on this table that can change everything is Peter Obi. And to me, everybody can just, and he's already give his word out there that he's, because of the zoning, he's just only one term only. So, and a lot of us that we just outside, like, oh, we don't want to go into politics. I think now everybody have to be a politician. It's now time that everybody have to go into the party, go to your ward, go to your zone, go everywhere. Start campaigning, start talking to people. The time is now. If all of us just stay outside like, oh no, the people that is there, trust me, if they make the delegate from outside people, they will collect the dollars. But it's you that you know yourself. Everybody have to go back to his ward. Start there. You also, you can be a councillor. You can be a chairman. You can be House of Assembly. You can be something. It's not about you until you have this before you can go. Go in there. Start from the grassroots. Start campaigning. You also, you can be part of the delegate. But we just come to this space, oh, everything is going to be like this. We just analyze. Trust me, we're still going to be in the same problem. But I just pray, and I'm praying for Ross that Tinubu didn't get the second time. Because it's just like Shege Pro Max, like the new version. Because trust me, can even stay in France for 2 months and tell you nothing. He can't do anything. That is Tinubu for you. The man don't care. Can't you remember the last time NSAS happened? The man is asking them that, why are they there? What are they doing there? How long are they doing there? Like, they don't even care. This man don't care about you or something. He does. Even 1 million people die one day, Tinubu will still go to France for his medical. He doesn't care. He will be on his yacht enjoying himself. And nothing will happen to him. But the thing is that all of us now have to go to our party. Like, we have to go to the grassroots. Where is ADC ward in my local government? Where is the zone? Where is it? Like, we have to start it from the grassroots. That is the only hope for us. And 2027, it seems far. But trust me, the Tinubu that I see in the power, man is for anything. And he's ready to grab it, to hold it, and run with it. He doesn't care what it's going to cost him. You see already all the governors, everybody already stand the camping, and they actually don't even think about the people that is the people that has the power. I'm seeing your hand, social, I'll soon random. So they actually don't even think that people is the one that has the power, the final say. But they don't even care about the people. Imagine a whole state telling the governor just decide we are going to APC. The people that voted you in. It's just like they don't care about us anymore, but we have to show them. And 2027 is going to be a big day for us if we can take action and everybody start like going into politics now. Tomorrow may be too late, just now. That is my own submission. Thanks so much.
Oh, absolutely beautiful stuff. Thank you very much, Son of Grace. Brilliant submission. Moving forward real quickly, was it Chief or Godfather? It's one of
No,
you.
I was next. Yeah.
It was
Thank you.
Godfather, yeah? Okay, go ahead, please, Godfather.
Yeah, thanks. So I think at this stage of the whole coalition process, I think there are certain conversations we have to start shutting down. Once people come up with those kind of, will I say, point of view and stuff. The first point of view I think we should start shutting down more aggressively are those that still come in here with this whole purity argument and all that. Saying that this alternative we have, that they are all the same and all that kind of rubbish. I mean, I honestly till today I don't still don't understand when certain people will say they're supporting Peter Obi and then still come and cast aspersions at these other politicians and say they are this or they are that. Is it that people have amnesia or they are not remembering that Peter Obi ran with Atiku Abubakar in 2019, right? And we even saw emails that Peter Obi was so excited to even be handed the VP slot to Atiku Abubakar in 2019, as revealed by Reno Mokri. So I don't still now see how you come here in 2025 and come and cast aspersions at these kind of politicians and say they are evil and this, and for that reason you will not support or something. I mean, I think we have to be serious. If we are not serious about removing Tinubu, we should just say it. Or if you yourself are not serious about moving Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2027, you can just come out and say it, and we'll say, okay, fine, and we'll go to the next set of people. Now, the second group of people are those that come here and start seeing this thing of they don't want to make the same mistake of 2015, where people said, okay, they want to remove Jonathan, and then they brought Buhari. Okay, so I think we're not children here. So when you say that, what do you mean by that? So what are you trying to say here? Because in one breath you say, okay, the coalition is tilting towards Atiku Abubakar being the flag bearer. So what are you trying to tell us is that the same mistake that brought about Buhari, if we bring about Atiku after Tinubu, is going to be the same whole thing. Or what exactly are you trying to point out here? Right. So this kind of people, I think we should start short because nobody's a kid, right? Either you are saying you're not serious about removing Tinubu, and for that reason, you don't want someone like Atiku to come in because you feel Atiku is worse. So just say it with your full chest. Don't come here and come and start talking that nonsense about you don't want to make the same mistake because Buhari and Atiku Abubakar are two completely different people, different ideologies, different track record in terms of governance. If Atiku can take us to what we had when he was VP in between 1999 and 2007, Nigerians will celebrate. So this whole nonsense about not making the mistake of 2015, I think is irrelevant, and we should start shutting people down when we're having coalition discussions as to say, okay, fine, how do we promote unity here? As opposed to people trying to be so clever and bring up those kind of analogies and stuff. Okay, so anyways, moving on. I think it's clear where the which direction we're going. Like a lot of us have agreed, even as in as much as we support a particular candidate, be it Atiku, Amechi, Peter Obi, some of us have said, look, we do not want Tinubu to continue in 2027. For that reason, we're ready to bury, will I say, pride. We're ready to bury everything, ego and everything, and we'll support whoever emerges. Right? So I don't know why that kind of attitude can't be encouraged across lines. Why do some people come in here and say is either their way or the highway? We should not be entertaining those kind of conversations. All of us have said if Peter Obi emerges as the candidate, I'll support him. If it's Amechi, we'll support. The goal here is to ensure that look, we're able to bring Nigeria out of the brinks of collapse, right? By changing this administration. Because again, I don't know if you people understand how much how much danger it is to allow Tinubu to continue after 2027. Because again, during his second term, he doesn't really have any incentive to perform any sort of governance or anything. So what's going to happen? What we're going to see is if he does, get re-elected, what you're going to see now is going to be times 2 or times 10 because he's not really accountable to the electorate anymore. He doesn't really need to appease anybody. He can do whatever he likes. And for me, that is one of the most dangerous outcomes that can happen in this country. So for people to come here and try and downplay those kind of outcomes and still be on this nonsense purity argument, I think it's a shame. And I think we shouldn't condone those kind of conversations in these kind of spaces. Anyways, thank you, social. Yield, thank you.
Oh, beautiful stuff. Thank you very much, Godfather. Moving forward, let's quickly go to Big Chief.
Yeah,
I think,
yeah. Thank you, Social.
Big
And
shout out to you, Chief.
so, mhm, you see, Nigerians don't actually know the reason why most of us have actually dropped some certain things about the way we see some certain things. Also, I am an obedient to at a fault during 2023 election. Everybody, almost most PDP guys, APC guys, everybody they block me. So when most of us are telling the obedience, both the articulate, that this time around is not a time to do banter. We are not here for bantering. I'm not here to drag words with you. We are simply telling you that what you're having now is the worst among us. Try to get. We are telling you the people in power is the worst among us. So anybody, that evil you're seeing next, that is in this coalition, is better than that person. Try to understand. Now, let me explain to most of us that maybe 2022, 2023 is the first time you're participating in the politics. Let me tell you, for most of us that has been following Nigerian politics is democracy, the one where they're very close. Like, you had House of Assembly that a president will take some certain silly dreams to, they will squash it. Like, there's no amount of money you're going to take to that house that will allow them, that will make them go against the rule of law. Because the Nigerian project was a thing for them. They loved that job. Even though they were nonsense. But you see that rule of law, which is the purpose where societies are operating. Without rule of law, nothing. Today, you can easily predict what our National Assembly is going to do. And they will do the same thing. They know the fish shock us again. Obasanjo, there were rumors then that Obasanjo wanted a third term. But some individuals who believed that our constitution has to stand, no matter what, no matter this guy's dream. And there's an individual in this coalition that fought against that third term.
So we are telling you that very, very simple. I'm not supporting anybody. Everybody knows my dislike to Atiku Abubakar, my dislike to Erofai. No, but what we are saying is very, very simple. That if you want to collect power from somebody like Asuwaju, whether you like it or not, he's a bad guy in Nigerian politics. You will take it away from him. A man that goes to the National Assembly, both Labour Party, PDP, everybody will stand and be singing on your mandate. Do you think he's there to joke? So when we are telling you that you should collect power from this guy, collect power from APC. Now, as somebody that you're into business, let me tell you, policies why we are asking for good governance are very, very simple. Policies. Now, since APC came, it has been from one crumble to the other. We are just going down, 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 down. So we are telling you, you need to collect power from these guys because 2015 they preached to Nigerians that Nigerians needed a change. And Nigerians have tried. We are suffering. So if we are telling you, if you're in business, we are telling you, before there's not, I don't even, if I on my television, I watch music and watch movies. But at the time I traveled to my village, I saw what these guys are doing. You see, everywhere is messed. You go to your cities, you see that nothing is functioning. I say no. We need to participate. And also, there's a new party now. You're here dragging Peter Obi or nothing, Atiku or nothing. This one is saying they would realize the election. Why not go and start from somewhere now? Maybe you will be a delegate. If they bring the dollar, reject them. Vote your candidate then. So we are simply saying to those obedient and those articulates that is pushing some narratives that this is the time to unite. Nothing again. If you are not talking about the unity of this coalition, we are going to
So,
we are
so
supposed
Chief,
to unite.
Chief, I'm sorry. I need to quickly come in here. I also need to also stress it. It actually goes beyond these two guys. I promise you, it goes beyond these two support base. There are some Nigerians who don't mind, voting anybody. They are not really, obliged. They are not like, core supporters
Exactly. They're
who
not aligned
who
with
are
any
also
party.
thinking this way, who are also thinking, no, it's the bunch of the same people. We are finished, we are done. What do we do? These are the people I'm trying to speak to, Chief. So I need, because you know what will happen. Article guys will come. Why are you calling us? Obi guys will come. Must it be Obi every time? That it goes beyond them. This is not about them. Sure, you get what I mean? This is
Yes.
about Nigerians, who are not sure, who are reluctant to support the coalition, right? It is telling them that the best way to first of all deal with this wound that you currently have is to support this coalition to get him out, right? That is the message. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deji. It's a very you made a point there. But what are we supposed to tell Nigerians that are suffering? Do you understand? Today, most times I wake up every morning, I think about myself. I'm single, and it's not like I don't want to get married. But do you know the honestly truth? Cost of living is high. These are the facts. I wake up sometimes, I ask people that have 4, 2, 3 kids, how do they survive in this country, Deji? Do you know before in Kano State, we used to make a whole pot of soup
with 2,000, and then is luxury. Oh. I'm talking about luxury. 2,000 naira. For today, can you even get a meat for 2,000? So the issue is, it's either Nigerians are serious or they are unserious. That is the point. If they are serious and they are suffering, it's very, very simple. It's done all over the world. Nobody needs to blackmail you. Governments are meant to be changed. So once a government is not doing well, what are you supposed to do as a citizen? You vote them out. So, but in voting them out, you have to be united in doing it. We don't need to divide ourselves to do it. And this time is not all about whether I'm an Igbo man or I've dropped, like, whoever candidate I'm supporting is not relevant today. It's not. It's all about a change of government. That is what we are saying. APC asked for change 10 years. Before you know it, they will do 12 years. And there's nothing. We are just going down. So if you're a Nigerian on the street who doesn't support APC or PDP or Labour Party, any party, it's all about the soul of this country. It's all about, today they will do killing in Enugu State. The governor of Enugu State will not say a word for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And we are talking about mass massacre. You think it's good? A chief security officer of the state, it will happen in Gombe. The governor will not say a word. It will happen in Nigeria. The president will keep quiet. He won't even tweet for days. The first thing he will do is to go and congratulate somebody else. So we are telling you that if you are serious in this time around, it's all about changing of government. We need to change. We need to test another hand. No politician is a saint. Everybody should have it in mind. Peter Obi is not a messiah. He has been in the system. But we are saying inside of politicians, there are better ones. And let's get involved so that we'll choose those ones who feel that are better. And for them, by choosing them, they will understand that if they fuck up again, we're still going to choose another person.
Yeah.
So please,
Yeah.
with this, let me, I beg. Nigeria don't they give person headache.
Thank you, Chief. So, again, I need every speaker to understand it is not about opinion. Like in the last space that I held, I said that was the last time I was going to be arguing with anybody, with my candidate or nothing. It has nothing to do with them. Now we are speaking to the Nigerian people, those who are reluctant to support this coalition. It's not as if they hate APC, but they are not really, they are not really on board. We are mobilizing people and driving people into the coalition. And for every speaker who aligns with this school of thought, because I mean, maybe not everybody, I want you to focus on why Tinubu has to go. Why it is very dangerous to allow this guy do a second term. That is the purpose, right? So that those who are reluctant to follow this coalition would know, is this what they want to allow to happen? Are they, by their abstinence from this process, going to allow such a disaster to get a second term? This is the conversation. Thank you very much. Let us move on. Sosha, I'm going to go back to my grilling now. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Don't forget to email some to me. Yeah, I'm already thinking about chicken now. But yes, beautiful stuff. Let's continue where we left off. Thank you very much, Deji, and also to Big Chief for your submission. So you've heard the host. We are trying, to it's almost a call for unity, right? And a demand for change, right? not what candidate is better or who can do better. We want to align people to this call for unity and this demand for change, right? Beginning with getting rid of Amalahead Tinubu. So yes, moving forward real quickly, let's go to Abba and then we'll go to Mamito and Melis. Is Abba speaking or is it just me? I can't seem to hear anything. Abba Mohammed, are you there? I can't believe it. Abba, you got network issues. You might have to go down and come back again. In the meantime, we'll go to Mamito.
Okay, thank you, Shoshia. As much as I want this, we all want this Pharaoh to go. This is my question. I have two questions that looks like a worry to me. One, do you think it would be that easy to take out this Pharaoh in question? And then two, I feel like we are on the right track, perhaps on the wrong move. Because do I rather suggest we have another be space for this? Because with the strength I'm seeing so far from Nigerians, looks like everything will work out for our good. Because we've really retrogressed massively in the past 8 to 10 years under this so-called evil party. But are you sure we're not focusing on the wrong side? We have INEC in front of us. I know this is off topic. We have INEC to battle with. How do we go about this institution called INEC? Now, the Pharaoh is back in the country, and we know what he has been doing so far, trying to make the country a one man's party. It's not funny. Oh. He's back right now with the picture I'm seeing at the headlines of how Wiki, or I don't know, Abure visited Wiki. They're finally now putting it to our face that we have nothing to do. And we know what this Pharaoh is capable of doing. He's back in the country, perhaps going to work against that party. Or so I have this worry in me, like I feel like the announcement of this coalition is just too early. It's too early. That's all I have to say. I don't know. I just feel like crying this body in my chest because as much as the whole atmosphere right now is, singing the coalition, Peter Obi, Atiko, and whoever is in charge of the coalition to take out this Pharaoh we have in front of us, this evil mountain, I'm fine with it. It's a welcome development. But we still have so much work to do because it's so obvious that the whole election, I mean, in 2023 that we conducted, somebody won. But that was not the person that came forth to lead us. So what do we do? I feel like we should channel our energy to the right direction. We have INEC in front of us. What do we do about INEC? Fine. Whoever is leading is fine by me. And then I still feel like the coalition announcement is too early. It's too early. More drama to unfold. Because he's back. He's back. And we all know definitely there's a mole. There are moles in that party right now working for him. Yeah, that's all. Thank you very much.
Oh, absolutely beautiful stuff. Thank you very much, Mamito, for that brilliant contribution. And I believe you're right. We should not be just focused on one thing. But I believe we have to take what do you call it, one step at a time, right? And everything would happen in phases. Before you do anything, you have to make sure you build a foundation first. And I believe we are currently at that stage, right? This is the time for collective action, right? This is the time to build our vehicle for hope, right? Not this renewed hopelessness, to borrow from you what this Pharaoh has brought upon Nigerians. So thank you very, very much, Mamito. I truly appreciate your submission. Very beautiful stuff. So going forward, let's go to Melis and then we'll go to Hatitude. A big shout out to you, Hatitude. So nice to see you. And also let me take this opportunity to say a big shout out to some of the, our regulars here. Engineer Khalid, a big shout out to you, my brother from another mother. And Bishop, a big shout out to you. That's my man, that's my G. And Mendens, yeah, Mendens with been holding it down, from day dot. So yeah, big shout out to you. Please, Melis, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Is it me over here? Can you hear me, please?
Oh yes, loud and clear, loud and clear. Please go ahead.
So, I always like to thank Deji for his space and everyone contributing here because it's always mind renewing and one gets to rapport and share views that are positive and also negative and learn from both. And this propagandists, how will I call them? We all know them right from time. They wasted everybody's time during Buhari's period, paid those they could pay, and wasted our time for 8 good years. Now we are here with something very catastrophic, and it's not even pretending. Tinubu's government doesn't pretend in dealing with Nigerians. This is a country whereby 200 people died within 24 hours, and nothing was done. They tried to twist the narrative to call it a communal clash. Since I was born, I have never seen this kind evil, so naked and standing before anyone to do our worst. So when it comes to these coalition talks, because I wouldn't like to deviate on the issues of your candidate or nothing, but I always like to point out the fact like the former deputy governor of Ebonyi State slapped me, yes, in our polling unit because Ndufalike was his base. That's where his father's compound was. So he said PO cannot win now. He said the video is on Facebook. Okay, so I knew that such kind of drama can only happen when the ruling party they are not scared of the people. Okay, and the reason why they didn't do something way was because I was with people, I was with a group, so he was fully challenged, and everybody's camera was on at that point in time because I said, why would you come and cut away our ballot box and you didn't even deem it fit to give us single water in this community. Though I happen to school there, not like as if I am indigenous to Equal local government, okay? But I registered my blah 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 voters card 2019, I be 2018 during that time of voters registration, and I did my first voting then the second one. So what I'm trying to say is that those people who are on the fence, the same corrupt people, I just want to let you know that 101% of Nigeria want to experience Obasanjo's time. Like I supported what one of the speakers said. Like we at majority want to go back to what we had during Obasanjo's time. So if you want to come here and paint article bad, this one bad, come on, man. Like you have to rethink again. And those people who has been coming out to say Obi or nothing, article or nothing, all those things, you're just wasting your time because I just feel Peter Obi, I love him so much and I want to rule Nigeria, but he's not the owner of my life. If anything happens to me, he can only speak as a normal Nigerian. He has always been the same thing as Atiku. So I am going to be selfish enough to support what will work for me. See, on this coalition, I can even choose. I can decide to even say, okay, this is what I want. And no, there's no capacity in this country. You are too big to serve. So you come here to say Obi was once a presidential candidate. Now him coming to become the vice, blah blah blah. See, there's no even as a local government chairman, if that capacity is enough for him to turn lives around. In fact, he doesn't need to simply turn around the life of 200 million people to be so great. Eh, Impact on 10,000 people is actually is commendable. That 10,000 will touch other 10,000, and that's where we will geometrically progress into better realm. So if the best to me now, I am nobody to come and start choosing, but I will tell you if Atiku is the presidential candidate, PO is the vice, lock in, nothing is going to happen. So you come here and say he's now will not deputize a corrupt person. Everything has always been on speculations, all this SPV, blah blah blah, and all special purpose vehicle, how he did this, how he did that, how he stole. They wrote a book about him, his parable, they sold that narrative in the north. Erufai is this, Erufai is that. Tell me what has happened within Kaduna that has not happened inside Benue State within 24 hours. So I am not trying to say he was perfect, but I knew that when he was a governor, he was saying he will never negotiate with bandits. They should later bomb them. I heard that one and I had it right. And there are northern politicians who have been speaking of saying that there are individuals in Abuja who have been giving commands that they shouldn't chase away the terrorists. And the reason why, because they have not been able to be bold enough to call names. Maybe they are trying to pander to the party they belong. So, and again, I want everyone to be calm. I understand that there are more divisions in the north than we think they are so united. Look, El-Rufai that you think is one person that can control it, lost Kaduna clear by gross, like, obvious margin. Okay, many of them, even in Kasina, they are group that doesn't want this group to have power, and that group now they've united on these tickets to ensure that Tinubu goes away. And you say Mahmoud blah blah blah. See, Mahmoud has people he listen to before he listen to Tinubu. There are people that will tell him rig this election in favor of this ticket. He will rig it. There is nothing he will do. No matter how rich you are as a northerner, you must bend down to those traditional rulers. And you heard what one of them said. I think it was Sultan or someone else that was. So he said, I don't want to be so specific. Now he said, if you come here and rig election, we'll package you in Ghana must go back. You will return back in bag. What that thing means is, I remember one incident that happened. One woman went to buy fish. Everybody literally wept. She went whole. She returned back in a bag because she had accident. Had to pack her flesh together. That means they are telling you that you're going to replicate that simple thing. So not in one region that if they are for you, they are for you. And I was even asking one that supported the PCA. I said, bro, that was the early time of 2023. Now that you supported this ticket, are you see what we are experiencing? He said the only reason they supported was instruction came that they should vote a so candidate to honor an agreement. Okay. If PO is going to be the presidential candidate and someone else you hate is the vice, relax. See, we are currently in the aphotic zone, no oxygen. We cannot go worse than this. This is the first time National Assembly was singing praise of someone. The wife of the president was writing 4+4. A lot of, like, before, our politicians do lie, we know them with lying. Now they are telling us the truth, like, fuck off, you can't do anything. So why would you sit on the fence? Do you know what will happen to you when this dirty character becomes the president for the second time? Like, they will do undo. And the northerners, well, they don't want him to hand over that ticket, that presidential ticket, and rig it in favor of the people they don't want. So there are nothing less than 10 fractions. You saw how they stole, it's not Gandhi, they stole one chair like that on his head. If I'm the one, I'll be dead by now. That guy is so strong. That is the level of turmoil that is within them. So now they have united. You are here saying this one is devil. Let Tinubu come. Tinubu doesn't care about you. In fact, Buhari, despite the fact it was a monumental failure, I don't care about a feeling if you love him or support him. Buhari was considerate in dishing out sufferings to Nigerians. He was like, no, one portion at night, one portion in the afternoon, and one portion in the morning. Let us do it that way. By the time we go the first 4 years, we would have made them poorer by 30%. Then we will now tell them that we'll do better second time, make them poorer by 70%, like making 100. See, this guy came and took it from ground zero level where he met Iha and dug deeper. I said, no, I will very fast in executing this thing. Let these people know that they deserve more, worse than anything. Nigeria is no longer a country. They will come here and lie with figure how the economy grew by 3% after depleting it by over 500%. It makes everybody right now, the only thing you are hustling for is how to eat first. Then if you are lucky enough to do one crooked business or manipulate the Nigerians to make excess gain, then you will not be able to build a house. Now we celebrate bungalow in Abakaliki right now. They are renovating old building. You're calling Jagaban Bugu. What is it Jagaban? Master strategy is trash, not nonsense. See, my hatred for him started in 2019 when he said, when he was campaigning for Buhari, he said the Lagos Ibadan railway that people are enjoying, was it not Buhari that did it? The same way this Ronu bandit will not tell you that the River Niger bridge. So now an entire region of 40 million people is only River Niger they should enjoy, and the entire Lagosians and Ibadan is only railway track. That is the only reason we should support a ticket. They will not tell you Niger Delta be North Central in the back because their governors are deflecting to their party. See, if we mean this, they will get out of there, coalition or no coalition. All these things, people are dying every day. If you go to a hospital, it smells like dead bodies. See, I had one small accident. Eh, that was in June, and that accident, I went to NYC camp, did the exercise, slept on those their useless bed because we are animals. We are even worse. The way they treat it worse than animals. The thing now caused muscle spasm. I couldn't even walk. See, I was taking medication with NYSC card, with free useless scan they did for me. I was getting worse every day. I went to UNTH. It was smelling like dead body. I went to about orthopedic. Everything, nothing. I don't look like someone that can recover here. I went to it was the military hospital at 82 division that even helped me small. I had to phone a friend who was telling me what's up, sending one or two drugs. Then, in fact, devil came at the right time. He wanted to just finish me up. My wallet was compromised on this Web3 stuff. I lost so much money. The only thing I had on me was 2M. 1.6 went into this thing. And the thing even woke up this year, I had to follow it up with full speed. What am I trying to say? Ordinary muscle spasm wants to send you to any grave. Your child will swallow granules. They will not have something to remove it. Somebody will collapse. There is no like, I don't see like APC is not even giving you a second chance. Do you know under PDP with student ID card you enter flight at a cheaper rate, and you will even buy something in malls at a cheaper rate. These people have taken away your means of livelihood. Like, see, they are every day they wake up, they sit down, wiki and the rest. See, let us look for a way to make these people poorer. That is why he could come out and apportion over 2,000 hectares of land. That portion alone is equivalent to some countries. Yes, now it's equivalent to some countries in Europe. There are some countries that are 41 square kilometer, 10 square kilometers, islands, and they have a GDP that is running in billions of dollars. Okay, so this thing is a wicked government. I saw there's the individual I'm seeing in the listener section. If you hear the gutter thing that comes out of their mouth, how insecurity has improved, let me just tell you. One of the things that majorly removed Jonathan was 100 and some people was kidnapped, Chibok girls, which was an organized event, okay, that was done by the opposition clearly. But 200 was killed in a day. He said, let us move on. And within that period of time, over 500 lost their lives. Do you know that during PDP, our military, they usually go and meet the terrorists inside the bush, like the tagged bandits. This time around, they are coming to our military base. What this thing is trying to tell you is that they will take over this country, nothing will happen. And you'll be here doing on your mind that you shall stand. If these people that if terrorists now that are okay, do you know that if you go to Facebook, before you watch like 5 funny videos, you would have watched like inside that file, you see 2 that are Fulani S-men or all those militias brandishing weapons and different kinds. Even posting the money they collected. We've never had this bad. Peter Obi is pretending. Atiku is pretending. They are saying, let Tinubu pretend first. We went to Port Harcourt refinery. It's working. Nigeria air. Like, even things that, do you know how enriched Nigeria is? Look at all this crude oil you are hearing about. You see this crude oil that are hearing. See, God just said, I don't want to give this for. Let me just give them crude oil as Jara. Then the Olakojin happened, the West African Craton where Nigeria is situated. God just said, okay, let us just dash them that one as extra bonus for them. Do you know? See, Oyo State, you had that blast that happened, that dynamite blast that happened in Oyo State that killed people. See, the amount of residual good deposit that is being exploited there, you will know that this thinking our leaders, they are not for you. They are not for you at all. Come to Ebonyi State. So, all right, let me wrap it up, okay? See, we don't have any reason to support APC because APC is a killer group, okay? It's against everyone. Okay, if you are scared of dying, I want to tell you that I'm dying every day. Your tomatoes is made with the cassava and sugar. Like these people, they after you. Even the drug, the paracetamol you take, they distribute the one that are subhumans to you to consume. Okay, yeah, that is what they are trying to do, devalue your currencies. So let us unite and chase away this criminal government. At least not for anything, we will be able to achieve the fact that we can form a coalition and remove you. Okay, thank you so much.
Oh, that's absolutely brilliant. For a second there, I totally, forgot I was supposed to moderate because I was really enjoying your submission because you had given us every reason, every reason, on God's green earth to get rid of Tinubu. And I truly, truly appreciate that because one of the most important thing is to make people understand how unpopular he should be. The more unpopular he is, the better for Nigeria. So yes, thank you very much once again, Melis. So I believe was it Bishop, then Attitude, and then Engineer, right? Brilliant stuff.
Good day, guys. Depending on where you are in the world, good day. Well, it's been quite insightful today again, and I appreciate everybody's point of view and opinion about. I mean, their reservations about the coalition, why the government should go, what the government hasn't done so well, or who should be the president or who shouldn't be, or the cocktail of old dogs that may come and spoil the whole movement for everybody, and all of that. The age and other dynamics that may keep people away from the coalition. First of all I just want to say is let's just not be on the treadmill, because for the past 2 weeks, I think we've been on a treadmill. We've just been getting exhausted over the same conversation, just talking about the same thing and supporting this person, that person, why this person must be the guy, why that person must be the guy, while ignoring the core direction everybody should face, which is if you're interested in the movement, just go and register first. If you're interested in how the candidate will be picked, go and participate. Just go and register. Register at your ward, register online, whatever it is the party says is the way to register. Just register. Be captured in the party system. It's not about your current desires. It's about the goal and the process. So if the goal is X and you need to do Y, just go and do Y. First. So beyond that, um, let everybody participate in such a way that they can influence the outcome of who the candidates are beyond the president. I mean, do you want to have a messed up local government chairman and councillor or House of Assembly members and governors just because you want the presidency? What actually can the president do without the National Assembly? I'm going to say that for the umpteenth time. What we've been talking about is, hey, why this person to be president or vice, president or vice? What about the National Assembly? What about the Senate president? What about the Speaker of the House of Rep? What about the House of Rep members? Do you want to have 200 APC members and Peter Obi as president? What do you think is going to happen to Peter Obi? He's going to be president for 4 years. They will impeach him. Do you want to have vice versa Atiku as the president and 200 APC members in the National Assembly and 70 senators? Of course, it's either they impeach him or the APC members will not go to the ADC and it will still be the same old wine in a new bottle or however they say it. So while you are I don't know why everybody's just fixated about who the president is. I know that I'm digressing a bit from the topic, but at least I'm trying to just emphasize this because we're just lost in this capacity, competence, whose turn it is, how the combination should be, who is being vilified, who has a rotten past that will affect the coalition. Instead of thinking of how you can sustain the change you want. If the change you want is ADC to be in power, it's not that means it's not just the president you want the ADC to occupy, presidents you want them to occupy. They should occupy overwhelmingly the National Assembly, the state assemblies, and other people and other elected positions. So let's try, and and put that as part of our discourse as we move along. Let that be a critical part of the discourse. It's not just about, you know, who is going to be president, who should be president. And by all means, anybody who comes out as a candidate, oh, at least now, now I should be able to see Abure for Wiki House today. Okay, now, keep saying that you're still in the Labour Party until Peter Obi goes to another party. I said one time on space that all politicians, like we know in Nigeria now, are going to shift ground. Every politician has changed party. There is nobody that can claim not to have changed party. Obasanjo don't tear his card, or rather, he gave somebody's card to tear. He has supported another person. Former PDP chairman have adopted other parties. You understand? So people say, why should this guy step down from be running for president to come and be vice president to Atiku? Don't forget that David Cameron was UK prime minister a couple of years ago. He was foreign secretary of the UK. What kind of demotion is that? But that service, if there's a need for Peter Obi to deputize, he's not too big to deputize. The UK prime minister came and was appointed some years after he left office as foreign secretary. Pius Ayim was Senate president in Nigeria, number 3 man. He came and became SGF. So let's just be very critical and strategic about what the intention should be and the process. Secondly, talking about age and participation, I'll tell you guys for free. The reason why Atiku became politically relevant in Nigeria was because he was ruling with General Shehu Yaradua. It's as simple as that. Anybody who knows his past knows that. And since then, Atiku did not, at any point, always want to be president. Atiku ran for the governor of Gongola State in 1991. For those who know Gongola, that's Adamawa Taraba today. He ran for governor of Gongola. That election was cancelled. In 1992, in SDP still, he now ran for president. Now, Atiku ran for president in 1992, then came back and ran for governor of Adamawa State in 1999. Don't forget that. Atiku, they sit down, Njenje, Obasanjo just say, oh, boy, come and become my running mate. As against those who are lobbying for it, Abubakar Rimi and co. Atiku sat down and said, me, I want to just be my governor. That's been my aspiration since 1991. I've gone and now I've won the ticket. 8 years later, Obasanjo said, man, I trust you because you're Yaradua's guy. I trust you more than any other person that's so ambitious. So I'd rather roll with you. Come on, be my running mate. It was against the establishment that Atiku became VP, and that was what sowed the seed that caused the Adamawa State elite, who were his elders or seniors in politics, to antagonize Atiku till date. You understand? That's one of the reasons, because why should Obasanjo just want to give this guy undue advantage over them? By automatically making him the leader of politics in Adamawa State by virtue of being VP. Now, Rufai, for instance, I'm not a big fan of his. We say politics is about meeting each other halfway. If I support Rufai, I'm going to create a lot of enemies for myself. But dude, once upon a time, everybody in this coalition were enemies now. You did. But now they're finding common ground. Somebody told me about a week or two ago, he said straight up, Bishop, anybody who supports ADC is my enemy. Whoa, I said, man, that's deep. Straight up. But that's what Rufai did. He has a personal experience with him. I have a personal experience with Rufai. Personal experience. One of my inheritance my papa gave me, then build petrol station on top. Now my papa gave me that as my inheritance. Then they carry my land, give another person, then build petrol station on top. And there's nothing I can do about it. But what do? I just did, JJ. So if for the greater cause, for the greater good, I have to roll with him. He's the one that has run the opposition. I've been a member of PDP since. So the fight now has just come to our home. So if he has come to our home, well, he is quite relevant in any demography, more relevant than me in any demography politically in the North. So he's an asset. He can be an asset as much as he carries a lot of baggage, which people see. But now what we need to work on now is how does the coalition disabuse the minds of people about these antecedents of Malam Nasru? That is what they should be focused on, not re-emphasizing what he may have done, whether it was right or wrong. That is a mission. That should be a mission, not just going blind and just talking about, hey, it has happened to everybody. It has happened in Benue. It has happened in Ekiti. No, some people will never ever forgive. You know, and those people will multiply like roaches. They will always tell you, okay, no problem. I have 10 family members. I'll convince my 10 family members not to support this person, and then before you know it, those numbers are multiplying. So there is a critical need for people, for the promoters of this coalition, to ensure that certain interest groups, their minds are disabused about certain paths, certain experiences. And talking about age again, Erufai was 40 when he was BPE boss. Thereabout was 39 or 40. Donald Duke was 40 when he was governor, or 38 in 1999. These guys are still the guys running the political space. Do you know why? Because a lot of you guys, I want to say you guys, I mean I inclusive, well, maybe probably we're working, we're in school, and all of that, so we're unable to get close to them. Every vacuum those guys left was filled by local champions. Permit me to use that word, because a lot of us prefer to do politics, cosmopolitan politics, play your politics in the urban centers. You don't want to go to the village. You don't want to go to your local government or whatever it is. So vacuums must be filled. So anybody that sees the opportunity would seize it. And so, boy, these guys no deal. Make I just be the guy. Then they will not start going to. I have people. I know guys that the nuisance value. Nuisance value is a very positive word. Though. I know it depends on how you look at it. It's a positive word. That means it's a resilient person that actually packs a nuisance value. That means the person is right up in your face. Every morning you wake up, you see the guy in your dorm, in your dormot. Good morning, sir. You say, how are you? You born? Good morning, sir. How are you? You born? After 2 months, one day you see that same guy say, "What are you doing now? Please come and help me go and let me send it to this guy's house. I'm going to drop this message for me." The guy goes delivers message and comes back. That same person you once despised will now, or despite his presence, will now become an errant person for you. Then you build trust in the person, and before you know it, the guy gets all the favors that you once thought he would never get from you. So Erufai, I must give it to him, has built mentees. His government was populated by very young people. Chief of staff, the current coordinating, what's her name? She was Nigerian Ports Authority boss, Hadiza Balausman. She was the chief of staff, before she went to Nigerian Ports Authority. The current deputy governor of CBN, Mohammed Sani Tijo, he was the chief of staff. He was the commissioner for economic planning in Kaduna State. He was in his 30s, early 30s for that matter, not even 38. He was 32 when he entered the Erufai's cabinet. Erufai's son, of course, he's there in his 30s. So Erufai has, I mean, I have a guy, he was commissioner for lands. He's in his early 40s. Um, Sam Arowan, he was spokesperson to the government at one point. He's in his early 40s. So he was in his 30s when Erufai appointed him. He is a very vilified person in Southern Kaduna today because he took an appointment from Erufai. So there are so many. So you need to associate yourself with these so-called corrupt guys in quotes, so-called big men, old men. Sorry, I'll round it up shortly. You need to acquaint yourself with them, so that there can be transmission or transition from the old guard to the new guard. It's not on spaces that there will be transition. It's not by grandstanding that there will be transition. It's by association. It's by being there. It's by being physically there. You understand? They don't remember person when they absent. That's why most people, most politicians, big men, once they give them an appointment in Abuja, they always find themselves back in the village because then the next thing, let's say you're a minister, you always find yourself back in the state every weekend because you will be isolated, gradually isolated from the policies of the state. One of the reasons why Wike was talking about his structure in River State. So as you push to be a stakeholder in this coalition, you need to put all these things in perspective. How you participate is very key. How you take over the national, the legislative arms of government in states, local governments, and the federal government. Those things are very key because there is no change that can happen without those arms of government. If there's anything I've forgotten to say, I would be right back. Thanks.
Okay, brilliant stuff. Thank you very much. I would have expected you've exhausted most of what you had to say, but beautiful stuff. Thank you very much. Very motivated, inspiring stuff. Yes. So real quickly, let's go with Hatitude. Hatitude, are you still there with us?
Yeah, I'm here,
A big
social.
shout out to you. A big shout out to you. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you. Big thank you to the last speaker. He exhausted a lot, and it's the beauty is seeing this conversation beginning to shaping up. People are beginning to wake up to the reality and to the goal and to the task that we must do. People are beginning to see that indeed this is not a time to promote division. It's time to see how our cohesive forces can make a difference. And change our national outlook. So back to the topic, Tinubu is and must be a one-time president. So for me, the incentives are a lot of things I look at, a lot of things I see, and the most amazing thing or baffling thing here is I have never seen a presidency where Nigerians in 2 years start wanting to get out. It's like you being in the middle of a flight and you just want to bail out. For Buhari's first tenure was I know it was lackluster, and people had a lot of expectations though. So the first 10, the first 4 years people really didn't feel anything, but it was just like they were waiting for it to still unravel. They were expecting more from a Buhari administration. And for me, in 2019, I voted for the Atiku Obi ticket, though it wasn't declared, you know. So in just 3 years, Nigerians are already fed up with the Tinubu administration. And these are a lot of incentives, a lot of reasons for you to see that this is the worst, like it's the lowest, barest minimum in terms of governance, in terms of policies, in terms of polity, in terms of rule of law, in terms of human rights, in terms of compassion, a president that has no empathy, president that thinks the presidency or governor should revolve around him and his own ideas and his own nuances, his own body language. A president who doesn't care about how you feel, like he's so disconnected from the realities of Nigerians. A president who will tell you that I sympathize with the people of Benue, with the people. These are your citizens. I sympathize with the governor, like an afterthought, right? A president that will tell you that I will try and work on my schedule to visit. And a president that will tell you, oh, I couldn't go there because it was flooded. And in less than few hours later, he's on a political engagement and making political statements on the graves of 200 Nigerians that have just been murdered. So for me, the indices are just so much, like a lot of things for us to say it's enough. It's enough. The budget padding, yes, Nigeria has been corrupt for a very long time, yes, but let's make a contrast. Like, what was it like? What has it been like? I know Nigerians have always it's a human thing. They tell you that our needs are insatiable. Like you can't satisfy the human need. But you have skill of preferences, right? And the Nigerians have always clamored for something better, right from the colonial days to the era of the military before independence, and even while under Obasanjo, we clamored under OBJ. Nigerians probably clamored for more for rule of law. Obasanjo was a bit not democratic in his handling of uh, democratic issues, like elections. We had one of the worst elect chairman then. I think we can actually compare this guy we have, Mahmoud Yakub, to Maurice Iwu. I can remember Maurice Iwu's era. Elections was a mess. So, but now we're contrasting and trying to find where we are right now. We're having budget padding in the National Assembly like never before. We're having Nigerians die in their thousands, as though we are in a civil war. We're having institutions failing. Geez, I remember Oputa Panel. Oputa Panel summoned Obasanjo even as a president, and he appeared. We had Supreme Court was like one. You wait for Supreme Court judgment, right? With your heart in your mouth, right? But now they are so predictable. Judiciary wasn't as bastardized as it is. Institutions were still working. Nigeria was not polarized like it is right now. The ethnic division wasn't so obvious or so glaring. Yes, it's always been there, but not in the manner it is, where they tell you because you're from a particular section of the country, you're not allowed to vote in a particular. They tell you to. An agent of state will tell you to go back home to vote, go back to your region to vote, and they will make sure they don't give you your voter's card and dump thousands and millions of voters card belonging to a particular section of this country in the bush or in the gutters just because they don't want you to vote. And you have state employed individuals sponsoring bigotry, SSAs. So Lagos, let me be specific. I know they're sponsoring bigotry. You have Bayo Ononuga making ethnic slurs and all, and these are people working for the federal government of Nigeria. So it's never been this low. Yes, nepotism under Buhari, there was a bit of the appointment was kind of skewed to a certain region. We understood that, it was a very big concern, and Buhari, of course, was a total failure, without missing right. But where are we right now? We are now in a place where there's total state capture, a government and a personality that wants to annex the opposition. And I've not seen a government that does not want opposition to survive. In other climes, even in the UK, you see their parliament, you see Kemi Badnoch, and you see the Prime Minister of UK. They're having their own day at the parliament. You see robust argument, robust engagement, and all that. But here you come to a situation in Nigeria where Wike will be meeting an Abure, and I'm saying, oh, these are the strings behind this puppet all this while. And you see another coalition. For those of you saying, "Oh, is this or nothing?" You see, Wike now. There's a coalition between Wike and between the APC. I don't even know what Wike represents these days. Between APC and LP. So finally, now they have shown to us that some of the crises in LP that seem as if it was you can't solve it, that were not correctable. Even the Supreme Court gave a judgment that lacked substance, a judgment that could not be implemented. You see where organs of government, tiers of government have so much lost their constitutional power and authority. You see a government where a state governor, an elected state governor of a sovereign state in Nigeria, not a local government chairman. Oh, yes, state governors used to molest and oppress local government chairmen, and we knew this. We called for local government autonomy and still the politics, but not for the state governor, where a president can single-handedly remove a state governor under some pretext of trying to solve the national security issues, only for him to arrive at a political agreement that was meant to satisfy a particular individual, a president that lies effortlessly, a president that lacks compassion, a president that you cannot account for. You don't know where your Nigeria Air 1, your national carrier, you don't even know where it is. So 5 days was missing. Atlantic transponder was turned off. It was not, you couldn't get it. So I have enough motivation why Tinubu must go. And we know that the way it is right now, because of the state of our country, our democracy, institutions being where they are, we have strong men and weak institutions. We have electorate and citizens that have lost that sense of patriotism, that sense of belonging to a country, that sense of wanting to fight for themselves. They will not do a revolution. They won't, not right now. So getting to that point in time where you know that the only thing that can get this people, they get this party, APC, Tinubu, out of the presidency, so we can sanitize our national life and set our course in a different direction. Albeit amidst conditions and options that are not convenient, options that are not idealistic, that are not perfect, that you may not find in other climes, options that may pitch you between the devil and the deep blue sea and all that. But at the same time, you are being conscious of the players you have in this coalition. You have the likes of Peter Obi there. You have the likes of Atiku, El Rufai, and the others there. And you know that if we, the citizens, ask and make demands of this coalition and make sure that the processes we are part of it, like someone says, get into the structures, don't just wait for presidency, you know, get in, see how you can get into that structure, because this is the time to populate ADC. This is the time to go in and do party politics. You can't just wish it over and wish they will just come give it to you. You have to play. Elections don't start at the general elections like one waiting for in 2027. Like one of the speakers, Mohammed said, in the US election, you see that the primaries leading to the elections are most times the most very, very most contested part of the election, you know. So before 2027, if we're not ready to do what we need to do, make sure that the ADC primaries, I will keep emphasizing that whatever process that would lead to the emergence of a candidate in ADC must be free and fair, must go along with what everybody will agree. I mean, all the persons in the coalition must agree. They must do things differently. National Secretary has said, Publicity Secretary interim has said, they're going to do things differently. They want to build a political party that is based on ideology and that will kind of mirror the aspirations of the Nigerian people for a different kind of democracy and egalitarian society and all that. I must emphasize that whatever process, direct primaries, of course, election have to start. They have to be party politics. They have to be party election. There must be internal democracy. That's the word. Internal democracy at the party level. If you don't play it, if you can't win it at the party level, so how are you going to win it at the general election? So it's like a mock exam before your major exams, right? If you don't you perform abysmally low, or you don't want to participate in the mock exam. So are we even sure? How are you sure you can face the main exam, or how do you gain that confidence? You know, how do you gather experience? How do you gather the required energy to face the main exams and all that? The primaries or whatever selection process, direct primaries, that will produce a candidate for the ADC, the coalition must be in line with the rule of law. It must be fair. If not, I personally will not support. I have my candidate for the ADC primaries, but I'm not going to speak. I'm going to make my if I become, and I'm going to work towards becoming one of the delegates from our own locality here in Edo State. If I become a delegate, I'm not going there with an empty mind. I'm going there with someone specific in my heart to cast my ballot for. But at the end of the day, whoever wins from a free and fair process, I will support. And I think that's where we are right now, because it's only when we join forces, like Mamito noted, it's only when we join forces that we can beat the process. But this is all about beating the process. The coalition is not because politicians just want to flaunt a new party. No, it's about joining forces to beat the process. In the US election, you didn't hear Donald Trump saying he wants to do coalition with another party before. No. It's because we are in a peculiar kind of environment, you know. Our peculiarity here now is to make sure we stop APC from rigging, because most of these persons that allowed Bola Tinubu to be declared at night the last time, they are saying, no, it's enough. They tell you, and it's a reality, if you like, run away from it. They tell you they are owners of Nigeria, the traditional rulers, the retired military generals, the elite politicians that will say, Mahmoud, Yakub, go ahead and declare the results, nothing will happen. And indeed, nothing will happen. Someone also told you in the north, they were told to vote in a certain way, and they heeded. In the PDP primaries, Tambuwa told us he received a call that told him to step down for Atiku. And indeed, there was a coalition between Atiku and Tambuwa that led to Atiku's emergence against Wiki. And those that are pushing for Southern sentiment and all that, which is valid, but we have to be emotionally intelligent about it, because we have something more serious. Same wiki that formed the G5 actually begged and lobbied. Dino Milaye said his phone rang and rang. How many times? Wiki begging. Now the same wiki. I'm trying to tell you, don't let these politicians fool you. Don't allow them fool you. The same wiki who formed G5 and I was saying and saying now, oh no, it must be Zoto D5, was begging to become Atiku's VP in 2023. So desperate times call for desperate measures. And when I mean desperate, I'm not saying, oh, make decisions you did in 2015. 2015, the dynamics are different right now, rounding up. It's not the same. It's not the same to me. Because Nigeria was coming from a fairly stable, with a fairly stable, though Nigerians actually were not comfortable with that regime or that time, Jonathan's era. But now, where we are right now is like the cesspool, like the lowest bottom barrel of it all. And now it's like, for me, it's coalition or nothing. Just in summarizing everything, it's coalition already. Coalition will beat INEC, Mamito. Coalition will stop Tinubu from rigging in the north. Coalition will help us protect our votes to a large extent. Else, we'll do what we did in 2023. And our idealistic and perfect candidate will go out and vote, and the system will beat and steal it again. So that's why we must coalesce. That's why we must build and populate ADC and make sure the internal party democracy works. Make sure the process that leads to the emergence of a candidate is credible and according to the rule of law. Make sure we don't alienate others by being so hard and being so moral in an immoral society where we have nothing to build on. Nigeria right now has nothing to build on. We're just starting afresh. Thank you. I saw it. Thank you, Social.
Oh, absolutely beautiful stuff. Brilliant. I could listen to you speak all day, Hatitude. I am so energized. I'm motivated. Thank you very much. Very, very much. Yes. Beautiful stuff. Oh my goodness. I wish I could hear that all over again. Well, I will do because the space is the recorded space. So anybody who's with us and wants to be recharged, just like Tinubu, can replay the space. Right? Beautiful stuff. So moving forward, let's quickly go to my brother from another mother, Engineer Khalid.
Good evening, my brother. Susha,
A big shout out to you, Bresky.
how are you?
Oh, I am very well. I'm very, very well.
All right. Let me first start by introducing myself. My name is Amuda Lamidi Sangudele. I am from Oshun State.
Not from Borno State. I thought you were Kanuri.
Okay, I was adopted by my great great grandfather who happens to come all the way from Borno State to Lagos State, and his name is Tinubu. uh, he married a woman which is now carrying my name, which was Magaji, and they Yorubanized my name to Mogaji. So this is who I am. Thank you. I am the one responsible.
Nice to meet you, Sango Dele. You've got quite a fascinating history.
Thank you, my brother. Even though you don't actually know my name, you don't know my classmates, you don't know where I come from, you don't know my age, I am responsible in giving you guys Nel Fund and giving other nations scholarship. I took away your subsidies. I do not provide power. I do not provide healthcare. I do not provide security. I do not provide infrastructure. I forgot. I did 29-kilometer coastal road for you guys to enjoy at the sum of.
Just so that we can see you, but we can't use this, so it's still aligned.
So, guys, this is your president, in case you are wondering, or you are still in a limbo. hiding somewhere and then thinking any of these guys in this coalition is worse than him. Any of the guys in this coalition we are forming is 1000% better than what we have. And this is the reality. And we all need to realize this fact that we might not have in Nigeria if we make this mistake of allowing this anti-people's government to come back. So I would like to call on my obedient brothers. I don't really care what you articulate and the rest do, but I personally, I want to see a transparent, free, and fair primary elections. But after the primaries, if I emerge, I don't want to be handicapped because I vilified other candidates, and as such, their supporters feel they have something against me. I want you all to understand that we are all coming together as a unit because we have unanimously agreed that Nigeria cannot continue the way it's going because we might end up not even having a country called Nigeria. Uh, Third term will be sure, in case you're wondering, because they are going to pass that bill for this guy to come for the third time if we make this mistake of fighting between ourselves. Uh, so you should know this is what he wants, even though sometimes we don't really read the room very well. They tend to shape how we go about our discussions. Lately, you would see that all the APC data boys, they don't tell you anything about governance because there is nothing to say. All their spaces, all their TL is all about coalition because they don't have nothing to say. Uh, it's all about me is either southern candidate or nothing. Let me break your heart. My own sentiment of being an obedient is not based on a particular region. It's based on competence and capacity, empathy and character. This is my sentiment. And currently, even though me myself, I'm confused where I come from, whether it's the northeast or the southwest, or if I'm even a Nigerian, how has that helped my fellow brothers that claim to be my brothers? Even though they might feel now, with this current revelation, I might be a tainted blood, like they like to call it. But how has that helped my brothers in my region? So wherever you are in Nigeria, whatever my brothers here are going through is the same thing you are going through. So at the end of the day, it has nothing to do with where you come from because a good leader, whichever corner of Nigeria you are in, you are going to enjoy it, and a bad one is also the same thing. Wherever you are, whoever you are, whatever language you speak, whatever God you worship is still going to affect you. Because last time I checked, no one is still buying fuel at 200 naira. So I would say Ubi or nothing, but what I'm not going to say is this person or that person is a corrupt, is former thief, is former this or former that. Do your campaigns, promote your candidates, but that's about it. Let others also do the same thing. Even though recently I've seen the tension has gone down and we are all coming to the realization that the priority right now is to remove me, Sangudili, in office. But I would understand. I would understand. So,
Sorry, I got a PSA. It's an unfortunate one, but I'm not sure how true this is. Nigerian flag is flying half mast, and there is news that unfortunately, yeah, it's a bit of a, I mean, I wasn't his biggest fan anyways, but yeah, when God calls, you have to go home. And unfortunate, well, I don't know. Yes, President, former President Muhammadu Buhari has passed.
inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un. All right, so this is my own submission. Thank you all. I think I would have to go about some other things right now because if this is true, I think it's hard day. And my thoughts and prayers are with the family. Thank you.
Oh
NTA,
yes. I believe it's very true. The NTA has also put it out. So it's a message from Garba. There's Inna Lillahi wa Inna Ilaihi Raji'un. The family of the former president has announced the passing of the former president Muhammad Buhari, GCFR, this afternoon in a clinic in London. May Allah accept him in Al Jannatul Firdaus. Amen. Signed, Garba 13th of July, 2025.
I believe we should observe some minutes of silence, passing off former President Buhari as announced. I think we waited for Deji. Social has gone down. I think it's right to observe some minutes of silence, please. Thank you. And reflect. Thank you.
Uh,
May the soul of the former president rest in power.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Amen.
I thought
Good.
God forgive me. Oh. I won't interrupt. Say, she na joke, na
waiting
the
funny
joke. Me.
now. Why you dey laugh?
I know.
Why
Ah,
are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
Ah,
he's an elderly man now. He should be celebrated. I
I
just
mean,
said that.
the country still need to mourn him. He's a former president, no matter
Ah,
whatever reservation you hold or
King
your
Zaga,
opinion.
we are mourning him already. We are mourning him
Great,
already.
great.
What I want
Let's
to
show
say
some
is that
respect, okay?
it remains small. Make I interrupt. I think say now because I just entered the space, enter speaker session, so I can't hear say. So I was thinking maybe it's cruise until I went to check my timeline and I saw it. Oh God. Uh, Well, may his soul rest in perfect peace and power. Mm. That's life, Sha. They talk before.
No, Matt, you can go ahead. We're just observing some minute silence for to honor the passing of our late president,
The
Mohammed
minute,
Buhari.
the minute, minute never reach.
No, let's just be a bit sensitive, Buhari was a lot of things, a lot of things, and he has a history.
I'm not
Just
even
honor
catching
and
it.
respect. We honor
Obviously,
and respect his memories. We honor and respect his memories. So if you want to go ahead, and I don't have the emotional, I'm not in an emotional state to speak right now. But if you feel you are, you can go ahead while we wait for DG to come coordinate the space. Thank you.
Yes, Matt, you have something to say before DG comes to coordinate the space. You have something to say?
no, not yet, not
Okay,
yet. Let me keep
okay.
silent. Also, let me
Hatitude,
respect.
Hatitude,
Let me
thank you
respect.
for Hatitude, thank you for stepping in. DG is quite busy now, but I'll just say this for those who are still with us on this space. Well, you recognize the stakes. No one lives forever. Okay, our time on this planet is very limited, whether short or long. Let's apply it in service to others. It's very important. Okay, so even the current status quo that we want to change is just our idea of what can be what we can do to better the life of our people, to at least to give ourselves and our kids a fair shot at life's opportunity, to guarantee their safety in their own land. Okay, at least to give them the quality, life, a better life. The opportunity that you seek out there can be better created back home here. Look at how many nurses have left this country. They've sold the dream that you can't amount to anything in Nigeria. There's no level playing field. The citizens don't even believe in building anything, that is worth their time and resources, but rather they want to be part of something that has been built already. So for those who are making this convenience argument that it is my candidate or not your candidate, I want you to pause for a minute and think. Are you being realistic? Is your reasoning, fueled by ambition or by a genuine interest to serve, or you're just scared of the worst outcome? 2023, we went, hunting. We killed an elephant, but a gang of hyenas took that elephant away from us, right? But we cannot afford to starve because in the real world, everyone is a hunter. In the real world, everyone is a hunter. You either hunt or you starve, or you will become, in most extreme cases, the hunted. So we cannot afford, to see what is in front of us and pretend as if we don't recognize the stakes. We have to go into this coalition. We have to be real. We have to go in there smart, this time better prepared. Okay, we have to apply all the experiences that we learned 2 years ago, to guarantee a better outcome for us and for the country. That's what we're supposed to be doing. That's how we will build our strength. Okay, because it's not an individual race. It's going to be a collective, effort. Like I said, let's not be complacent. Let's not become the guys who clap the loudest. Let's not become the tongues that so skilled, in singing praises of others. No, let's be clear that what our stakes are and our expectations are, and most importantly, what our sacrifices demand to guarantee whatever outcome that we are hoping for, that we are working for, that we are looking for, because that's the only way we will win. If we keep pushing things to the cliff, it's not going to help anybody. And I like the approach of DG. He's not speaking in the spirit of the space. He's not speaking to those who already pick a position. Either you are in the Obi camp, or you are in the Atiku camp, or you are Rotimi's Amechi's camp, or you are in Tinubu's camp, right? He's picking a position of those who are yet to decide, those who are still, you know, those who are still in the valley of indecision. That's the demography, that's the constituency that he's speaking to. Okay? And I think that constituency is very important, because going by the numbers and the recent data of our the participation in our electoral process, you will see that very low percentage usually turn up during voting. So, and you can't guarantee, you cannot, if you want to really deepen participation in the electoral process, if you really want to open up that space for people to participate, for people to be heard, for their ballot to be counted, for their voice to matter in electing the leaders that will lead them, the leaders that will guarantee their aspirations and hope in the corporate Nigeria, then you must reach out to them. You must make sure. That's exactly what we're doing. We must deepen that participation. We must present a case for them to believe in. This is not there's no personal. What we are doing is not personal, because at the end of the day, all of us will back to our villages, we'll go back to our towns, or go back to our offices and work and profession. But we have a country to rescue, and the mission is very clear. The most powerful individual in Nigeria right now is not leading the country aright, and we need to get rid of him. We need to get rid of him. If we can elect him, we can also take him out. That's what we are looking at. That's the spirit of this. That's the spirit of this coalition. So let's go into that coalition stronger, smarter, wiser. Let's go in there with a strategy and discipline. Let's be committed to win, okay? Because that's what matters at the end of the day. I don't want us to start having, divided opinions of what could be, or what should be, or what couldn't be. Please, this is the time for us to unite around the common goal, around the common objective, around the common mission. Because you know what they say? If you are not at that table, if you are not at any table, you are definitely on the menu. If you are not at that table, you are definitely on the menu. I, you know that. You know what that means. Please, let your commitment to your own standard be for yourself. Don't measure yourself by another man's standard. I think that it just makes you not to be, I don't know, not to be morally sound, not to be ethically viable in your decision making, in the day-to-day application of what you truly represent. So please, let the marks fall off from this space. As you go out, mobilize people from your ward, mobilize people from your local government. Talk to your uncles, your aunties. I know that some of them they chop government money, but at least let them have mercy on the poorest of the poor in Nigeria. Let this money trickle down. Let this money flow to those people who cannot afford the basics. For crying out loud, our lands are fertile, but we are still hungry.
Emergency broadcast, everyone. The former president of the republic and former head of state, General Muhammadu Buhari, is dead. So we will be ending this stream now. Just bear with me. In the next 2 minutes, I will be coming live to tell us what actually happened. Please join me. Mazezuke.
Ah, la, 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 la.